Severus Snape attacks boy who lived after sentencing at abuse trial. Vila wife defends. By Dawn Summers in a shocking turn of events, after being sentenced to 137 years in Azkaban prison, Severus Snape, 35, drew a concealed wand and attempted to cast a dark curse on Harry James Potter, 14. In a disturbing twist of fate, Snape misaimed his curse, endangering court scribe Janice O'Connor, 19. Potter pushed her to safety, but was unable to avoid the curse himself. His condition is unknown, but he is believed to be stable and recovering. Mr. Potter's newlywed wife, Fleur Potter, 17, reacted immediately to the attack by transforming into her Vila avian form. She cast several fireballs, 2 of which impacted and severely injured former Professor Snape. He is currently being treated in Azkaban for severe burns. Mrs. Potter then stood guard over her husband while his injuries were being tended, going so far as to threaten Albus Dumbledore by casting another fireball at his feet when he attempted to assist. Mrs. Potter was unavailable for comment, but it is believed that she took exception because he was present in defense of Mr. Snape, who initiated the attack. She had no difficulty with Madame Amelia Bones, who helped treat the injured boy. Mr. Potter was healed by a phoenix on scene, and it is believed that he was subsequently transported to St. Mungo's Hospital by that same phoenix. Prior to that, however, this reporter witnessed a remarkable moment between Mr. Potter and his wife. It is now eminently clear that they still have much to learn about each other. Mr. Potter briefly regained consciousness and asked to see her while she stood guard, and she was initially unwilling to approach for fear of how her appearance would be received. In the end, his pleas prevailed, however, and she was visibly stunned by his obvious appreciation of her avian form. It was a touching scene that could have been lifted straight from the pages of a romance novel. While many have questioned the motives of Mrs. Potter and her family, what this reporter saw were 2 young people who love each other deeply. Even in such a frightening form, Mrs. Potter's love and concern for her husband could not be missed, and it was equally obvious that Mr. Potter cares just as deeply for his wife. We are left with many questions raised by both the trial and the subsequent attack. Why did Albus Dumbledore allow the abuse to continue for so long at Hogwarts? Why was he willing to defend the man against such overwhelming evidence? That evidence was presented in stunning detail, showing a pattern of serious crimes against students that stretches back over a decade. This reporter also wonders how Snape was able to pass security while in possession of a wand. And where were the Aurors during the attack? They were closer to the attacker than Mrs. Potter, and yet did not return spells in sufficient time to subdue the threat. We at the Daily Prophet would like to offer our best wishes for Mr. Potter's recovery. We also thank Fleur Potter for her willingness to defend the innocent. It is unthinkable to consider what might have happened had Snape's rampage gone unchecked. Harry smiled softly at the picture beside the article. It showed an avian Fleur holding his head in her lap, gazing worriedly down at him as Fawkes cried into his wounds, with Amelia and Sebastian assisting nearby. He raised a finger and ran it gently over the image of his wife, before turning his head to watch her as she slept soundly in the chair next to him, with her head resting on the edge of the bed, her silver hair splayed out around her. The tear stains on her cheeks hurt him deeply. He knew that the reasons for them were twofold. 1, she was worried about him, and 2, she was frightened of his reaction to her. He of all people knew what it was to be shunned for an unusual ability. He needed only look at his revelation as a Parselmouth, and he intended to make her see that she was beautiful in any form, especially since, in his opinion at least, she was. He'd woken several hours ago to find Sebastian reading the paper by his bedside, and was informed that he was out for nearly 72 hours. Fleur had only just fallen asleep, not having done so since his arrival. Even when he reached over to gently stroke her beautiful head, she did not so much as stir. She was exhausted. He only hoped that she didn't have to go through this many more times, but that hope was likely in vain given his tendency to end up in hospitals. With a sad sigh, he turned to the next article in the paper and almost choked on the headline, "Boy Who Lived V's." Albus Dumbledore rumors persist indicating newly formed feud. He was questioned under Veritaserum. Potter reportedly feared that he would be taken advantage of while under the influence of the truth potion, and specifically by Albus Dumbledore. While this alone may not be enough to indicate a running feud, recent interviews with various Hogwarts students paint a startling picture. There have been several unusual public conversations between the two, and one between the headmaster and Mrs. Potter, while her husband looked on. Numerous students reported that Fox, the headmaster's former Phoenix companion, appears to have switched allegiance to Mr. Potter and his wife. The Phoenix has been seen in their company almost constantly for the past 2 weeks. When Mr. Potter was asked to return Fox to the headmaster's office, he was seen to query the Phoenix directly and agree to its wish to stay where it was. But more telling was the altercation with Mrs. Potter. Having approached Mr. Potter for an unsolicited meeting regarding the legality of his marriage, Dumbledore was surprised by Mrs. Potter, who understandably demanded to be present. He was then seen to use legilimency on Mrs. Potter, whereupon she ejected him from her mind and verbally berated him for his disturbing actions. The confrontation with Mrs. Potter ended with Fawkes the Phoenix transporting Sebastian Delacour directly into the Great Hall at Hogwarts. It is not known what was discussed in the meeting, but several students have claimed that Mr. Potter was in a towering rage directly afterward. Furthermore, Mr. Potter is now living with his wife among the Beauxbaton students. He is rumored to have applied for a transfer to the French Academy, though that claim cannot be verified at this time. What is happening with Albus Dumbledore? He has long enjoyed a cordial relationship with the boy who lived, but in the weeks since the article announcing their marriage, the Potters appear to have broken ranks with him. This was never more apparent than when Mrs. Potter threatened Dumbledore with violence while guarding her injured husband at the trial of Severus Snape. Furthermore, this reporter must question the headmaster's judgment in allowing Snape to interact with children, and that causes one to wonder what else is rotten at Hogwarts and in the other powerful positions he holds. Dumbledore is nearly 150 years old. Is he finally losing his edge? Is he still fit to lead? Only time will tell, and we at the Daily Prophet will work diligently to discover the truth. In the meantime, we can only hope that the Potters know what they are doing in making an enemy of one of the most powerful wizards of our time. Harry snorted in choked laughter as he read the shockingly accurate article. This was turning out better than he thought, and it was almost worth getting injured to see it happen. By pure chance, Dumbledore had opened the floodgates to bad press for himself, and so far at least, Harry and Fleur were coming out smelling like roses. His laughter startled Fleur, who bolted upright, her eyes wide as she stared at him, and next thing he knew he was engulfed in a tight hug. He wrapped his arms tightly around her and was somewhat startled to feel hot tears dripping onto his shirt. "SHHHH," he whispered. "It's okay, love, I'm just fine thanks to you." "I was so worried," she breathed. "You have been asleep for days." Harry smiled slightly and kissed the top of her head. "It happens," he whispered sadly. "I have a bad habit of ending up in places like this, but they haven't killed me yet, and I'm not about to let them now I've got you." She squeezed him even harder, and then picked her head up off his chest to give him a searing kiss. His side might be aching, and he might still be tired, but that kiss made his toes curl. He could feel the chaotic emotions pouring out of her, and wanted nothing more than to take her someplace much more private. Finally, she pulled away and stared into his eyes. She seemed partly to be afraid that he would disappear if she looked away, and partly relieved that he was almost well again. But there was a shadow there, and he knew what it was about. It made his heart ache. "I love you, Fleur," he whispered to her, causing her eyes to widen. "I don't care what form you take. You're beautiful and I love you." Shock shone in her eyes as she froze and stared back at him. You really meant that. You saw what I am, that horrible creature." Harry shook his head and threaded his hands into her hair. "That creature was beautiful, Fleur," he whispered. "I wish I could become one. I love to fly." Her tears started anew, and he hauled her onto the bed with him and held her close, allowing her to get it out of her system. He never would have guessed from meeting her originally, but she was not all that confident in herself. She lived behind a mask, and had only recently begun to step out from behind it and show the world who she really was. And now she had to come to terms with it herself. It was going to take time, he realized. She was not fragile by any means, but she did harbor a lot of pent-up fears, and understandably so. Few people understood who and what she was, and she was terrified of how they would react, because they had universally reacted badly in the past. If there was one thing he would do for her, it was spend the rest of his life making her feel wanted and loved. He only hoped that they could get through the near future. Unless he really had gone senile, Dumbledore was sure to launch a counterattack in the press, and they needed to figure out what to do. Should they ignore the opportunity? Should they build on it? Or should they take advantage of both his and the public's shock and launch their main assault early? It was a lot to think about. "Here, you should read this," he offered when she had finally settled down. "You need to see what people are saying, but it's really pretty good. Dumbledore screwed up worse than we thought." "He did?" she asked curiously. "Yup," he nodded. "Snape essentially set him up for a fall. People are thinking he's pretty stupid right now." "An accurate assessment," came Arian's gentle voice. "Defending Snape was a poor decision on his part. It has cost I.M. greatly." Surprised, Harry looked up to see his mother-in-law standing in the doorway, looking as beautiful as ever. She entered the room and made a beeline to his bedside and then reached up to brush her hand through his hair to his surprise. Her other found its way to Fleur's back. "Hi, Arian," he greeted shyly. He hadn't had much contact with the woman yet. "It is good to see you awake," she smiled. "We were becoming concerned." Harry shrugged. "I'm used to this, ma'am," he admitted quietly. "I'm always fine in the end." Fleur shuddered in his arms. "It must stop," she whispered. "You should not think it normal to be air so often." Arian directed an understanding smile at her daughter. "Fleur is right, awry," she said sagely. "We must find a way to stop this madness. You should be enjoying your life, not fighting for eat." Harry could not help but agree. When the Potters returned to school, they received a standing ovation, much to their chagrin. Every non-Slytherin student had, at one time or another, wanted to lay into Snape, and while they were disappointed that it wasn't even a Hogwarts student who'd done it, they were thrilled that someone finally had. As far as they were concerned, the Git deserved far worse than he got. Their embattled headmaster was another story entirely. The latest series of articles took him to task both for the resurrection of the Triwizard Tournament and for the selection of its tasks. Across the nation, people were wondering if Dumbledore was finally going senile. It was sad, really, but it fit perfectly into their plans, and Sebastian was working overtime to get their theft case ready, among other things. Soon the man would be dealt with, and Harry could get on with his life, such as it was. The attention they received as a result of their actions was not comfortable, however, especially for Harry, and was made worse by an article that appeared midweek. Someone discovered that he was responsible for bringing the case against Snape in the first place, and that led to a complete breakdown of how it came about. It was also clear that Madame Bones had been interviewed for the article, as the writer knew of the upcoming obstruction case against the headmaster. While Harry didn't care about that, the man would likely be fined, and that was it. The attention it brought him was significant. The press speculated on the connection between that and the lack of trust between Harry and Dumbledore that had been highlighted in the trial, and everyone wanted to know more. Harry had taken to staying with Fawkes or Fleur at all times. The former could get him away in an instant, and the latter, well, nobody wanted to make her mad. That was the other effect of the attack. Everyone now understood that Fleur was a deadly opponent even without a wand, and people were rather intimidated by her. Even the Beauxbatons students, once they were made aware of the situation, left her well alone for a change. Nobody wanted to be on the wrong side of Fleur Potter, and it showed. Even the headmaster was nervous in her presence. He watched her whenever she was in the room, and while it was with a calculating expression that Harry didn't like in the slightest, it was also easy to see that the man was wary. He suspected that Dumbledore was trying to figure out a way to separate them, as together they were a force to be reckoned with, at least to hear the papers tell it. Nobody wanted a tool that thought for itself, after all, and she'd enabled Harry to do just that. And making their week even less normal than usual, the Ministry had written to inform them that they'd been selected as recipients of the Order of Merlin, thanks to their actions at the trial. It should probably have been a third class, but their young ages bumped them up a rank, and the publicity yet another. The Ministry was offering them first-class awards. Harry was not thrilled, especially given previous recipients of said award: Lockhart, Pettigrew, and Dumbledore. Why would he want to be associated with the likes of them? The only thing that prevented him declining was Fleur's calm explanation of why it was useful in their efforts to free him from Dumbledore. An Order of Merlin winner was seen as having credibility. He scoffed, but still gave in, as deep down he knew she was right. Fleur herself didn't care either way about the award. They weren't her thing, but she didn't have quite the same dislike of attention that he harbored. And so they agreed to accept them, and the ceremony would take place just after the Easter holidays. At the moment, however, such thoughts were far from Harry's mind. and he was instead considering his relationship with Fleur. Her patience was astounding as the intense attention caused his moods to swing without warning, and she somehow always knew how to bring him back down to earth. He'd done nothing for her in return, and that bothered him. He was not to know that she was quite happy with his mere presence. He wanted to do something to thank her properly, but didn't know what. The next Hogsmeade weekend was over Easter, when they would be at Fleur Delacour with her family, so a date wouldn't work. He thought of doing something on campus with her, maybe dinner in the astronomy tower, but that felt cheesy and cheap. He wanted something good, perhaps a gift that she would appreciate. But what to get? His only real option was to sneak out on a weekend and look through Hogsmeade. He had to imagine that he could find something for her there, at least a token of his appreciation, but he had never been gift shopping for her before. And someone would have to keep her busy, so she didn't know where he'd gone, or she might send Fawkes after him. The makings of a plan forming in his mind, Harry redirected his steps to Gryffindor Tower. It would be simple. He could ask Hermione to keep her busy tomorrow. He would have to thank her as well and talk Ron into sneaking off campus with him, which wouldn't be hard. It had been a while since he'd spent any time alone with his best male friend anyway, and perhaps it would make Ron feel better. Unfortunately, the trip would never materialize. Harry moved through the common room with efficiency born of long practice dodging students as he went. Classes were over for the day, so it was likely that Hermione was studying, and since she wasn't with Fleur as she so often was these days, he figured he'd find her here. And sure enough, there she was in front of the fire, but she wasn't studying. It would appear that Ron had interrupted her efforts and hacked her off in the process. They stood toe-to-toe in front of the fireplace, sniping viciously at each other. Harry frowned. Ron was in a rather dark mood lately, and it was getting annoying. Perhaps this wasn't such a good idea after all. And then, insensitive git, she shouted at him, too angry to realize that she had a growing audience. How can you say that? It's true and you know it, Ron roared back, his face red with anger. Get GTS everything handed to HIM. Harry's stomach clenched as he realized that he was the subject of their latest argument. Oh yes, handed to him, she snarled sarcastically. Tell me, Ronald, what does he have that he hasn't paid dearly for? Go on, tell me. What doesn't he have? Countered Ron rhetorically, throwing his hands in the air. Let's see, he's got fame, he's got money. Oh, and the git doesn't even have to ask a girl out. No, not Harry Potter. Harry Potter wins a girl in a bloody tournament. His expression turned ugly as he added, and let's not forget the special treatment, Hermione. They even get their own room so they can shag whenever they want. Not even you can defend that. The blood drained from Harry's face as he listened, and he was dimly aware of several heads turning his direction. He was frozen in place, unable to move. He did not want to listen to this, but he couldn't force himself to walk away, and it did not help that the entire common room was now listening as well. Hermione scoffed openly. Oh, is that what this is about? She asked dangerously. You're jealous because he got trapped into marrying the girl you can't stop drooling over. Bollocks, snarled Ron. He didn't get trapped into anything. Have you even seen them? They're so lovey-dovey it's disgusting. Hermione closed her eyes for a long moment as though praying for patience, and then, let me remind you of a few things, Ronald, she growled. Fame, money, he paid for those with his parents' lives. He doesn't have even the smallest thing you take for granted. Instead, he had to live with people who hate him. And yes, Ron, he was trapped, and so was she. He didn't even like Fleur because she was a bitch to everyone. And you're part of the reason she was acting like that. Do you have any idea how obnoxious it is to be stared at like a piece of meat? He likes her well enough now, countered Ron hotly. And it's not my fault she's got some bloody power that makes her look pretty. I don't see Neville doing it, or Fred, or George, she returned without missing a beat. They can control themselves, so why can't you? Hell, my father, a muggle, can control himself around her. So what's your excuse, Ronald? Harry thought she had a good point, but wondered when this had become about Fleur. His stomach churned uncomfortably at the knowledge that his so-called best friend was so blind to the situation. Did he really think the special treatment Harry most often received was a good thing? Whatever, said Ron dismissively, ignoring her point. So he didn't like her. He does now, and they bloody moved in together. How is that fair, Hermione? How is that bloody fair to the rest of us? When you save Avila's life, she scowled, with absolutely no intention of ever asking for a reward when you earn that life debt, then you too can be trapped into a marriage you don't want, Ronald. Or did you forget that he gave up his future for her? He's not lucky for having her. He's just lucky she turned out to be a decent human being when she isn't dealing with gits like you." "Right, because I'm sure that's what happened," retorted Ron. "Nobody knows what went on down there." "They probably told everyone that so they could get together." Hermione's went soft, but with a deadly undertone. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" she hissed. "I didn't like her either, and I wasn't about to let my best friend be trapped so someone could get his money." And she suddenly roared. "I verified the debt myself, you bloody git." Harry blinked. Either Hermione was lying, or she was sneakier than he gave her credit for. He didn't remember her ever even questioning it, but apparently she had. Even if she hadn't trusted him, it still brought a small amount of warmth to his soul to know that she cared so much. It was much needed at the moment in the face of Ron's opinions. "I did it when they weren't looking," she said quietly, turning her back on the room to stare into the fire. "Harry doesn't know. I borrowed his invisibility cloak and snuck into the Beauxbatons' dorms and tested her myself. The debt was real." "Oh, because that makes it so much better," snorted Ron. "So what if it was real? He still got her. And now he gets away with anything he wants, Hermione. He stole the headmaster's phoenix and he didn't even get punished for Merlin's sake. And now they're giving him an order of Merlin. It's not fair." Hermione's eyes narrowed in tightly controlled rage. "You know what, Ron?" she said dangerously. "It's not fair. It's not fair that Harry lost everything when he was a baby. It's not fair that he had to live with those awful people. It's not fair that he's had to save so many people's lives, including your sister's. It's not fair that he got entered against his will into a tournament so dangerous that it shouldn't even be allowed. It's not fair that he doesn't get to choose who he falls in love with and marries. And no, Ron, it's not fair that he was attacked by that bastard, saved another life, and spent 3 days in the bloody hospital recovering to earn that Order of Merlin." Ron just got angrier as her tirade went on, but she wasn't finished. "But you know what really isn't fair, Ronald," she whispered angrily. "What really isn't fair is how many chances he's given a complete git like you. You're a childish, immature, self-centered, egotistical, dim-witted, jealous, lazy slob, and he still forgives you every time you screw up." The truth was apparently too much for Ron to handle. As Hermione went through her litany of attributes, ones that, unfortunately, Harry could not disagree with, his expression grew darker and darker, his growing rage apparent. The look in his eyes was murderous, and Harry knew somehow that this would not end well. He was moving before she even finished speaking, some sixth sense screaming danger in his ear. And as she finished, Ron wound his arm back, his hand closing into a fist, his jealous, hateful stare meeting Hermione's angry and disgusted one. And then, to Harry's absolute horror, he let fly. His fist swung, aiming squarely for Hermione's exposed jaw, and Harry could not believe that he would actually hit her. And then, smack. If the common room was silent before, you could have heard a pin drop now. Few had realized his presence, let alone Ron and Hermione, but there he stood, gritting his teeth against the pain in his hand where he'd caught Ron's fist before it could make contact. He would later decide that it must have been accidental magic. The impact was fierce, but his hand didn't even budge, and he could swear he heard several of Ron's bones pop. Ron howled in pain, even as Hermione stood there in stunned silence, not having seen it coming in the slightest. A verbal argument was one thing. They'd had enough of them over the years, but for Ron to try to hit her, it was something she could not fathom, and it shone clearly in the shock on her face. And Harry. Harry was angrier than he could ever recall having been before. He stared at a terrified Ron as the boy nursed his broken hand, doing his best to restrain his rage so he didn't curse the boy. There were so many things he felt he should say, but he was having a hard time forcing the words through the red haze that had descended. "We're through," he finally snarled. "If this is how you treat your friends, then I want nothing to do with you. Tired of being in my shadow, are you? Fine, you're on your own now. I hope you enjoy it, because no simple half-arsed apology is going to fix it this time. You jealous son of a bitch." Ron's face lost considerable color at the expression Harry was wearing. The look in his eyes was one he never would have thought to turn on his supposed best friend before today. It was the look that told of how he felt about disgusting creatures like Snape and Voldemort, but he couldn't help it. Shaking his head in disgust, he turned to Hermione, who was staring at Ron like she'd never truly seen him before. In light of what had just taken place, Harry couldn't blame her. He wasn't sure that he had ever truly seen Ron before. No, he had no idea at all who Ron Weasley was. But there were more important things to consider at the moment. "Come on, Hermione," he grunted, gently gripping her shoulder and forcibly turning her away from the obnoxious redhead. Let's get out of here. Harry was fortunate enough that they ran into Neville halfway down the hall outside of Gryffindor Tower, and after giving Hermione a solid hug and whispering reassuring words in her ear for a few minutes, he was able to pawn her off on him. He was in no fit state to comfort another, with his anger burning so brightly as it was. He wasn't even sure anymore exactly why he was angry. One would think he would have been much better prepared for such an outcome given Ron's recent behavior, but he just wasn't. Not knowing where else to go, he made a beeline for the Beauxbatons' carriage, but he couldn't decide if he wanted to see Fleur or not. A distant part of him quailed at Ron's accusations, insisting that they were partly true. Was he not living with his wife when it would never be allowed for any other student? But as he neared the coach, the anger started to burn away, leaving other, far more potent emotions in its wake. Images flashed through his head of the times he and Ron spent together, starting from that very first meeting on the Hogwarts Express. Ron was his very first friend. Where had everything gone so wrong? Had he misjudged Ron so badly as all that? And how much more was he going to have to lose before fate would be satisfied? His hand shook as he reached up to open the door, and he stared at it in surprise for a long moment before finally pushing forward. Something inside him was thinning, and he didn't know if he would survive the experience when it snapped. How much more could he possibly endure? For so long he'd secretly harbored dreams of the future while he was locked in that infernal cupboard, and with each passing day, they seemed further and further away. Yes, good things had happened to him, but did they really offset all the pain? Was it going to be like this for the rest of his life? And why did everyone leave him? He distantly recognized the irrationality of that thought, but he couldn't stop himself from wondering. His parents were gone before he even knew who they were, and he'd always deeply regretted that, and sometimes was even angry at them for it. He'd gone through his childhood dreaming of being reunited with them, even though he knew it was impossible. That dream was dead before it even formed, and there was nothing he could do to change it short of taking his own life. Even back then, when it all seemed so hopeless, he was unwilling to give up. And then he made friends, and things were better for a while. Yes, there were bumps in the road, but life went on. He survived school, he survived the first task of the tournament, and then he ended up saving Fleur, which was probably the best thing that had ever happened to him even if he didn't realize it at the time. But then, the woman who was the closest thing to a mother he had shown her true colors. Harry was not surprised that Molly was angry. In fact, he expected it. She didn't have the full story and so could not completely understand. But her words were so incredibly harsh, and the things she implied so vile, that he could not prevent his opinion of her from changing. Gone were his rose-colored glasses, and he wasn't sure that he liked what he saw, and he wept for the loss of that dream. He'd somehow expected that he would someday be an actual part of that family, though he didn't know exactly how it would happen. They were all he had to base his dreams on, and so he did. They cared about him, and they thought highly of him, and he would spend the rest of his life enjoying their company. But then the howler came, and he realized that Molly didn't think nearly so highly of him as he believed. Just as the Dursleys had done on occasion, she lulled him into a false sense of security so she could make it that much more painful when she shattered his illusions. Oh, he knew it wasn't the truth. Molly wasn't that cruel, at least intentionally, but that was the way it felt, and it had the same effect. It was only thanks to Fleur that he managed to get past it so quickly. He would never again trust Molly the same way as before, but he imagined that they would be able to repair their relationship at some point. That was a good thing in his eyes, and he was able to move on. The trials just continued, though, with Dumbledore doing his level best to control him and make his life more painful, which in and of itself was a terrible hit to his worldview. He trusted that old man, believed in him, and to learn the truth was to take away his innocence. Could he trust anyone? If such a great, powerful, and well-respected wizard could turn on him so easily. Snape's trial went just about as he expected, right up until the attack took place. In all honesty, it wasn't that big a deal to him, though he did finally get to see Fleur's other form, which almost made it worth it. But while the attack itself was a non-issue for Harry, for Ron it was apparently the straw that broke the camel's back. And now he'd lost his very first friend. Ron Weasley, his first and supposedly best friend, had turned on him again. That much he might have been able to handle. except that he also made it clear that Harry had horribly misjudged what kind of person he was. Hitting Hermione was not something he ever would have expected Ron to be capable of. Anyone else might think he was overreacting, but back then, Harry had been completely and utterly alone in an exceedingly hostile world. Ron Weasley offered the first ray of sunshine he had ever encountered. The power of that offer to the abused and neglected orphan that was Harry Potter could not be underestimated. Wary of others though he was, Harry hadn't been able to stop himself from grabbing on with both hands and holding on for dear life. While he was aware of Ron's flaws, he even reminded Harry of Dudley on occasion, and never more so than when he sent Hermione Granger running for a certain bathroom in tears. The fact was that Ron was his friend. Having never had one before, that fact enabled him to overlook an awful lot. Though he could not have put it into words at the time, the simple truth was that he had been deathly afraid of losing that first friendship ever since it formed. It felt like losing that friendship would cost him everything else he had achieved since, no matter how irrational that feeling was. Ron's friendship had quickly become one of the underpinnings of his life in the wizarding world, and in many ways his life in general, but now it was suddenly and dramatically over, and he felt like the ground had fallen away beneath him. Unlike before, he had no hope of a reconciliation, and perhaps more frighteningly, nor did he think he wanted one. He had lost that friendship permanently, and with it, his entire perspective on his life here. How many others had he misjudged? Were they all who he thought they were? Or was he so thoroughly sheltered that he couldn't recognize the truth when he saw it? Would they all turn on him eventually, maybe even his own wife? Did he have any clue at all how to determine the good from the bad? The confidence he'd built in his own judgment shattered along with the friendship, and he no longer knew what to think. There were precious few people he trusted now, and Ron's actions made his trust that much harder to earn. How could he trust people when they so easily turned on him? Would everyone turn on him? Right! Harry couldn't focus on the call. Images of a dark future flew at breakneck speeds through his head, and he couldn't stop them. Was his life even worth living anymore? Should he simply end it, get it over with so he could be with his parents? Would they even like him? Now there was a frightening thought. He had never met his parents, so who was to say that they would even like the person he'd become? Would they perhaps turn out to be like Molly Weasley, not trusting him in the slightest to make the right decisions? Or worse, the Dursleys. How could he possibly know? How could he have any concept of what they were really like? Sure, people always told him they were wonderful, but he'd been lied to so many times, how could he possibly recognize the truth? They could be monsters for all he knew. His vision clouded over as he tried to fight off the thought, and he sensed someone approaching. Terrified at his thoughts, unable to catch his breath, he instinctively took a step back. He no longer recognized the presence as Fleur. It was just a presence, and he had no idea if he could trust it or not. He wasn't going to take any chances. But it was too quick for him, and he was suddenly wrapped in loving warmth, and it was such a stark contrast to his own feelings that he could no longer keep himself together. His pain burst out of him, and he lost himself in it, no longer caring what happened to him. Alarmed by her husband's behavior, Fleur held him tightly to her breast, wondering what in Merlin's name had happened this time. This was worse than Molly Weasley's howler. But what was it? What had happened to cause him to break down in this fashion? She soothed him as best she could, keeping him wrapped tightly in her arms, but it soon became apparent that it would not be enough. He was completely unresponsive, and that frightened her more than anything. He hadn't even responded to her embrace, and that was not like him. After a few minutes of this, Fleur had had enough. She did not want to do it, but she needed to know what was wrong so she could help him. She was not a skilled Legilimens by any means. She was rather disturbed by the art, actually. But her father had insisted on teaching her a small amount to help her understand occlumency. It was the only solution she could think of. And so, with deep hesitation, she lifted his head to stare into his unseeing eyes and whispered the hated incantation. The deluge of darkness that slammed into her was staggering. Glimpses of his horrifying past flashed by, but twisted to include the people he knew today. She was forced to retreat almost immediately, lest she become trapped as well. But not before she had a glimpse of a way to get her information. One image, one with much more clarity than the others, was prominent in his mind, and she was reasonably certain that it was a memory. It was the only image that had not involved Harry directly, near as she could tell. It was an image of Ron trying to slug Hermione. Quickly deciding on a course of action, and not liking it one bit, she drew her wand and stunned him, knowing full well that he could not handle his current state. She hoped that he would wake in a calmer frame of mind, but it was debatable. She had only seen the barest edge of his torment, and had a feeling that it ran much deeper than she knew. It took considerable effort to manhandle him into their bed, but somehow she managed it. After asking a distressed fox to watch over him, she set out to find Hermione, feeling that the girl would almost certainly know the answer. Hermione was his best friend, and likely knew him even better than Fleur did, and she would be able to help. It was not hard to locate her, but Fleur was startled to find her also in bad condition. The library was her sanctuary, her place of peace, and so it was the first place that Fleur went. However, she was not alone. Rather, she was wrapped in Neville's arms and looked like she had been bawling. Fleur pitied the rather clueless boy, who looked like he had no idea at all what he should do. Though she did not want to interrupt, she saw little choice and approached them quickly. She gave Neville a nod in greeting and then knelt down so she could see Hermione. To get her attention, she reached out and brushed the girl's wild hair back off her face and was disheartened by the tear tracks on her cheeks. "Hermione," she called quietly. Hermione opened her bloodshot eyes and looked up at her. "Fleur," she echoed back. "Are you well?" asked Fleur worriedly. Hermione shook her head and buried it in Neville again, and the latter spoke up. "She won't tell me what happened," he said, his voice thick with concern. "Harry asked me to look after her, but she won't talk about it." Fleur nodded and gently took Hermione's chin in her hand, forcing her to look up again. "I am sorry, Hermione, but I need to know," she said softly. "Uri has had a panic attack. I had to stun Im, and I cannot help Im unless you tell me what happened." Lowering her voice to a whisper, she added, "Please." Hermione's eyes widened. "Is he okay?" she whispered hoarsely. "Non, he is not," sighed Fleur. "Please tell me." And slowly, haltingly, she did. Fleur listened with mounting horror as she described the argument and the events that followed. She had known that Ron was jealous of his friend, but this was completely ridiculous. And to try to hit Hermione, her anger stirred and began to burn. She had not liked Ron from the moment of their first meeting. He was even less controlled than most in her presence, but yet she had not complained. The reason for that was simple. He was Harry's first friend that he had ever made, and held a special place in his heart. And to have that ripped away, Harry would be lucky to survive it. He was under so much pressure, enduring so much stress, that she had no idea how he was managing as it was. Lesser men would have broken long ago under the pressure that was being exerted upon him, and he was but 14 years old. She would have to figure out how to help him overcome this, but first she had a problem to deal with. Nodding her understanding as Hermione fell silent and nodding the horrified look on Neville's face, she gently squeezed the girl's shoulder. "Thank you," she said softly. "I will take care of it. You must heal as well, and Uri will need you whole when he returns." "Is there anything I can do?" asked Neville. "Do not waver as his friend," she said, turning her head to look the boy in the eye. "Too much is changing too fast, and he will need your support before this is over." Neville nodded solemnly, and Fleur studied his eyes long enough to know that he meant what he was silently promising. In many ways, Fleur felt that Neville was a far better friend than Harry had yet realized. He rarely spoke to or did things with Harry, but his silent support was ever present, and near as she could tell, his belief in his friend had never so much as flickered. Giving Hermione's shoulder another squeeze, she stood and made her way out of the library, and then finally let her anger loose to show on her face. She could not believe the nerve of that disgusting boy. Harry had given everything he had for that friendship, and this was the way he was repaid. She would not stand for that. Ronald Weasley was going down. A preternatural calm descended upon her as she stalked the halls, the power of her purpose forcing people out of her way before she even reached them. They took one look at her angry visage, and they moved aside. Perhaps there was some good to come of that infernal paper after all. She no more liked the press than Harry did, but right now she would use it to her advantage. She soon reached the Great Hall, where she was sure she would find him, for food was perhaps the only thing he actually cared about. His gluttony was legendary among the Gryffindors, and it was a miracle that he did not have the same appearance as Dudley Dursley. She was tempted to fix that for him, but she had something else in mind instead. The doors slammed open, and everyone turned to stare at her as she stalked toward her target, ignoring them completely. Her anger was blazing, but it was a calculating anger. Her stunner would not last forever, and Harry would need her soon, so she could not afford to get carried away. It was difficult to keep control as her gaze landed on the obnoxious redhead, but somehow she managed it. The twins caught sight of her as she rounded the corner to stalk up the aisle, and upon seeing where her angry gaze was resting, they quickly moved away from their brother. The fear that shone on their faces would have been comical under other circumstances. It was good to know she could intimidate even the most carefree of students. And then Ron turned to see what they were looking at and jumped to his feet in shock. A cruel, humorless smile crossed her face as he backed into the center of the aisle, preparing himself to run. At the table, Fred and George exchanged worried glances with Susan, but remained silent. They obviously weren't fool enough to try to defuse the situation. Somehow, Ron managed to stand his ground as she approached, even though he was almost literally shaking in his boots. But his fear soon turned to anger, predictably, and his face flushed. She had a feeling this was going to be good. And sure enough, his mouth ran away with him before his brain registered the true nature of the threat that stood against him. "What, come to defend his honor?" he asked, spitting the last word like a curse. Silence radiated outward as his words sounded, punctuated only by the briefest wave of murmurs as they were repeated for those who missed them the first time. It looked like she was going to have an audience. Oh well, so much the better, at least for her. "Honor," she asked softly, her voice tight with mounting anger. "And just what would a jaloo petty bebe like you know about honor?" As softly as she spoke, her voice nevertheless carried throughout the hall, and upon hearing it, Dumbledore rose to his feet, his wand coming out. She ignored him too, however. There were too many people present for him to get away with anything, and she would burn him to the ground if he tried. He would just be giving her an excuse. Ron's eyes narrowed as her question registered. He opened his mouth to speak, but she raised a hand and cut him off. "Non," she spat viciously. "Your words have no value, and I do not need to hear them. But you, Ronald Weasley, will listen to me, for I will only say this once." Fleur took a step closer to him and saw his complexion lighten a good few degrees. He was still angry, but now he was realizing what he was truly dealing with and how angry she was. The rest of the students waited with bated breath. "You are pathetic," she said in a harsh but quiet tone. "Uri would have given you anything as his friend, but you are too obsessed with yourself to recognize the value in that. To recognize the sacrifices he has made and would have continued to make for you. But that is not even the worst thing you have done. No, you struck out at someone who would never have armed you. And as surely as Uri is my husband, Hermione is my friend. And I do not tolerate harm coming to my friends. You are very, very lucky that Uri was there to stop you." She stepped within his personal space and lowered her voice so only those closest could hear. "Be warned, Ronald Weasley," she whispered. "You are no longer welcome among us, and now I shall demonstrate what will append to you should you ever attempt to harm any of us, ever again." Ron's eyes widened, but Fleur ignored it in favor of something that she never would have even thought of doing a few short weeks ago. She deliberately released the handle she had on her transformation. In the blink of an eye, Fleur was no longer standing before him. He was facing instead a deadly predator. And with a deep breath, she opened her maw and shrieked right in his face. He stumbled backward, white as a sheet, and a dark stain spread down the front of his pants. Disgusted by his lacking constitution, she surged forward a pace and slammed her foot down, and he rabbited. She watched in satisfaction as he rushed from the hall in abject terror, and reasserted her normal form as he went, feathers disappearing back into skin. Then she rolled her eyes, shook her head in disgust at his cowardice, and headed for the door. "Miss Delacour," called the headmaster sternly. "Explain yourself." Fleur stopped dead in her tracks and turned slowly around to stare at the man. He was even more obnoxious than the redhead. Oh, how she wished she could use similar tactics on him. Unfortunately, short of violence, she had nothing in her arsenal that would not get her in significant trouble. But she could talk. "Whiz as many times as I have told you to call me by my proper name," her voice rang out. "One can only conclude that you are an obnoxious and disrespectful old man who is not worthy of my time. It is not my problems that you do not know what goes on in your own school. You excuse pathétique pour un sorcier, so figure it out for yourself." "I do not answer to you." And with that, she whirled and stalked out of the great hall, leaving a stunned and murmuring student body behind her. Madame Maxime smiled widely at her red-faced counterpart. It wasn't every day someone called Dumbledore a pathetic excuse for a wizard to his face. Fleur sat quietly at the dinner table at Chateau d'Ilker eating with her family, or rather, trying to. In truth, she was too busy fretting over Harry's condition. Her stunner was a bit more powerful than she thought. He was still out, and the only place she wanted to be was by his side. Upon reaching the suite, she had convinced Fawkes to take them home. The simple fact was that Hogwarts was an increasingly toxic environment for him, and she wanted him to wake up someplace much more welcoming. She was concerned that even the smallest mishap might cause him to finally break, and she wasn't willing to risk it. And so she unilaterally decided that they would start their Easter vacation a bit early. "Cheer up, darling," urged her mother, speaking in their native tongue since Harry wasn't in the room. "You did the right thing. He'll be fine." Fleur sighed and closed her eyes. "I'm not so sure, Mammon," she said quietly. "He's been through far too much in too short a time. I don't think he can take much more." "Have faith, Fleur," suggested her father. "Uri is strong, he'll get through it." "What happened to Uri?" frowned her sister innocently. "He had a problem with a friend, Gabrielle," she explained. "Don't ask him about it or it may hurt him." The little girl narrowed her eyes at her from across the table. Her thoughts were written plainly on her face. She adored Harry and she wanted him to be okay. Fleur suspected that he wouldn't be able to shake her all holiday, and somehow she couldn't see it as a bad thing. "I want to see him," she declared. "He's asleep," Fleur said with a shake of her head. "You can see him soon, but don't be surprised if he is not very friendly. It's not your fault, okay?" A cute crinkle appeared in the little girl's forehead as she tried to make sense of it, and it made Fleur smile in spite of herself. Oh, to be so innocent again. She could barely remember what it was like before the allure kicked in and caused all sorts of problems for her. Before she was married. Before the world was after her husband, whom she loved very much. Oh, had life gotten complicated? Shaking herself out of her melancholy, even with all that, she wouldn't trade him for the world, she finally forced herself to eat. The memory of his condition when she found him in the suite was enough to tie her stomach in knots, and it made for a very small appetite, but she would need her strength. She had no idea what to expect when he woke, and it was only Fawkes' presence with him that allowed her to leave. And then dinner was finally cleared away, and in the middle of dessert, she received a surprise when she sensed his presence in the doorway. She turned to see him standing there, blinking bemusedly, with Fawkes nestled up against the side of his head, which he didn't seem to notice. He looked like hell the way his hair was mussed and his clothing wrinkled. His gaze scanned the table, and even as Gabrielle was pushing out of her seat, finally landed on Fleur. "Fleur," he called in a soft, hoarse voice. "What happened?" "Uri," gushed Gabrielle, and she flew at him. She barreled into him with significant force, catching him off guard, and he went over in a heap on the floor. The upset dislodged Fawkes, who squawked indignantly and flew to Fleur. Gabrielle started babbling away so rapidly in French that even her own family could not understand her. "Gabrielle?" came Harry's muffled voice, silencing her tirade. Startled, the little girl picked herself up and stared at him with an "are you stupid" sort of expression. "Oui, Uri," she said in obvious exasperation. "Oh," said Harry blankly, and then his forehead scrunched up for a moment before, to everyone's shock. "Il est bon de vous voir, Gabrielle, mais j'ai besoin de me lever." Everyone in the room froze in surprise, including Gabrielle. His French was by no means perfect or fluent, but it got the point across. Fleur sucked in a sharp breath when she realized that he had been studying her language behind her back. It ignited a warm glow within her that he would be so considerate, when none of this was his fault in the first place. Though Gabrielle frowned at the lack of warmth from him, she understood his meaning and complied with his wishes, dutifully extracting herself. He carefully pushed himself back to his feet, whereupon Fawkes immediately returned to his shoulder and placed a gentle hand on Gabrielle's head in muted apology. Then he wandered unsteadily into the room, his confused eyes taking in the scene. "What happened, Fleur?" he asked, once more focusing in on her. "Come sit down, Sherry," she sighed in response. "Tell me what you remember and I will fill in the blanks." She patted the seat next to her, and Harry stared at her for an interminable moment before finally nodding and joining her. It was easy to see that he was still in a daze, whether as a result of the panic attack or the stunner, she could not decide. He was running slow, though, and this was going to take some time. "Not much," he frowned after a while. "I remember I was going to ask Ron to go shopping with me, and then—" He broke off and suddenly lost what little color he'd regained, swaying slightly in his seat, and she knew he remembered everything, or at least what Ron had done. She put her hand on his shoulder to steady him, uncertain whether or not he could accept further comfort right now. It hadn't worked earlier. Her parents remained silent, and even Gabrielle was watching worriedly, her young mind having finally puzzled out that he really wasn't well. They all gave him the time he needed to process, and then, "Oh, Merlin," he breathed quietly before turning a heartbroken look on her and whispering, "Please tell me I imagined it." Fleur sighed sadly. "I wish that I could, Mon Amour," she said softly. "You had a panic attack after, and I found you in Z's suite. You were not well. I had no choice but to stun you." His brow furrowed at her admission. "You stunned me," came his pained whisper. Her heart clenching painfully, she reached up to cup his cheek, gently stroking it with her thumb. "You were not well, awry," she whispered back. "I did not wish for you to hurt yourself." Harry swallowed and nodded almost imperceptibly. "How did I get here?" he asked. "Fox brought us," she said, pausing to give a smile of thanks to the beautiful creature. "We will stay for Z holidays." Harry slowly nodded his understanding, and then closed his eyes and put his head in his hands. She could feel the grief radiating from him, and finally drew him into a warm embrace, causing him to lose control of his emotions. He cried silently, even as Fox began a soft, soothing song to offer what comfort he could. It was going to be a long night. 2 days later, Harry was feeling only marginally better. He had spoken to Fleur at great length of the incident, and of how he felt about it. Only problem was, he wasn't really sure how he did feel about it. She seemed to understand this, though, and continued to support him with everything she had. They spent a lot of time alone in their room, and when they weren't there, Gabrielle stuck to him like glue. The discovery that he could speak a little French now delighted her, and she did her level best to enlighten him on the language. He, likewise, helped her with her English, which was growing more competent with each passing day. She was a quick learner, but he still didn't know what to think. While he and Ron had not been on the best of terms lately, the faint belief that Ron would always be there for him had persisted, and gave him strength without him even realizing it. With that gone, he wasn't sure where to pin his hopes. Fleur was an obvious candidate, but somehow, it was just different. It didn't help that he was worried about leaving Hermione alone at Hogwarts, but eventually, Fleur sent Fox off to her with a note, and he returned with one saying that she had gone home to her parents for the holidays. Harry was relieved. He was afraid that his former friend would attempt to get revenge somehow, and it disturbed him that he now thought it possible. It wasn't until Easter Day that he finally came to terms with his new situation. He was sitting outside on one of the decks that dotted the castle grounds, staring off into the distance, when he was approached by Arian. Apart from that brief time in St. Mungo's, he hadn't had any real contact with his mother-in-law and had no idea what to expect. He initially shied away, unable to prevent his reaction to the unknown like he usually could, but she took it in stride and merely put an arm across his shoulders, dragging him close to her side. He could not help the way he stiffened at the contact. Such things had rarely been good for him in the past. But as she sat there, saying nothing, merely offering him comfort, he did eventually relax. "It is not the end of the world. Awry," she said out of nowhere. Her voice was soft and gentle, almost like he had often imagined his own mother's to be, and a far cry from Molly Weasley's shrillness. Her words washed over him, and he thought to balk, but she continued before he had the chance. "You ave other friends, mon cher," she said softly, "and you ave a family now, and we love you very much. No matter Zat Kachan has turned on you, you will never be alone again. We will always be air for you." Though he remained silent, her words brought a warmth to his soul and a tear to his eye. Arian simply drew him closer, and she gave him something that he had never truly felt before, a mother's love. While she would never be able to replace his own mother, that she would try to fill that gaping hole in his life meant more to him than he could ever tell her in words alone. As the days wore on, the entire family got into the act, doing their best to make Harry feel like he belonged, and to dull the deep hurt that Ron's betrayal had caused. Only Fleur knew the true extent of his pain. He had few friends, and that very first one had been truly precious to him, no matter how many problems they had had recently. Her words to that bastard rang true. Harry truly would have given him anything, had only he asked. But now that was lost, and it left a terrible gash in Harry's soul. However, between Gabrielle's childish love and highly amusing language lessons, her mother's continuing loving support, her father's sage advice, and Fleur's own brand of love and understanding, he was finally starting to recover. And now he was outside, kicking a ball around with her little sister, finally able to lose himself in the game once more. Fleur desperately wished that he need not return to that awful place. So many bad things had happened to him there that it was a virtual prison. He was confined, trapped with memories of his past, and that would likely never change. Though she was aware of his vague desire to honor his parents' memory by graduating Hogwarts, Fleur was already considering ways to convince him to transfer. "How are you holding up?" asked her father, coming to join her at the window as she watched Harry play with Gabrielle. "I am surviving, Papa," she said softly. "But I worry." "How much more is he to endure?" "He is strong, Fleur," he replied confidently. "We will all work to make his life better, you know that. But whatever he is destined to endure, he will survive it and always come back to you. You can see it in his eyes. You are his reason for living now." Fleur blushed at his frankness. Harry was still cautious with his emotions, but had started telling her at least once each day that he loved her. He was nothing if not honest, and she therefore knew it to be true. She only wished that he had the time to explore those feelings and to become comfortable enough that they did not frighten him. "He's right, you know," came her mother's smiling voice as she stepped up on her other side and put her arm around her waist. "We could not have chosen better for you had we tried. He's the most honorable young man I have ever met, and he has such a gentle soul. He really does love you." "I know," she whispered quietly. "I just don't understand why." "He should hate me after all the difficulties this has caused him." Father chuckled at her. "He does not place blame where it isn't due," he mused. "You were no more at fault than he was, and he realizes that. And he knows how much you do for him, Fleur." "And it is a great deal more than you think," advised her mother. Fleur shook her head, unwilling to believe their words, and yet, for some reason, she could not deny them. On Monday evening after the break ended, Harry and Fleur found themselves ascending the stairs to Dumbledore's office yet again. They were summoned in the middle of dinner, both of them this time, oddly enough, and weren't thrilled about it. The old man was probably trying to meddle again, and they had better things to do than deal with him. The day had gone surprisingly well, and much as it hurt, Harry found that Ron's absence was actually a good thing for him. Hermione was so angry that she went to McGonagall, and to hear Hermione tell it, the woman had outright exploded. Ron was therefore suspended for 2 weeks, making for a much more pleasant environment at meals. Gone were the arguments between Ron and Hermione. Gone were the yelps when she kicked him in the shins. Gone were the jealous stares that made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand on end. And perhaps most importantly, there was no longer anyone leering at his wife from across the table. All in all, despite his initial pain over the loss of his first friend, he was beginning to think it was actually a good thing, and probably should have happened a long time ago. Even his classes were better. Always before, Ron spent most of every period distracting Harry from his schoolwork. Now he finished in record time. He'd learned to work hard to make up for Ron's short attention span, and he could now accomplish twice as much. Given his concerns over meeting the scholastic expectations that Sebastian set out for him, it made for much less stress. Frighteningly enough, his grades were already nearing, and occasionally even outstripping Hermione's at this point, and this would only push them to new heights. What was surprising, though, was the way she was taking it. Where he worried that she might be offended, she was instead very supportive, and frequently asserted that she always knew he was smarter than he acted. Of course, he'd never told her why he was holding back, and it made him wonder if he ever would. If anyone apart from Fleur deserved to know the truth, it was Hermione. She'd stood by him through thick and thin for 4 years running, but it was still hard to talk about. He made a mental note to sit her down someday and tell her everything, though he wasn't sure when that would be. First, he had to deal with a meddling headmaster who was getting on his last nerve. "Ready?" he asked. "Oui," sighed Fleur. "Let us get this over whiz." Harry snorted when it was ever over, and offered his free arm to Fawkes, who immediately hopped down off his shoulder. He had the sneaking suspicion that the Phoenix knew exactly what he was being used for and wholeheartedly approved. It would gall Dumbledore to see Fawkes with him, but that was a good thing as far as he was concerned. As ever, the man invited them in before they could knock, and Harry examined the office with a critical eye as they entered, making sure to avoid the old man's gaze. Apart from the absence of a certain perch, nothing ever seemed to change. The portraits pretended to snooze in their frames, the sword of Gryffindor gleamed in the torchlight in its case, and a multitude of odd contraptions clicked and whirred, creating an atmosphere like some kind of bizarre laboratory. This time, however, there was a new addition in the form of Madame Maxime. He exchanged a bemused glance with Fleur when he spotted her. Numerous scenarios that might require the woman's presence flashed through his mind, but none of them made any sense. Besides, it wasn't very likely that she would come down on Dumbledore's side of their little feud. She sat facing them in a plush armchair to the side of the headmaster's desk, calmly sipping dark red liquid out of an elegant crystal glass. Her enormous form positively dwarfed the headmaster. Had Harry not known better, he would have assumed that she was in charge. She was perfectly at ease, even if she did appear somewhat confused. With matching shrugs, Harry and Fleur moved to sit in the chairs provided for them. They were straight-backed and highly uncomfortable, and Fleur sat for all of a second before snorting and bouncing back to her feet. Harry joined her when she drew her wand, and then she carelessly waved it at the chairs. 10 seconds later, they were once again seated, this time on a cushy couch. Maxime's lips twitched in amusement at the display, but Dumbledore was clearly perturbed by it. Harry had no doubt that he'd made them uncomfortable on purpose, especially given what happened the last time Harry was in his office. It wasn't going to work, though. They were on to him. Harry stole his hand back from his wife and scratched Fawkes' neck as the silence thickened. He had to wonder if Dumbledore had done anything new at all in the last 100 years or so. All visits to his office started the exact same way, with a silence clearly designed to unsettle his students, forcing them to admit things they had no need to admit. The man was so set in his ways that even his last experience with Harry apparently hadn't taught him anything. Maxime's eyebrows went up in bemusement after another few seconds, but Dumbledore appeared to be in no hurry. Instead, he studied Harry intently, as though searching for a chink in his armor. Interestingly, he didn't spare Fleur so much as a glance, which was probably a mistake since she was the original cause of all his troubles if you really thought about it. And then, finally, "Would you care to tell me where you've been?" he asked at last. Harry blinked. Fleur, on the other hand, frowned. There was a malicious sparkle in her eye as she examined him, as though waiting for him to make even the smallest mistake so she could pounce. Of course, Harry knew this to be the truth. She was almost as angry at Dumbledore as Harry himself was. As for Maxime, she looked honestly confused by the question, and it rapidly became apparent that she had no more idea what was going on than they did. Her eyebrows knitted together as she tried to puzzle it out, but she was clearly coming up empty, and elected to remain silent for the moment. "I think you will ave to be more specific, Zanzat," said Fleur eventually, in a much thicker accent than was normal for her. Harry suspected she was doing it on purpose just to be difficult. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to her, taking on a calculating look. His persona was that of the disappointed grandfather forced to punish his wayward charge, but Harry didn't buy it for an instant. The look was eerily reminiscent of how he was after they announced their marriage, and that did not bode well. "You have been missing for a week," he announced somberly. "I do not think it unreasonable to ask after your whereabouts." Harry scowled faintly. So this was about their Easter vacation. He hadn't signed the list to stay at Hogwarts, so it was really none of his business. And how had Fleur gotten dragged into it anyhow? Speaking of which, "I am an adult, Eadmaster Dumbledore," she scowled. "I neither require nor desire your permission to go where I will." Given what he'd heard of their last encounter, Harry figured she was only being as polite as she was because Madame Maxime was present. "All students require permission to leave the grounds regardless of age, Miss Delacour," countered Dumbledore sternly. But then Maxime coughed and gave him a pointed look, at which he corrected. "My apologies, Mrs. Potter." "She is not one of your students, Dumbledore," frowned Maxime. "Beauxbatons is not so controlling. She has the right to go where she wishes." Harry smirked, and Dumbledore scowled at the reminder. Harry guessed that he dearly wished he could order Fleur around. If he could, he would then probably forbid her to see Harry, given how incredibly determined he was to deny their marriage. It really was a waste of time, though. That ship had long since sailed. "That may be," he countered, "but that does not apply to Mr. Potter." Silence was the only response to his statement. Harry remained as he was, leaning up against Fleur and scratching one of Fawkes' favorite spots. The creature's nearly inaudible trills of pleasure brought a soft smile to his face, but it disappeared quickly when he remembered where he was. It would not do to become distracted from the proceedings. "Mr. Potter," prompted Dumbledore finally. "Yes, sir." A scowl flickered on the man's face. "Where were you?" "At home," he replied honestly. As he said it, Harry was startled to realize just how truthful the statement was. The week at the chateau was wonderful, even in spite of his troubled state. His new family made it clear that he was not only welcome, but truly loved, and it was the first time he'd ever experienced something like that. A small smile appeared on his face at the thought, causing Fawkes to bump him happily on the chin. Not privy to Harry's thoughts, however, Dumbledore took his smile as mocking. "Do not try my patience, Mr. Potter," he warned. "This is a very serious matter. You are facing possible expulsion." Harry suppressed a derisive snort. He'd thought long and hard about it, and even discussed it with Sebastian, and the only conclusion he could come to was that Dumbledore would never actually go through with it. After all, he couldn't control Harry if he didn't have access to him. He also wasn't surprised at the faint smirk that appeared on Maxime's lips. She was clearly towing the line. Fleur was her student, but Harry wasn't, but she was also clearly on his side. Really, what business was it of Dumbledore's where he went on vacation? As the silence continued to spiral in the wake of the grave statement, Fleur reached out and threaded her fingers into his hair, which made him smile up at her. She smiled in return, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She was clearly enjoying the old man's frustration. Harry was only too happy to provide the entertainment, too. "Mr. Potter," called Dumbledore quietly, "are you going to tell me where you were?" Fleur rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I believe has already answered that question, Master Dumbledore," she reminded him. "Are you ard of earring?" Maxime's smirk became more pronounced. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, Dumbledore scowled deeply and rose from his chair to lean forward on his hands in a pose that was clearly intended to intimidate. Harry could feel the man's gaze burning into his ear, and didn't dare look his way for fear of having his mind invaded. Some instinct told him that Dumbledore was rapidly reaching the end of his rope. Mr. Potter was not at his home, he all but growled. The wards there would have registered his presence. "Harry, if you do not tell me where you were, I will have no choice but to expel you." Harry sighed. That was the second time he'd heard that threat in as many minutes, and he was surprised to find that he had a deep desire to see if he could actually push the man into making good on it. It wasn't like he didn't have options. Maxime would love to have him, as it would make Beauxbatons look very good. And why was he staying at Hogwarts anyway? True, he had friends here, but was it worth it to be under the thumb of a criminal who wanted to steal his inheritance and control his every move? Was it worth having his life gravely endangered every year? Or to endanger his friends by mere association? His time here so far had been an unmitigated disaster. Every year, something went wrong. Every year, someone came after him. And every other year, his fellow students placed the blame for whatever was happening directly on his doorstep. Was this the kind of life he wanted to lead? The answer struck him like a bolt of lightning, and that instant of clarity changed everything. He finally allowed his pleasant mask to fall, only to be replaced with an utterly serious look as he turned to Madame Maxime. She was scowling at Dumbledore, but she sensed his attention quickly enough, and as she turned to him, he took a deep breath. This was going to complicate things. They hadn't planned for it, but for the life of him, he could not think of a better solution to many of his problems. "Ma'am," called quietly, "if your offer still stands, I'd like to take you up on it immediately. Would that be a problem?" Fleur's head snapped toward him, her eyes widening in surprise. Maxime's eyes also widened for a moment, but then a calculating glint appeared there. Her nod was all he needed to see, the rest was just details. "Are you certain this is what you want?" she asked carefully. "It will not be easy." "Yes, ma'am," he said firmly. "Pardon me, a limp," frowned Dumbledore, "but what offer is this?" "Monsieur Potter is transferring to Beauxbatons," she explained with a calm and eminently pleased smile. "E will begin attending in Z morning, and I will expect is records from you by Z end of Z day tomorrow." Dumbledore's forehead creased in confusion, and he remained silent as he processed her statement. Meanwhile, Fleur watched Harry with a surprising amount of concern. She knew full well what he was asking for, but they hadn't discussed it at any length, and she was caught off guard. He smiled gently at her, silently telling her that everything was all right and that they would talk later. "I'm sorry," said Dumbledore slowly, "but Mr. Potter cannot transfer from Hogwarts." Harry sighed heavily. This was going to get sticky. "Oh," challenged Maxime. "E made this request of me Z last time you threatened to expel IM, and I ave granted his application. I see no problem with this." Shock flickered on Dumbledore's face at that tidbit, but it cleared quickly. He was still perfectly confident, and that told Harry that he would go with the only counter he would think he had available. And sure enough, his guardians would need to approve any transfer, he said serenely, which I can assure you they will not do. I do not believe they will want him attending school in France. Maxime blinked bemusedly at Dumbledore for a few moments, and then turned a quizzical expression on Harry, her eyes full of worry. Is this true, Monsieur Potter? She asked cautiously. No, ma'am, said Harry with a shake of his head. My guardians will be thrilled with it. We, confirmed Fleur. They will. Then I do not see the problem, shrugged Maxime, turning back to Dumbledore with an expectant look. Harry watched closely as Dumbledore's expression changed, melting into what would appear to be a sympathetic one. Harry knew better, the man didn't have a sympathetic bone in his body, but it was interesting how good an actor he was. Though he was coming to loathe the old man, even Harry could admit that Dumbledore was usually very good at what he did. Harry, they would not even sign your Hogsmeade permission form, he said heavily, injecting sorrow into his voice. Why do you believe they would approve a transfer to another school? And are you truly so unhappy at Hogwarts that you feel the need to leave? Was he not just trying to expel you? Asked Fleur in a stage whisper, causing Dumbledore to scowl. Snorting his agreement with the sentiment, Harry ignored the old man and turned his attention back to Maxime. Just tell me what you need signed, ma'am, he shrugged. I'll have it back to you in the morning and they'll probably want to meet with you. The Dursleys will not sign your transfer, Harry, said Dumbledore firmly. And there it was. Harry had no choice. While he didn't have a clue about how admissions and withdrawals worked at Hogwarts, it was a safe bet that he would need signed permission. And that meant that it was time to let Dumbledore in on the one bit of information that could have saved him a whole lot of trouble. Honestly, he was completely shocked that the man hadn't gone to the Dursleys the first time something unexpected happened. It was almost as though he was so confident in his plans, and so stuck in his rut, that he believed that nothing could interfere with them. Wasn't he in for a shock? Of course, that didn't mean that Harry had to make it easy for him. Sorry, sir, he frowned, pasting a look of confusion on his face. But what do the Dursleys have to do with anything? Maxime blinked in confusion. Fleur faintly smirked, her eyes widening in anticipation of the fallout. And Harry was having one hell of a time keeping a straight face. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was baffled by the question. They are your guardians, Harry, he explained slowly. They would need to approve any transfer, and you know as well as I do that they will not. Ah, nodded Harry, feigning innocent surprise. I think you missed a memo, sir. The Dursleys aren't my guardians anymore. Haven't been for a while now, actually. Silence fell, and Dumbledore stared blankly back at him as the statement sank in. He was clearly shocked. Uncertain of the outcome of the revelation, Harry mentally tallied how long it would take to draw his wand. He didn't trust the headmaster as far as he could throw him, and while he could throw off the Imperious Curse, he had no idea what else the man might have in his arsenal. And didn't it just say everything that he half expected Albus Dumbledore to use an unforgivable? Fleur watched the old man intently, a small smile playing on her lips as she prepared to enjoy his reaction. Harry was tempted to warn her. This could go quite badly if they weren't careful. But then again, she was smart enough to be on her guard. In fact, now that he looked more closely, he suspected that she was watching him so closely for more than one reason. And Maxime looked like she was barely holding her laughter inside. Her eyes twinkled a mile a minute, obviously enjoying Dumbledore's predicament. It was well known in the wizarding world that it was almost impossible to pull something over on that man, but it would appear that Harry had just done so. But then their momentary enjoyment was over. "What did you just say?" whispered Dumbledore, and the power behind that whisper was truly alarming. Harry had heard of wizards infusing magic into their words, and while he'd suspected it of the man before, now he was certain that he was capable of it. The question filled the room, reverberating off the walls in spite of its lack of volume. Harry's nerves ratcheted up, but he refused to be cowed. This man had harmed him greatly, and there was no way he was going to back down. He pushed his fears to the back of his mind, just as he'd done when facing so many dangers before, and turned his head such that Dumbledore could see his eyes, but not look directly into them. It would be enough to convey his meaning. "I said," he repeated slowly, "that the Dursleys are no longer my guardians." Dumbledore stared back at him, blinking slowly, the aura around him building all the while, slowly transitioning to visibility. Harry had seen him like this once before, but never to this extent, and for the first time, he wondered at the wisdom of his choice in revealing this. It took all of his willpower not to shrink into his wife. Maxime looked very concerned as the charged silence stretched on. Dumbledore's eyes were unfocused as he lost himself in thought, and his cheeks gained a red tint, reflecting his sudden anger. And then he finally came back to himself and slowly straightened up. "Look at me, Harry," he said softly, with a dangerous edge. And the compulsion behind the words was so powerful that Maxime drew her wand. The magic behind it crawled over Harry's skin, giving him a desperate urge to do as he was commanded. But just like the imperious curse, his will overcame it and he shook it off. He stared Fawkes in the eye, and the creature stared back, offering silent support. "No," he growled. "I will not let you in my head." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed to angry slits, and then, just as Harry thought he might be about to force the issue, he slowly turned and walked to a shelf along one wall of the office. Harry turned his head slightly to keep an eye on him. All he did, though, was open a cabinet and start moving things out of the way with cautious deliberation. The atmosphere was so charged that Harry had the urge to run. He had not forgotten that Dumbledore was powerful, but he'd never been exposed to the full brunt of that power before. It was daunting, and he knew beyond doubt that, should magic become involved any more than it already was, his only hope was the creature perched on his arm. He would not survive 2 seconds in a duel with that man. The angry headmaster searched for perhaps 20 seconds before he finally came up with yet another silver contraption, and his expression darkened ominously as he examined it. Unlike the others in the office, this one was still and silent. Harry had no idea what it was or what it did, and he eyed it warily. But then the headmaster simply put it back. His cheeks were white with rage when he turned back to face Harry, and he was so focused that it was likely that he no longer registered the presence of anyone else in the room. His eyes hardened into chips of ice, and his mouth tightened so much that his lips disappeared. But he didn't yell or scream. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" he whispered in a low, deadly tone. Fleur's hand came to the small of Harry's back, and it was probably only that and Fawkes' presence that allowed him to keep his fear from showing. The danger in front of him was greater than any other he had ever faced, and he knew that instinctively. But still, he would not be cowed. "What I've done is none of your business, sir," he quietly replied, his tone equally as dangerous. Dumbledore stared back at him for a long moment, his anger not abating in the slightest, and Harry tightened his hand on the hilt of his wand. When had he drawn it? He didn't remember. He had done so on instinct alone. And then Dumbledore's wand flashed out, snapping sharply at the office doors, which made a sickly squelching sound as his spell impacted. "You will stay here," he growled harshly, "while I retrieve the Dursleys so I can fix this mess." Harry's eyes narrowed, but the headmaster didn't wait for a response. He eyed Fawkes for a moment, but seemed to realize that it was pointless to ask, and instead headed for the fireplace. Tossing a pinch of Floo powder in, he shouted "Kneazle Warren," and then stepped into the flames and vanished. A stark silence reigned in the office for several seconds until, "What is going on?" asked Maxime fearfully. Harry turned and exchanged a long and deeply worried look with Fleur. The look in her eyes told him that she was as frightened as he was, and at just as much of a loss. The message that passed silently between them was perfectly clear. They were in over their heads. The war with Voldemort was raging the last time the British Auror Office saw so much of Sebastian Delacour. He was a master Auror then, on loan to the British Ministry to shore up the ranks after they took significant losses in a skirmish in Wales. Though much had changed, including the person occupying the head office, much more had stayed the same. The peaceful atmosphere of Amelia's office was a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the rank and file. Aurors scurried to and fro as they worked, comparing cases and chasing leads. A multitude of voices, some hushed and some shouting, permeated the bullpen in a dull roar. The rise in dark activity after the World Cup was worrisome. Few arrests were made, the perpetrators disappeared quickly, and they were no closer to solving the problem. It was too bad that Minister Fudge was so short-sighted. The department had less than a third of the personnel they needed, because the Auror budget was his favorite one to cut. But that was not his problem, and even if it were, it would have been the least of his concerns. With a heavy sigh, Sebastian rubbed his eyes tiredly. Removing Albus Dumbledore from his positions of power was proving both easier and more difficult than they expected. On one hand, The bad press he was receiving as a result of the trial was working very much in their favor. But on the other, he still controlled Hogwarts, and they were having no luck in dislodging him. And Hogwarts was the big prize. Though it was nothing more than a school, the position of Hogwarts headmaster was powerfully symbolic the world over. Many previous headmasters had been the movers and shakers of their world, and Albus was no exception. So long as he held the post, people would wonder how things could possibly be as bad as the press was making them out to be. Unfortunately, though, the Hogwarts Board of Governors was populated mostly by self-obsessed purebloods who wanted nothing more than to line their own pockets, and Albus had them under his thumb. Until such time as it became less profitable to accept his bribes than it was to do the right thing, they would do nothing. A lot of Harry's money had likely gone to them over the years to create that situation in the first place. "What about Professor Binns?" asked Amelia thoughtfully, interrupting his musings. "He's a horrible teacher. Maybe we could use that somehow." "An exposé on falling standards at Hogwarts?" mused Sebastian thoughtfully. "We would have to tear down more than just one teacher, and most of them are very good." "Well, there's Hagrid," she frowned. "But I won't tarnish a good man's name for the sake of getting rid of Dumbledore." Sebastian silently agreed with that ideal. Albus used people as pawns, moving them around on his personal chessboard to his heart's content, heedless of the feelings of the individual. He refused to become what they were fighting. If they were going to take anyone down, it would be people that truly deserved it. Hagrid was a marginal teacher according to reports, but he was not a bad person, and it was only his second year, so he had a long way to go in learning what was appropriate. In fact, the majority of the problem could be laid at Dumbledore's feet anyway. It was his responsibility to set the standard for what was taught, and he was failing miserably at it. "I have heard Uri say that the groundskeeper is almost as bad as Snape," he offered. "We could look into that, but I do not think it would be an open and shut case." Amelia nodded. "Filch is a piece of work," she said, "but you're right, it wouldn't be as easy as Snape was. The only other ones I've got are Burbage and Trelawney. Nobody will care about a Muggle studies professor," he sighed, "and divination is not much better." "Agreed," said Amelia grudgingly. They lapsed into silence once more, each lost in their own thoughts and budding plans. He was not surprised that she was putting so much time into this. She hated seeing such a horrible injustice as had been committed against Harry, and on top of it, she had a niece in Dumbledore's care. It was easily enough to motivate her. Sebastian tapped his teacup with his wand to warm it again as he considered the situation. Going after the man for the theft would be an enormous hit, but there was no guarantee that it would be big enough to dislodge him. He was a crafty politician and an accomplished legal defender, his failure at Snape's trial notwithstanding, and public opinion would matter just as much as the facts of the case if they wanted a conviction. Merlin only knew that he probably had some convoluted reason he could trot out to supposedly justify his actions. His concept of the greater good was tiresome, but it won many hearts and minds for its seeming simplicity. Just leave everything to Albus Dumbledore, and your life goes on the way you want it. If they could bring a contributory abuse case against him, then it would shake the world enough to be a done deal. But that was a last resort option. Harry did not want his past publicized, and Sebastian could not blame him for it. The fallout would be horrendous, and Amelia seemed to be considering the same thing. "I know you don't want to, but have you asked Harry if he'd be willing to use the abuse against Dumbledore?" "He has never told anyone, Amelia," he replied quietly. "I do not think he will want it in the press, which is where it would most certainly end up. I will not ask I am unless—" He was interrupted by a knock on the door, even as her expression shifted into agreement with his position. She frowned deeply, shook her head, and moved to answer it. Sebastian rose to his feet, presuming that only someone important would be willing to interrupt a closed-door meeting with the head of the department. He was rather surprised, then, when it turned out to be Auror Tonks. Sebastian rather liked the spunky Auror. Though timid as a mouse at times, she could be boisterous and a great deal of fun at others. He still had no idea how she did that thing with her hair, though, and resolved to ask her at some point. Her curiosity getting the better of her, she peered into the office around Amelia and smiled brightly at Sebastian when she caught sight of him. As they so frequently did, the spikes in her hair stood to attention in her happiness and flipped to bright blue. "Auror Tonks," prompted Amelia. Tonks winced and graced her with a sheepish expression. "Sorry, ma'am," she offered timidly. You wanted these files as soon as possible. Amelia rolled her eyes and took the proffered folders, quickly flipping through them. Her eyebrows shot into her hairline as she read. It was apparently something good, and then she turned back to Tonks with a calculating expression. "Is this accurate?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." Tonks' head bobbed in affirmation, though her hair stayed eerily still, almost like it was changing length to prevent itself from moving. "Sharpclaw showed me the books. I didn't even know goblins would do something like—" Tonks broke off abruptly, her eyes going wide, and she whipped out her wand to point at a small fireball that abruptly blossomed into existence in the middle of Amelia's office. Sebastian watched as it faded, and worry set it in when it revealed a beautiful crimson bird. Neither Harry nor Fleur would use Fawkes to deliver ordinary mail. "Is that a phoenix?" breathed Tonks. "Yes, he is," frowned Sebastian, holding out his arm. Then to the phoenix, "Bonjour, Fawkes. Do you have something for us?" Amelia closed the distance as Fawkes fluttered down on his arm, and Tonks bravely stepped into the office to get a better look. Sebastian could understand her interest. Phoenixes were exceedingly rare, and to see one associating with humans, even more so. But her reaction couldn't hold his attention, as it was riveted on the scrap of parchment in the creature's beak. He reached out and took it, at which point Fawkes swiveled his head around backwards to peer curiously at the young Auror. She went wide-eyed and stared back at him, and he chirped brightly, apparently having decided that he approved of her. Her smile was blinding, and her hair cycled back to hot pink. In spite of his worry, Sebastian could not suppress his chuckle and smile at the scene, but he then quickly turned back to the parchment in his hand, and his momentary amusement quickly faded. "We are trapped in Dumbledore's office." He sealed the doors. "Please come quickly." Fleur Sebastian blinked, and then looked sharply up at Amelia and thrust the parchment into her hands. A simmering anger boiled up inside at the thought that Dumbledore might harm his family, and he had to clamp down on it. Anger would get him nowhere, and only cause mistakes. Fortunately, it only took Amelia a moment to come to terms with what she read. "Damn," she breathed, looking wide-eyed up at him. Sebastian frowned and scratched Fawkes' belly to get his attention. "Are you willing to take us there, Fawkes?" he requested. Fawkes bobbed his head and splayed his tail feathers, shaking them in invitation as was his way. "Grab on, Auror," Amelia snapped out to Tonks, even as she reached out herself. "You're coming with us. Protect the Potters at all costs." "The Potters," breathed Tonks, though her shock did not prevent her from reaching tentatively out to grab a piece of Fawkes' tail. Nobody had a chance to answer her question. Fawkes was apparently in a hurry, because he burst into flame the moment she touched him. Moments later, they were standing in the headmaster's office, and Tonks jumped back in shock, not having expected the unusual form of travel. But the scene was not what Sebastian expected. All was quiet, and the room was occupied by 3 people, none of whom was Dumbledore. Harry and Fleur he could have expected, even alone, but Madame Maxime? That was an odd twist. She was standing off to the side of Dumbledore's desk, and the troubled expression on her face did not speak highly for the situation, no matter how innocent it appeared. She also had her wand drawn, which was even more troublesome. Sebastian had dealt with her on numerous occasions, and she almost never used magic unless it was absolutely necessary. That meant that something had happened. In front of Dumbledore's desk stood Harry, wearing a grim expression, with Fleur wrapped tightly around him from behind, her cheek pressed firmly against the side of his head. His daughter gave the appearance of a woman who was desperately afraid of losing her husband, and that concerned him greatly. Something bad had happened. "Are you all right?" he asked, even as Tonks and Amelia began to wordlessly prowl the office, looking for threats. "Yeah," sighed Harry. And then he rubbed his face tiredly for a moment before, "Thanks for coming, sir. I think we have a problem." Sebastian ignored his urge to correct Harry on his formality, given the situation. "What append?" he asked worriedly. "He knows." 2 words. 2 words with such incredible impact that Sebastian sucked in a sharp breath and his pulse quickened. They had done a fair job of keeping Dumbledore in the dark about the guardianship, far more so than they expected, truth be told, but now it was out. And suddenly he began to understand the nature of the situation. It would not go over well, and Albus was certain to make an attempt at interfering. "Where is he?" he asked simply. "He went to get the Dursleys," grumbled Harry. Sebastian stared blankly at him. Amelia snorted. And Tonks looked on in confusion when Sebastian suddenly burst out laughing, unable to help himself in spite of the situation. It drew a wide-eyed, concerned look from Maxime, who probably thought he was losing his mind, and Harry and Fleur exchanged bemused glances. But it was just too funny. "Papa," prompted Fleur through narrowed eyes. "Oh, magnifique," he breathed through his continuing chortles. "I wonder how long he will search for them." Harry and Fleur both stared at him in shock, and he knew then that Harry had conveniently forgotten that the Dursleys were no longer in residence on Privet Drive. Then a grim, cruel smile grew on his lips as the reality of it registered. This was definitely going to be interesting. Fleur's startled snort of amusement was completely worth it, and Harry turned his head up to give her a small smile. "I forgot about that," he said apologetically. She just smiled and brushed his cheek with the back of her hand. "How long has he been gone?" asked Amelia, her tone businesslike in spite of her obvious amusement at Dumbledore's newest predicament. 5 minutes or so," shrugged Harry. "We sent Fawkes right away." Fawkes chirped brightly at the mention and fluttered down from atop an armoire, coming to rest on Fleur's shoulder. She and Harry both reached up and absently scratched him without turning from the conversation, as though he was simply a fixture in their lives. Sebastian had to smile again at that. It was somehow appropriate. "Then why don't you tell us exactly what happened?" sighed Amelia, drawing her wand to conjure a couple of plush couches for them to sit on. Harry, however, wasn't quite comfortable. He nodded his acquiescence, but then his gaze tracked to Tonks. The Auror was standing in quiet confusion several paces away from Amelia, from where she could clearly see everyone in the room, and most specifically Harry and Fleur. Sebastian approved of her positioning, but she clearly had no clue what exactly was going on. Amelia caught Harry's questioning look. "This is Auror Tonks," she offered simply. "She's our backup for the day, and I trust her completely." Tonks blushed at the compliment, though unlike most people, it didn't stop at the roots of her hair, which drew a raised eyebrow from Fleur. Harry smiled faintly at the Auror, and then allowed Fleur to nudge him over to one of the couches. The story was surprisingly short, and Sebastian was both amused and gratified to learn that Harry had the guts to string the headmaster along, effectively taunting him. That, more than anything, proved that the boy had what it took to survive what was likely coming. Dumbledore was a formidable opponent in any arena, but none more so than the magical one. Harry had willingly angered the man who was widely considered to be the most powerful wizard alive. It was impressive, and perhaps a little worrying. But what really shocked Sebastian was Harry's abrupt decision to transfer to Beauxbatons. While he had considered suggesting it, he never did because he felt that it would be too big an adjustment for the boy to handle along with all the other changes in his life. The more he thought about it, though, the more he liked the idea. Once the tournament was over, Harry would be forever out of Dumbledore's reach. Amelia took it gracefully. She understood what he was dealing with, but Tonks frowned deeply. To her credit, she maintained her silence, but he had a feeling that her boss was going to get an earful later. Hogwarts was a point of national pride, and to see a famous person like Harry transfer away would be a massive hit to that pride. It could also bring negative publicity, and that would have to be played carefully. The marriage was one thing, but a blow to national pride could cause some problems. Then again, Sebastian had the best public relations staff in all of France, and they would find a way to handle it. "You are certain that this is what you want?" he asked seriously, spearing Harry with a grave look. "There will be no turning back, awry. If you do this, it will be for good. You cannot so easily change your mind." Harry shrugged tiredly. "It makes sense, Sebastian," he said quietly. "I'm moving to France anyway, and with Dumbledore here." He let the statement hang for a moment before lowering his voice. "I don't want to leave, but I don't think I have a choice. He won't give up, sir." Sebastian sighed. "I cannot disagree," he decided grudgingly. "We will approve the transfer, of course. I just want to be certain that you understand the magnitude of the decision." Harry chuckled morbidly. "This is nothing, sir," he smirked. "I just married your daughter on a whim, remember?" That comment got a laugh out of him. The next 10 minutes were spent hashing over what Dumbledore might do upon his return, but none of them could truly predict his actions. He was already angry, and was likely to be more so when he found the Dursleys missing. While it was good to keep him off balance, it was also dangerous. If he lost control of his temper, he could do a lot of damage, and all of them combined would be hard-pressed to stop him. Maxime was immensely pleased to learn that the Delacours had taken custody, as it got her the student she so clearly wanted. Sebastian had no illusions as to her motives. It was a very attractive feather in the school's cap. but he trusted her not to take blatant advantage. For one, she knew how he would react if she did. And through it all, Tonks stood silently behind one of the couches, absorbing as much she could. Her confusion was clear on her features, but she kept her counsel in spite of the questions brewing behind her eyes. Harry shot her a few curious glances, but nothing was forthcoming from his direction either. And then, finally, it was time. They all pushed to their feet when the fireplace flared, and Amelia promptly vanished the couches and motioned Tonks to join her in taking up positions on either side of the hearth. It was a common Auror tactic when apprehending criminals. They almost never noticed anyone standing next to the fireplace, which made it easy to stun them in the back. Sebastian doubted that it would work with Dumbledore, but in this instance, he was wrong. The man was far too distracted by his anger to pay much attention. He stepped out in full aura, and the fire in his eyes and the tint of his cheeks only added to his appearance as a formidable foe. He wasted no time in stalking toward Harry, and Sebastian instinctively drew his wand. He might not be able to beat Dumbledore, but that did not mean he would not try if the man did something stupid. He could only hope it didn't come down to that. "What have you done with them, you foolish boy?" hissed Dumbledore in barely contained fury. Harry's expression shuddered and he flinched away, deeper into Fleur's embrace. Sebastian's anger returned in full force. He suspected that a lot of his reaction was due to the word boy used in such a context. It had been one of Vernon's favorites. "That will be quite enough, Albus," he snapped. "Uri has done nothing. If you have a problem, you will take it up with me." Dumbledore jerked backward a pace. He had apparently had tunnel vision on Harry, and his gaze quickly tracked to Sebastian, whose presence only made him that much angrier. "How did you get in here?" he demanded. Sebastian eyed him cautiously. There was an edge of insanity to Dumbledore that was quite disturbing. He would have to be careful. The man was on the edge of doing something they would all regret. His only choice, he decided, was to play it straight. "How I got air is not important," he said in a commanding tone, causing Dumbledore's eyes to narrow even further. "What is important is that it is not your place to take or ride a task for anything. I have legal custody, and I am approving is transfer to Beauxbatons. Is no longer your concern, Albus, not that ever truly was." Silence rang in the office in the wake of his statement, and Amelia raised her wand slightly behind Dumbledore, just in case they were forced to take action. That was their biggest advantage at the moment. The man was oblivious to the aura presence, which gave them an edge. Although if they could get out of this without a fight, it would be vastly preferable. "What did you do with the Dursleys, Sebastian?" asked Dumbledore dangerously, finally breaking his shocked silence. "That is not your concern either," growled Sebastian back. "Hear me well, Albus Dumbledore. You have overstepped your authority on repeated occasion, and I will no longer tolerate it." "Tell me where they are, Sebastian," countered Dumbledore quietly, "or I will have you arrested for kidnapping British citizens, regardless of the international consequences. I will not tolerate your interference in matters beyond your understanding." Sebastian's eyebrow went up at his presumption. He wanted to call the man on his hypocrisy, given that he appeared to be meddling with fate, but the fact remained that the less he knew, the better off they were. They needed to deal with whatever the prophecy meant on their own terms without the ancient bastard trying to insert himself into their plans. "Go ahead," he shrugged instead. "You will not like the results. I have the law on my side, Albus. You do not." "We shall see," spat Dumbledore, and then he whirled to head for his desk and came face to face with the Director of Magical Law Enforcement for all of Great Britain. "He's right, Dumbledore," she growled without waiting for him to speak. "His guardianship of Mr. Potter is unassailable, and the transfer took place with Mr. Potter's full approval." Squaring up a bit, she added, "As for the Dursleys, they are my problem, not yours. Unless you want to be charged immediately with a whole host of serious offenses, you will walk away from this. Right, bloody, now." Dumbledore stared blankly, his face cycling through too many emotions to count, and Sebastian suddenly wondered if the man might have a heart attack from the number of shocks he was receiving today. This was going to be very bad for him. Not only was he completely losing control of his pawn, not that he had any of late, but he was also going to take a massive political hit for losing his most famous student, at least if Sebastian had any say in the matter. "You are not aware of the situation, Amelia," he said slowly at length, his voice quiet and angry. "Harry must stay with the Dursleys. The wards there are the only things that protect him. Half the people in the room snorted derisively, but it was Amelia who continued the conversation. "Protect him from what exactly?" she asked rhetorically. "They certainly didn't protect him from the Dursleys." Albus scowled. "He is not in danger from the Dursleys." "Oh," asked Amelia condescendingly. "Just how well do you know those people, Albus?" "I have known them for more than 20 years. Amelia's smile turned shark-like at this admission, but Sebastian was distracted by Harry's reaction. His entire bearing had turned angry, and if looks could kill, then Dumbledore would be a dead man walking. The man had essentially admitted that he was aware of what kind of people they were, but he had left Harry there anyway. "Then I should charge you with multiple counts of child abuse, child endangerment, and attempted murder, among others," growled Amelia back at the old man, causing him to pale significantly in the torchlight. "I know exactly what went on in that house, Dumbledore. And mark my words, Mr. Potter will never return to those people." In the years that followed, Fleur would only ever be able to recall vague impressions of the remainder of that fateful meeting. All of her attention had suddenly been focused on Harry. His anger was palpable after the mention of the Dursleys. An explosion from his direction was not going to help their case any, and he thankfully knew that, so he allowed her efforts to keep him calm. The long and short of it was that they had Dumbledore over a barrel on the guardianship, and he had clearly overstepped the bounds of every position he held. If he tried it again, they would throw the book at him. They could dream up a whole host of charges for him to answer to, and with Amelia Bones herself doing the charging, he would certainly be forced to defend himself. It was a bluff, of course. As far as Dumbledore knew, they had nothing on him that would stick in any meaningful way, and he was mostly correct. Oh, he was clearly a criminal, but the fact that he had more than half the magical world in his political pocket was well known. He would never be convicted of anything even the slightest bit subjective, and at worst it would be a nuisance for him to deflect it all. They didn't bother enlightening him on their knowledge of his theft from the Potter estate. That he would not be able to sweep under the rug so easily. Anything else he faced was just gravy. They had to weaken his reputation before they could take him down if they wanted to ensure he couldn't slip out of it somehow. Of course, if he continued to tarnish his own reputation like he had with Snape's trial, it would be all that much easier. The end result of the meeting was a strong demand that he steer clear of Harry and Fleur, and it was backed with some fairly sharp teeth. Fleur did not expect to have any trouble from the old man's direction for a while. He was extremely angry over losing Harry Potter to a visiting school, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not without opening a massive can of worms, anyway. Amelia Bones was nobody's fool. Harry and Fleur left that meeting feeling an unexpected measure of freedom and safety from the meddling old goat. The following morning, they sat down at their usual place at the Gryffindor table for breakfast, as though nothing had changed. Dumbledore was blessedly absent. Of the staff that Fleur was acquainted with, only McGonagall was present. Neville was already there and nodded a silent good morning to them, and Hermione wandered in a few minutes later. She quickly took the seat next to Neville, across from Fleur. The first thing out of her mouth post-greeting was no surprise given her inquisitive nature. "So what happened with the headmaster?" she asked innocently. Harry closed his eyes and let out a pained groan. Fleur reached over and put a gentle hand on the back of his neck, but couldn't help her amused chuckle. She knew he wasn't upset by the question, but also that he wasn't looking forward to answering it. He was afraid of Hermione's reaction. Fleur decided to spare him the trouble. "Uri is transferring to Beauxbatons, Hermione," she said with utmost seriousness. "Eadmaster E's too controlling, and we will not tolerate Ead any longer." It was probably fortunate that so few were in the hall at this time of morning, or that statement would likely have started a riot right then and there. As it stood, the few students within hearing range of their conversation immediately went silent, and then the murmurs started as they passed the new rumor on to their friends. Fleur rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hogwarts truly was no different than Beauxbatons in that respect. The rumor mill tended to work overtime. And the transfer would likely be a known fact throughout the castle before the hour was even up. Hermione frowned, her brow furrowing, and opened her mouth to speak, but then she stopped and seemed to think better of whatever she had been about to say. Instead, she just stared at him. "I had to, Hermione," he quietly defended himself. "He keeps threatening to expel me, but we know he won't go through with it. What will he do when he realizes the threat doesn't work?" Hermione blinked and then shook herself. "I'm not upset, Harry," she assured him. I'm just surprised is all. I thought you might transfer at the end of the year, but I didn't expect it mid-term. The Eadmaster left us with no choice, shrugged Fleur. We will simply ave to deal with it. Hermione nodded. When do you start? She wondered. I have to take placement exams in a couple of days, Harry told her. Not sure yet what happens after that. Fleur's attention was caught by Neville then. His expression had been a shocked one, but it morphed into one of deep thought. She was again visited with the suspicion that Neville was truly underestimated as a friend. I'd better let Gran know, he finally frowned. If you don't get ahead of this, it's going to turn the whole country against you. She might already know, Harry told him. Madame Bones was in the meeting. Neville nodded. Then she probably does, but I'll tell her anyway. If the Prophet gets hold of this before you can get your side of the story out. Harry stared thoughtfully back at Neville, as though seeing him for the first time. From what he'd told her of the boy, Fleur could understand. He was supposed to be the quiet and unassuming one. Clearly, however, he had actually been properly trained to head his family when the time came, and was finally starting to show it. Hermione, for her part, was giving Neville a speculative look that sent a wave of amusement through Fleur. The girl wasn't smitten, but she was definitely taking a renewed interest. Fleur added the next piece of the puzzle. Papa will already ave dealt with this, she informed them. E has been working with Madame Bones, and Zay will be aware of Z issues. Frowning a little, she added, but you should still tell your Gran. It is only right that she hear it from you as soon as possible. Neville blinked and nodded, and breakfast continued. Not much more was discussed on the topic of the transfer apart from a few veiled jokes from the twins when they arrived. They had already heard it from the overly efficient rumor mill. It wasn't until the end of breakfast that anything else occurred, and that was when Professor McGonagall caught up with them. They were just rising to leave the hall. Mr. and Mrs. Potter, she greeted. May I have a moment of your time, please? Fleur blinked at her formality and deference. She liked the woman and had never had any issues with her, but Minerva McGonagall always came across as stern and in charge. This was a slightly different persona. She had clearly been told that Harry was no longer her student. Of course, Professor, frowned Harry, clearly having sensed the same difference. McGonagall beckoned, and they followed her to what Fleur could only assume was her personal office. Hermione and Neville split off halfway there, saying they would meet them for lunch. Soon they were seated, and after serving tea, McGonagall sat pensively for a brief time before she finally spoke. Fleur and Harry both gave her that time. It was clear that the woman had something weighty on her mind. Firstly, Mr. Potter, she finally said, looking him in the eye, I owe you an apology. I truly am sorry for how you've been treated at Hogwarts. With a slight frown, she added, and beyond Hogwarts for what part I played in that. Harry's expression darkened slightly at the reference, but he didn't seem to be jumping to conclusions. Fleur had no idea what the woman was talking about and decided to rectify that. What do you mean? She asked curiously. I did not know you had any responsibility for IM outside of Z school. Harry's ears perked up and McGonagall smiled sadly. I didn't really, she explained, but I was present when he was left with those people. I advised Albus against it, but... She shrugged and trailed off, her gaze going distant. It was clear to Fleur that she truly did care, and felt at least partly responsible for the leaving him with those abusers. Fleur suspected that her presence mattered not, however, and Harry was apparently feeling the same way. It wouldn't have mattered, he said quietly. Dumbledore wanted me there. We all know that Dumbledore generally gets what he wants. And that is the only thing that lets me sleep at night, admitted McGonagall flatly. Z past is Z past, mused Fleur. Unlike someone I could mention, you are not malicious. I do not think we need hold you responsible for what Zat Badard has done. I agree, said Harry quietly, finally looking up to catch the older woman's eye. But thank you. McGonagall smiled, and Fleur could detect a hint of relief about her. Harry's opinion apparently mattered to the woman. She finally nodded and stood, moving over to stare out the window for a moment. It had to be magical, as the office was nowhere near the outer walls of the castle, but the view through that window showed the Quidditch pitch. It is truly a great loss to Hogwarts to see you go, she finally sighed, taking a moment to rub her eyes. And then she turned to look at him again. But I do think you're making the right decision. I want you to know that I will help you however I can, especially while you're still here in the castle. Shifting a little, she added, You may not be a Hogwarts student any longer, but I will always think of you as my student. Fleur smiled. She knew Harry well enough by now to see that the sentiment had touched him deeply. It had become all too apparent that very few adults had ever supported him in any meaningful way in the past. McGonagall was, like so many adults, guilty of that, but it would seem that she at least was making an effort to change. "Thank you, Professor," he replied. "I don't know what you have planned for classes," she told him. "Your wife can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the Beauxbaton students are mostly engaged in self-study." "We," nodded Fleur. "Z teachers are available at times to answer questions, but that is all. We are responsible for our own studies." "That being the case," said McGonagall, "please don't hesitate to attend any of my classes you wish to." "And Professors Flitwick and Sprout have also asked me to extend the same offer on their behalf." Harry was clearly deep in thought. Fleur reached over and gently brushed his hair off his forehead, the gesture drawing a faint smile out of McGonagall. "It would be a good idea, Mon Amour," she told him. "You would be able to keep up more easily that way." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor," he offered. "I'll probably take you up on that, and please tell the others the same from me." Harry could scarcely believe that he was actually going through with it, but as he sat down to wait in a chair outside Maxime's office, it finally began to set in that he was really changing schools. He truly was no longer a Hogwarts student. He wouldn't even be returning to the castle the following year. Oddly, that fact didn't bother him all that much. He had been surprised by Hermione's muted response to the transfer. He honestly expected her to explode, but it was suddenly explained when the door opened to admit her, and she walked over to sit in the chair next to him. "Hermione," he queried, blinking in surprise. "What, you didn't think I'd let you do this without me, did you?" She grinned. "Besides, it's not like I want to be stuck alone in the same classes with Ronald Bloody Weasley." Harry blinked again. "You're transferring?" He asked for confirmation. "I checked with my parents when you made your contingency plans," she confirmed. "They said it was fine, so I had them send me a permission slip just in case. Professor McGonagall is a little upset, but she understands." Harry shook his head to clear it. "I'm not sure what to say," he frowned. "You didn't have to do that just for me, Hermione." "Don't be silly, Harry," she said dismissively. "Yes, it's partly for you, but really, I think you have the right idea. From what I've seen, Beauxbatons might actually be a significantly better school anyway." "I am most pleased that you think so, Mademoiselle Granger," came Maxime's amused voice from the doorway. Caught off guard, they both jumped to their feet to greet her. They hadn't missed the way most of the Beauxbatons students acted around their headmistress, and neither Harry nor Hermione was an idiot. They could do the math on what was expected of them. Harry figured Hermione had no worries, but he himself had to fight down a wave of nerves. Had Hogwarts prepared him well enough for the placement exams he was about to take, in a language he was still just learning? He really didn't know. The tests took nearly 6 hours, and both Harry and Hermione were completely wrung out by the time it was over. Harry's most significant complaint, and one that he admitted was totally expected, was that the language barrier was still quite significant. Hermione, of course, had no issue as she was already fluent in French. Now they were trying to relax in one of the many study areas in the carriage while awaiting the results. Fleur was the one who couldn't stop fidgeting, however, and was surprised to realize that she was more nervous even than Harry was, though that might have been because he was simply too exhausted to worry about it any longer. She truly was stunned that he'd chosen this route. While she knew of the contingency, of course, it was a shock to see him so readily make use of it. Fleur had assumed at the time that it was just a bluff, a fallback measure that would never actually be used. While she was shocked, however, she was also eminently pleased. The more time she spent with her newly minted husband, the more she felt that they were truly a match made in heaven. It made the idea of being separated from him next year a difficult one to bear. Now, though, they would at least be in the same country. She would have graduated by then, but they'd work something out. Unlike Hogwarts, Beauxbatons had day students, and that might work best for them in the end. Then she could see him every day. It was strange how things had ended up, she thought. Oh, they still had a lot to learn about each other, but they had also learned a great deal already. She had no idea what the future would bring, but she expected that, once Dumbledore was finally dealt with, it would be a very bright future indeed. She didn't get much further along in that train of thought, though, before it was derailed by the arrival of Madame Maxime. The three of them quickly stood, and while Harry and Hermione were clearly nervous, Fleur thought that the smile the headmistress was wearing probably boded well for them. "Please, sit," Maxime offered in her native French. She was speaking slightly slower than normal, but was clearly determined to have them use the language as much as possible. Fleur smirked to herself at the attentive expression on Hermione's face. Harry had told her of the girl's obsession with schoolwork, and it was on clear display here. Not that Fleur couldn't relate. "Mademoiselle Granger, do you wish to hear your results privately?" she asked after a moment. "No, ma'am," replied Hermione with a shake of her head. "I have nothing to hide from these two." Maxime smiled. "Excellent," she replied. "And you, Monsieur Potter?" Harry just chuckled. "She's known my marks since day one, ma'am," he replied in halting French, only substituting a word here and there with its English equivalent if he didn't know the appropriate French one yet. "I'll ask her to help me catch up anyway, so she may as well know." The headmistress nodded. "Very good," she agreed. "Simply put, you both did quite well, excepting the areas that you already indicated would be problematic. Potions, history, and defense to be specific, though Monsieur Potter does show some promise in the latter." Harry and Hermione nodded. This was no surprise to them. Fleur had heard all about the lackluster teaching in history and defense, and had personally charbroiled the former potions professor, so she wasn't at all surprised either. "Your charms, transfiguration, and herbology scores are excellent, so there is no issue there. We do not offer divination to those who are not certified as having the sight, so that you will not have Monsieur Potter. Magical creatures you are both acceptable in. I would like to see you add arithmancy and ancient runes, Monsieur Potter," she noted after a moment. "You are not too far behind at this point that you cannot catch up with some work, and it would round out your education very nicely, making it much easier to find a career." Harry frowned at this, and Fleur gave his hand a gentle squeeze. She was excellent in both subjects and figured that between her and Hermione they could have him up to snuff by the beginning of next year easily. He looked up at her, and she smiled back. "I think it's a good idea. Right," she said. "I will help you study, of course." Harry searched her eyes for a moment, and then slowly nodded before turning back to Maxime. "Okay, I guess," he replied. "I'll help too," smiled Hermione happily. "I always thought you should have taken those to begin with anyway." Harry just rolled his eyes. It was apparently an old argument between them. "You will need a small amount of work there yourself, mademoiselle," warned Maxime, to Hermione's obvious surprise. "You are not too far behind, but your teachers are clearly not teaching up to standard in either subject." Hermione's jaw flapped for a moment before she pulled herself back together. "I'll make sure we catch up," she said determinedly. It was clear she was slightly embarrassed, but obviously they wouldn't tease her about it. "Overall, you both did very well, especially considering the standards at Hogwarts," she assessed. "I do not know if you are aware, but it is no secret that educational standards have declined at your former school over the course of the last half-century." Harry and Hermione exchanged dark looks. Fleur was sure she'd get an earful later, from Hermione at a minimum. She doubted that they had been made aware of what truly was common knowledge outside of Britain. The educational standards here were in the toilet. Some employers were even starting to require British candidates to sit the international version of the newts before they would consider them. "I'm going to place you in fourth form with your peers," said Maxime when they recovered from that bombshell. "But you will need to study especially hard in the problem areas to catch up, or your grades will suffer." "We will," promised Hermione. "I'll make sure." "She will, too," agreed Harry, rolling his eyes again. Hermione slapped him lightly on the shoulder but was smiling. From there it was a discussion about how things would work at Beauxbatons and how they would be different from life at Hogwarts. Really, there wasn't too much in the latter category. A school was a school for the most part, and most of the differences were specific to their tournament circumstances. Fleur paid little attention, though. She was too busy enjoying the relief she felt knowing that her husband was out from under the old man's thumb, and that he had made it into his appropriate year group. Harry and Hermione adapted very quickly to life at Beauxbatons over the course of the following week. It wasn't actually that hard to do, as there were no actual classes. Their year group wasn't even present at the tournament, and even if it had been, they would have been unable to strip the teachers from the school proper. The result was a great deal of self-study. Maxime and a couple of others were available if students had questions, but largely they were learning from the books at their own pace, and then taking tests every couple of weeks to ensure that they were learning the right things. In the long run, Harry would be shocked to discover just how well this form of learning suited him. Simply reading the Beauxbatons Potions book was eye-opening. Once he started to truly overcome the language barrier, the information contained within made the subject actually make sense for a change. Had Snape explained things as well as that book did, or at all for that matter, Harry would have been much better off in that class. He also found ancient runes and arithmancy to be fairly easy. He was simply a natural at runes, and arithmancy at their level was little different to Muggle mathematics, which he'd already had years of prior to Hogwarts. It would get harder and more magical in later years, but they just weren't there yet. Toward the end of that first week, Hermione worked out a revision schedule that would have them caught up with their peers within the next couple of months. What was shocking about it was that she hadn't packed every last available moment. Apparently she'd learned something about having fun in preceding years. Or maybe she just wanted some alone time with Neville. Who knew? Either way, it was reasonable, and made Harry feel much more confident in his decision to transfer. As necessary as he had felt it at the time, it had also struck him as quite rash. Now, at least, it looked like he wouldn't suffer for it. Quite the opposite, in fact. "You are thinking too hard," came his wife's soft voice from next to him. They had taken up speaking French in private to help him learn. He felt her scoot in closer, and closed his eyes in pleasure when she started carding her fingers through his hair. "Sorry," he said softly. "It's just been a long week with the transfer and all." "Do you regret it?" she asked curiously. "Never," he replied immediately. Harry didn't bother to struggle when Fleur tugged him over onto his back. His pulse quickened as she climbed atop him and started into his eyes from mere inches away. "Good," she said decisively. Harry smiled at his wife, and moments later they were lost in a kiss that would quickly lead to things that Harry could never even have imagined before all this started. Perhaps the tournament was a good thing after all. The remainder of the week passed rapidly, and then it was gone, and the threatened Order of Merlin presentation was suddenly upon them. Harry wasn't even remotely thrilled about this. He truly did not want to be seen in the same light as Pettigrew, Lockhart, and Dumbledore. But Fleur had convinced him of the utility, and so here he was. He was surprised that Dumbledore hadn't tried to put a stop to it, but Fleur suggested that it was simply political capital that he didn't want to expend. Harry thought she was probably right. The man's notable absence from the proceedings, however, was a petty statement that he did not approve. Not that Harry cared. He preferred it that way, in fact. The presentation was taking place in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. While Harry thought that was odd, didn't they have ballrooms or something for this sort of thing? A makeshift stage was set up along one wall, with that particularly obnoxious fountain off to the side where it would not have pride of place. Thank Merlin for small mercies. The stage itself was draped in white, and a lectern stood atop it, awaiting the minister's pleasure. Harry almost expected there to be chairs behind and to either side of it so that he and Fleur could be put on display, but they were mercifully absent. Instead, they would sit in the front row of the audience and be called forward. The room was packed with people, mostly from the upper echelons of society, clustered around various tables full of finger foods. Harry knew few of them, but easily recognized Neville's Gran talking to Madame Bones. Others were far less familiar, though he did vaguely recognize many as members of the Wisengamot. It mattered little. He had no interest in hobnobbing. The scrutiny they were under was distinctly uncomfortable, and it was only Fleur's presence at his side that enabled him to endure it with any level of equanimity. He hated his fame, and he hated attention, and he really didn't feel the need to be on display to receive a pretty bauble, just for defending that unfortunate young woman from Snape's malicious idiocy. And that unfortunate young woman had just found them. She was a thin, average height, next-door sort of girl with brown hair, brown eyes, and a friendly face. Her hair was pulled up in a bun that gave her a severe look a la Professor McGonagall, and that was the only thing that at all obscured the fact that she was probably just out of Hogwarts. "Mr. Potter," she called quietly. Harry smiled slightly at her, but otherwise remained silent as she approached. She seemed nice enough at first glance, but the crowd was pressing in on him as always. It tended to make him not want to speak. "I'm Janice O'Connor," she continued. "I just wanted to thank you. If not for you, I would probably be dead." "You're welcome," he replied softly, though to be fair, if I hadn't been there, Snape might not have cast at all. O'Connor blinked bemusedly, and Fleur chuckled. "Do not mind my husband," she smirked. "He is far too modest for his own good." O'Connor smiled genuinely back at Fleur. "I never would have guessed," she said with a shake of her head. "For all that he's famous, nobody really knows much about him." The conversation might have continued, but O'Connor's eyes suddenly widened as she spotted something over Harry's shoulder. "Sorry, I need to go," she said abruptly. "And Mrs. Potter, you'll just have to forgive me for this." The young woman suddenly reached in and grabbed Harry in a tight hug, finishing the gesture with a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she was gone before he could even respond. A glance at Fleur showed that she was grinning down at him to his relief, but he had little time to contemplate that. O'Connor had clearly been scared away by something, and that something, or rather someone, was now upon them. "One not enough for you, Potter?" came the silky drawl of none other than Lucius Malfoy. The man came around from behind them, cane in hand, acting like he owned the place, as always. Harry internally berated himself. He should have guessed that the elder Malfoy would be here, and should have had a strategy ready for dealing with him. He didn't, though. The only responses that came to mind were childish, jealous Malfoy, and he did not want to be considered so. And so he just raised an eyebrow at the supposedly adult father of his self-appointed schoolyard nemesis. "Is there something we can do for you, Mr. Malfoy?" he asked simply. In the background, a reporter from the Daily Prophet started heading their direction, obviously having overheard the start of the conversation. "Oh, I was just wondering how you convinced your creature to put up with you having real women on the side," was Malfoy's airy response. "They do tend to be rather territorial." Unfortunately for Malfoy, he'd miscalculated. Gasps erupted around them at the boldness of the insult, and Harry noted the widening eyes of the Prophet reporter, who Malfoy had apparently missed in his haste to insult the boy who lived. Yes, this was going to cost the elder Malfoy if Harry had any say in the matter. He could easily feel Fleur's tension through their joined hands, and wasn't about to let this go unanswered. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze to let her know that he would handle it. Many people presumed that Harry was a pushover, but they were very, very wrong. Even Hermione, who was a force of nature most days, would not oppose him when he felt strongly about something. It was, simply put, a losing proposition, and he felt very strongly about insults to his wife. Harry never put on airs and graces, but he had to think quickly. The best way to deal with this, he figured the way that would be most painful to Malfoy, would be to play at the cultured, respectable front that Malfoy only wished he represented. If Malfoy wanted to be an arse, then maybe everybody should know exactly how much of an arse he really was. With that in mind, Harry shook his head slowly in apparent disappointment. "Really, Mr. Malfoy," he sniffed. "You can't find anything to insult me about, so you attempt to insult my wife." Here he took a moment to look away and brush a bit of imaginary lint off his shoulder. "How utterly plebeian," he continued, shaking his head despairingly. "Now I know where Draco gets it from." "You dare," snarled Malfoy. While Harry was fairly certain that Malfoy wouldn't be foolish enough to attack here, he still did a mental check on the location of his wand. Then he turned to his wife, who was staring at Malfoy through narrowed eyes. There were no feathers yet, but it was only a matter of time at the rate the man was going. "This is where his son would say, 'When my father hears about this,'" he confided in an obvious stage whisper. "I'm half expecting to hear when my wife hears about this. She was a black after all, so a bit more impressive than a mere Malfoy." Unexpected laughter erupted from the growing crowd around them, the sort that says that the joke was even funnier because it was true, and everybody knew it. It took all of Harry's considerable willpower to keep the smirk off his face and maintain a politely disinterested look. Fleur was nearly vibrating with mirth, but was likewise mastering it admirably. Malfoy could only stand there in shock at first, and then he transitioned into a simmering, impotent rage. His knuckles turned white where his hands were wrapped around the head of his cane, and his eyes narrowed into angry slits. Harry mentally chalked up a point for himself, though he was certain he'd just borrowed a fair bit of trouble for the future. And then Sebastian showed up. He had perfect timing. "Well, isn't this interesting?" he opined, easily pushing through the crowd that had begun to develop around them. "A Death Eater attempting to heiress the child credited with the defeat of his Dark Lord. I do hope the Aurors are paying attention." "You dare," hissed Malfoy again, even more incensed now. "I was under the Imperious curse." "Everyone knows that. Everyone knows you're a weak-minded fool," countered Sebastian, causing the crowd this time to suck in a collective breath. "That went without saying," he continued blithely. "But really, Monsieur Malfoy, if you want me to believe that you are not a willing Death Eater, then you will ave to state it under Veritaserum or magical oath." After a brief pause, Sebastian continued, "Something you never did, I might add. Would you like to?" gesturing at a tall, dark-skinned, red-robed Auror who was approaching from the same direction as the reporter he finished. "I am certain one of the fine Aurors present ere would be 'appy to 'elp out." And Harry immediately recognized that the game had just radically changed. Where he was merely trying to make Malfoy look like the buffoon he was, preferably in front of the press, Sebastian was going for the jugular. Harry approved wholeheartedly given the man's history, and certainly wasn't going to sit it out. He certainly hadn't forgotten his second year. "I'll even cover the cost if you choose the Veritaserum," he offered with utmost seriousness, all pretense suddenly falling away. "If you truly are innocent, then society should know that beyond doubt, Mr. Malfoy. We wouldn't want people to think that you would happily torture or murder them if they opposed you, would we? That is what Death Eaters did, you know." Malfoy's complexion got progressively paler, something Harry didn't think was possible for the albino prick, as he and Sebastian double-teamed him. It would seem that nobody had ever dared to call him out on his imperious defense in public before. Nobody had ever challenged him to prove it. "You're going to meet a sticky end, boy," Lucius growled suddenly, glaring down at Harry. "Just like your parents before you." The crowd gasped again, and Harry felt Fleur's tension ratchet up a few notches next to him. But Sebastian was on the ball. "Auror," he called calmly, turning to the man who had come up behind Malfoy. "This man just threatened the life of my son-in-law. I wish to press charges, and as my son-in-law is not of age and is in my care, I do have that authority." "I heard," rumbled the Auror. "Lucius Malfoy, you are under arrest for deadly threats against the head of an ancient house. Surrender your wand." Harry decided that Sebastian's charge wasn't good enough, though. It was too easy to wriggle out of it with word games. Not that he thought Malfoy wouldn't escape what he had in mind, but it was worth a shot. And to that end, add a charge of attempted murder 2 years ago, he added helpfully. "He tried to cast the killing curse on me, but got dumped on his arse by a house elf before he could finish it. I'd have pressed charges at the time, but you know how it is at Hogwarts." Harry, and most of the impromptu audience gathered around them, expected little more than a nasty retort from Malfoy. If they were lucky, that would be followed by Malfoy being dragged off to a holding cell for the night. Harry was certain the man would be free again by the morning. What they got, however, was not what they expected, at all. "So noted, Mr. Potter," agreed the Auror. "We'll need you to come in and give an official statement on the incident, however." "Of course," nodded Harry. The conversation might have continued, except that Malfoy, who had yet to be restrained, suddenly snatched his wand out of the handle of his cane and whipped it up to point at Harry. "Avada! Stupefy." Far from being an idiot, Harry had been on edge and ready for a fight from the moment he saw the man. They had also been backing him into a corner, which, while richly deserved, was also dangerous. Malfoy was a killer, of this he was certain. And so, quite fortunately, he was prepared. It just so happened that a stunner was far faster to cast than the killing curse, and Fleur had apparently had the same thoughts. She had cast right along with him. He smiled up at her in thanks, and she just gave him a one-armed hug, her wand still held steady in her other hand. Meanwhile, silence spread through the room, followed by quiet, shocked murmurs as more and more people realized, or were informed of what had just transpired. Lucius Malfoy had just tried and failed to kill the boy who lived, in public. "I guess that makes it 2 counts of attempted murder," mused Sebastian idly. Harry just nodded in agreement with his father-in-law. For once he could actually be calm in the middle of yet another storm. It was so nice having a family to help him. It took a short while to get Malfoy corralled and off to a holding cell, and Harry spent that time considering the events of the evening so far, and couldn't help but feel that he was missing something. Malfoy wasn't a total idiot, and what he'd just done was clearly an idiot's move. He had just attempted to cast the killing curse in public for no real reason. Why would he do this? He asked nobody in particular. I'm sure he could have gotten out of anything we threw at him. Actually, no, said the Auror, glancing up from the pad he was scribbling on, having just finished interviewing Sebastian. Underage or not, you are the head of an ancient house, Mr. Potter. While purebloods are exempt from the use of Veritaserum under most circumstances, that does not apply to those accused of crimes against the heirs or heads of ancient or noble houses. It's one of the few exceptions to that law. Auror Shacklebolt is correct, agreed Sebastian. I was going to use that exception to try to get I.M. to confess under Veritaserum to being a Death Eater. That law, by the way, is why Voldemort himself was almost always the one to target Eyres or Eads of Ooze during the war. Shacklebolt nodded his agreement with Sebastian's point. It's also why Bellatrix Lestrange and her ilk ended up in Azkaban where so many others didn't. Switching tracks, he then explained, "Unless you were falsely accusing him, Malfoy was headed for Azkaban. Since he decided to go out with a bang, I can easily deduce that your accusation was true." Harry just shook his head. "I really wish people would explain these things to me. I really would have dealt with him 2 years ago if I'd known." "You will learn awry," his father-in-law reassured him. "It will just take some time is all." "Eat worked out in Z end," grinned an eminently satisfied Fleur. "He certainly got more than he bargained for from his insults." Harry couldn't suppress his smirk at that thought. The commotion from the arrest was surprisingly short-lived. They simply dragged Malfoy off to a holding cell, one that he was now unlikely to get out of via bribes given the oh-so-public nature of the offense, briefly interviewed a few people, and that was that. Harry, Fleur, and her father were so nonchalant about the whole thing, both during and after, that it turned into something of a non-event. Fleur could only think of that as a good thing. It made Malfoy look utterly incompetent, and the rest of the Death Eaters would lose a lot of their mystique as a result. Malfoy was known to be one of their most dangerous, even if people were pretending that he was innocent. It would likely be a long time before the true effects would be known, however. Narcissa Malfoy, on the other hand, was no fool. She had stayed away from the confrontation, and after it was over she cautiously approached Harry and Fleur and offered an unreserved apology for the behavior of her husband on behalf of House Malfoy. Harry, of course, accepted, albeit with a polite, veiled warning to let her son know that things had changed. He clearly wasn't going to tolerate Draco Malfoy's bull any longer, and Draco was his father's son. Even Fleur knew that, merely as a guest in the castle. Harry's "when my father hears" comment was spot on, as the British liked to say, and every student from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang already knew it. Minister Fudge arrived, fashionably late, of course, only 10 minutes after Malfoy had been removed from play. It didn't take long for him to learn of it, and he was positively stunned. Worse for him, he couldn't blame Harry, since Harry had been polite the entire time, and Malfoy had led with insults to Harry's wife. That was considered grounds for a duel in wizarding high society, so it was considered to be purely Malfoy's fault. Fudge proved to be slightly less incompetent than Fleur would have imagined from Harry's stories, however. He quickly recovered. "I say, I never would have expected this of Lucius. Of course he'll see justice," and eventually moved on with the ceremony. It didn't take long, they were the only 2 recipients, and then it was on to the reception. Perhaps wisely, Fudge did not ask them to make speeches. For her part, Fleur stuck to her husband like glue. She well remembered how hard the wedding reception was on him, and this was very similar. She simply stayed as close as she was able, and offered whatever support she could. Everyone wanted to shake their hands, and a sizable percentage of the crowd, including many Wisengamot members, also wanted to congratulate them on the successful takedown of Lucius Malfoy. The man was notorious, and had made very few friends. Madame Bones also stopped to chat, and to congratulate them on the Malfoy incident, over which she was genuinely thrilled, and introduced Augusta Longbottom briefly at the same time, though Harry already knew of her, by sight at the least. Fleur gathered very quickly that the woman was Neville's grandmother. She rather pitied the boy. Augusta Longbottom absolutely epitomized the term. Dragon Lady, the ugly stuffed vulture she wore on her hat notwithstanding. It wasn't until almost the end of the evening, however, that Minister Fudge finally found the opportunity to corner them privately. "Mr. Potter," he said, his bearing giving every appearance of genuine remorse, "I'm truly sorry about what happened earlier. I don't know what's gotten into Lucius, but rest assured that justice will be done. If there is anything I can do for you." Fleur certainly didn't miss the calculating look that flitted over Harry's features, and she doubted that Fudge did either. She had a suspicion of where he would go with it, and sure enough, "Actually, there is one thing," he said thoughtfully. "Oh," inquired Fudge, a sudden bout of nerves showing in the way he started twirling his bowler hat with his fingers. "You remember, of course, what happened last year," he said quietly. And then he held a hand up to stall Fudge before the man could arc up. "I know that you were blatantly lied to by Snape and probably Dumbledore," he continued, "but we know better about those 2 now, don't we?" Fudge's expression went from surprise to deep thought at that statement. The bowler stilled in his hands. "Snape hated the man in school, and for whatever reason hates me," he explained, "so there's no surprise that he would lie about what he saw. As for Dumbledore, he needed Sirius out of the way to keep control of me, because Sirius Black is my godfather and would have taken custody. Fudge's eyes widened at this bit of information. It was clear that he hadn't known that before. "We told you the truth," said Harry quietly. "Pettigrew is alive. Sirius is innocent. If you truly want to help me, then help me by arranging a trial for Sirius. He never had one." "A trial?" inquired Fudge in genuine surprise. "Of course," confirmed Harry. "That way he can prove his innocence beyond the shadow of a doubt." Unlike Lucius Malfoy was left unsaid, but Fleur, and probably the minister, heard it just fine. It was also a good point. A pardon wouldn't be enough to satisfy the public. And with magical France pushing for a trial anyway, Fleur could see the minister dithering, and decided to give another small push, though she ensured her allure was locked down as tight as she could manage. It wouldn't do to get caught using it for something like this, nor would she ever dream of it. It would be magnifique, would it not? She mused absently. Correcting Z miscarriage of justice from Z. How do you say? Z previous administration, non. It would be so heroic. She's right, smiled Harry. But then he turned serious again. And while I don't know for sure, I'd be willing to bet that Dumbledore's name is all over him being sent to Azkaban without a trial in the first place. Fudge slowly started to nod. It was easy to see the wheels turning in his head. "You might be right about that, Harry," he said. "Let me see what I can do. I believe Mr. Black is in France, so perhaps we can get him here for a trial." "I would be very grateful, Minister," smiled Harry, and that made Fudge's day. Nearly 2 months had now passed since the wedding. It didn't seem that long, and yet, to Harry, at least, it felt like a lot longer. In that time, they had managed to get Snape convicted and sentenced to Azkaban, received orders of Merlin over the incident he caused in the aftermath, lost Ron as a friend. Harry transferred to Beauxbatons to thwart Dumbledore's control, and got Lucius Malfoy arrested for attempted murder. It was a lot for only 2 months, but that seemed to be the story of Harry's life. Things in the castle went on mostly unchanged, with the exception being that Harry and Hermione no longer took all of their classes with their year mates. They did take McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout up on their offers, though. All 3 were excellent teachers. They weren't too fussed about any of the other classes, though, and simply did self-study there. Dumbledore could be seen staring at them at almost every meal, but they generally ignored him. One thing Harry was still waiting for was an announcement of a trial for his godfather. The minister had seemed sincere in his agreement to arrange it, but it had yet to happen. He combed through the paper every day, but so far there was nothing. Today, however, something else was afoot, as was soon made apparent by the sudden murmurs spreading in the Great Hall. Goblins eject Dumbledore from Gringotts. By Daphne Love in a bizarre scene on Tuesday afternoon, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, was physically thrown from Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley by a pack of security goblins. Bystanders reported that Dumbledore was yelling at the goblins in their native language during the incident, but nobody was available to translate. The goblins then closed the doors and refused to readmit him. While they would not share specific reasons, a spokesgoblin for Gringotts had this to say: "Mr. Dumbledore has deeply offended the Goblin Nation. He is no longer welcome on any Goblin lands, including Gringotts Wizard Bank. This decision will stand until such time as our ruler sees fit to revoke it." So what does this mean for Dumbledore? Nothing was said about his accounts, so we can only assume that he will be able to access them by proxy. But what did he do to anger the goblins? While they are known for reacting harshly when offended, it is not easy to offend a goblin. Questions are piling up surrounding Albus Dumbledore. Is he suffering from some form of mental breakdown? With his recent impassioned defense of convicted child abuser and Death Eater Severus Snape, and now his ejection from Gringotts, one can only wonder. Perhaps we should borrow from the words of Fleur Potter, who recently verbally accosted him in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. If he cannot remember her proper name, and does not know what goes on in his own school, then what else is he forgetting, and how much is he missing? Harry just stared at the article. It was one thing for the goblins to throw Dumbledore out. It was inevitable, really, once they knew the nature of his transgressions against Harry, but for Dumbledore to make a scene in the alley for all to see. It seemed that the man was well and truly losing his touch. "An amateur mistake," opined Fleur from next to him. "Never let them see you sweat, I believe is the phrase." "I have to agree with you there," frowned Neville from across the table. "Gran would skin me alive if I made that kind of scene in public. It's just not done." "I don't think he's used to losing," Hermione guessed. It's putting him off his game, but don't underestimate him. If he adapts, he could still be very dangerous. Nobody disagreed with that sentiment. Everyone in the hall was so focused on the issue with Dumbledore and the goblins, however, that they almost missed an even more momentous occasion, described by a long article buried on page 3. Lucius Malfoy sentenced to life in Azkaban by L. MacDonald. After a trial that lasted for nearly a week, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, 40, was sentenced late last night to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban prison. While the trial itself was the result of events that took place at the awarding of the Order of Merlin to Harry and Fleur Potter, the final list of charges stems largely, though not entirely, from the previous war. Before the ceremony, Malfoy was heard to insult Fleur Potter. This led to her father, Sebastian Delacour, challenging the validity of Malfoy's famous claim of being under the Imperious Curse when serving He Who Must Not Be Named. Harry Potter even offered to pay for Veritaserum to ensure that the truth was known, ostensibly to protect Malfoy's reputation. It was shortly thereafter that Malfoy attempted to kill Potter with the killing curse right there in the Ministry atrium. He failed. Both Potters stunned him before he could complete the casting. While he was convicted of that, and one other charge of attempted murder against Potter, it was his crimes in the last war that took so long to adjudicate. It was conclusively proven under Veritaserum that Lucius Malfoy was not, in fact, under Imperius. He willingly took his Dark Lord's mark. Once that was known, his actions during the war were deeply questioned. This revealed a sordid history of torture, rape, and murder going back more than 20 years. Lucius Malfoy, who always portrayed himself as a pillar of our society, has now been revealed as the lowest of the low. Minister Fudge was appalled by the crimes of his longtime benefactor. "I had no idea," he told this reporter. "If I had, I would have had him arrested a long time ago. It's absolutely disgusting. If the last administration had simply not let these people go without proper questioning, then this would have been dealt with long ago." Fudge was, of course, referring to former Minister Bagnold and Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, who worked together to arrange amnesty for the supposedly Imperius Death Eaters, without any form of surety such as Veritaserum. The final nail in the proverbial coffin, however, was much more recent. It was proven that, 2 years ago, Malfoy unleashed on the innocent students of Hogwarts a dangerous artifact that once belonged to his Dark Lord. A half-dozen students were petrified, and it was nothing short of a miracle that no children were killed. The culprit, a 60-foot-long, 1,000-year-old basilisk that in the end was killed not by Albus Dumbledore, but instead by Harry Potter, who was only 12 years old at the time. It is our view at the Daily Prophet that Mr. Potter deserves another Order of Merlin for that alone. The creation and release of a basilisk is considered one of the most heinous crimes a wizard can commit. While Malfoy may not have created the creature, his actions saw it released. His actual sentence was 10 lifetimes for that alone, a symbolic gesture by the Wisengamot indicating that his crimes are well beyond forgiveness. Other sanctions include a hefty fine against the Malfoy estate that will reduce their coffers to a mere shadow of what they once were. More than 9/10 of the value of the estate will be split amongst the Ministry, the victims of the basilisk, and Potter, who saved our children by slaying the beast. Only time will tell how the rest of the Malfoy family will weather this devastating blow, brought upon them by their own head of house committing countless atrocities that no right-minded witch or wizard would ever even contemplate. Given the nature of the mentions of his name in the article, Harry was relieved that it was buried. He didn't need any more attention. Of course, that lasted right up until Draco Malfoy found it only moments later, at which point the fact that it was buried lost all relevance. "Potter!" he roared from the Slytherin table. Then he surged up from his seat. "This is your fault. You're dead, Potter." Harry quickly got to his feet, along with his friends. Unlike with the boy's father, he had no need to hide that he was ready to fight, and drew his wand without hesitation. He was dimly aware of his wife and friends readying themselves as well. It was only seconds later that the first curse was cast from halfway across the hall, even as Malfoy rushed toward him, his face a rictus of hatred. "Diffindo!" the boy roared. Screams erupted from the other students, and they dove under the house tables. Flitwick and McGonagall, 2 of the 4 adults at the head table, the other 2 being Vector and Dumbledore, rose and started hurrying their way. Dumbledore just sat there, and Vector wasn't a fighter. For his part, Harry batted the spell into a wall, where it obliterated a chunk of stone and sprayed everyone nearby with the resulting dust and grit. Lucius was responsible for his own crimes, Malfoy, he said clearly. If you want to join him in Azkaban, then by all means continue and I'll put you down and turn you over to the Aurors. Otherwise, go sit down. Now. But Malfoy wasn't capable of listening, not that he ever had been. He was nearly at point-blank range now, and his wand came up again. AVADA, he began, only to be put down by no less than 7 stunners before he could finish. 2 from Harry and Fleur, 2 from Neville and Hermione, 2 from the Weasley twins, and 1 from Ginny, who was sitting at the next table over at the time. She was one of the few others not to dive under the tables. A stark silence fell as Malfoy collapsed, and McGonagall and Flitwick finally arrived. What is Z saying? Mused Fleur after a moment. Like father, like son, Harry snorted, but otherwise ignored her for the moment, no matter how accurate the comment was. Neville, he called, please go call Madame Bones and tell her we need Aurors here. I've got it, Harry, called Susan from elsewhere in the hall. That won't be necessary, Miss Bones, said Dumbledore, finally standing up from his throne. There's no need to involve the Aurors. If they thought it had been silent before, the silence now was positively deafening. The entire student body, plus a couple of dozen students from 2 foreign schools, had clearly heard the boy start the incantation for the killing curse. And now Dumbledore was going to try to excuse it. Everyone was stunned. Susan, Neville, both of you go now, growled Harry suddenly. Stay together and don't let anyone interfere. They went. That's not necessary, Harry, said Dumbledore in a placating tone of voice, as the rest of the school started climbing out form under the tables. He is simply overwrought. I'm sure he didn't mean it. That the feathers barely stopped sprouting at the base of Fleur's neck was a testament to her struggle to contain her anger. "'E just tried to murder my husband with Z killing curse right in front of you," she growled with slow deliberation. "And you say 'e did not mean it. You are insensate." "And that's to say nothing of the other students he endangered in the process," agreed Harry. "I don't care if he was overwrought, as you say. He just tried to kill me, headmaster, and I will see him charged for that." "I'm sure," started Dumbledore. "Nothing can ever excuse the use of an unforgivable curse, Albus." Flitwick suddenly rode over the top of him. "That's why they're called unforgivable in the first place." But even had he not tried to use that curse, using any potentially lethal curse in an offensive manner, as he did with the cutting curse he cast, is grounds for immediate and unconditional expulsion. "Now, Phileas." "Stop," roared Flitwick. "This is not a discussion, Albus. If you try to quash this, you will be looking for a new staff before the end of the day, and that's assuming you're not in a ministry holding cell yourself. And we will be advising every parent to pull their children out, because the headmaster cares more for the happiness and well-being of a would-be murderer than for the safety of their innocent children." Harry could see the majority of heads nodding in agreement with the sentiment, and Dumbledore looked completely flummoxed by the resistance. Silence reigned for almost a full minute as Flitwick and Dumbledore stared each other down. And just when Dumbledore looked like he was going to speak again, "Don't even think about it, Albus," McGonagall warned flatly. "I agree with Phileas, as I think does everyone else in this room bar you." Dumbledore huffed. "This is my school, Minerva," he complained. "No, it's damn well not," came a stern voice from the entrance hall. Harry turned in time to see Madame Bones striding briskly into the room with a number of Aurors in tow, including Auror Tonks, who winked at him when she saw him looking. He couldn't help but smile back a little. She seemed like a nice lady, even if her hair was an odd shade of purple today. "Hogwarts belongs to Britain," Bones continued, "and its policies and procedures are set by the Board of Governors. You don't get to reinterpret the rules as you see fit, Dumbledore. You may only enforce them as written. A headmaster is an administrator, not a bloody dictator." Dumbledore looked like he'd sucked on a lemon at that statement, probably because he knew it to be true. Not that he wouldn't go back to doing things his own way the moment Madame Bones was out the door. It was his way after all. After examining the scene, including determining the last spells cast by the various wands involved, Bones turned to Harry. "What happened?" she asked simply. "He saw the article in the Daily Prophet about his dad going to prison and decided to take it out on me," sighed Harry. "He cast a cutting curse at me and tried to cast the killing curse, and I want him charged with both. If he could do that in public without a care, I shudder to think what he will eventually get up to when nobody is looking." "Shacklebolt," called Bones. "Cuff him and put him in a holding cell." "Yes, ma'am," responded the same Auror that had arrested Lucius, and then he was moving. "Is this really necessary, Amelia?" protested Dumbledore. "Yes," said Bones flatly. "This is a criminal matter, Dumbledore. He broke one of our highest laws, and you should have been the one reporting it, not the one trying to sweep it under the rug. Hogwarts is a school. It is not the DMLE or the courts." "But he's just a young boy," protested Dumbledore, "and he had quite the shock this morning. I'm sure he wouldn't have done this under normal circumstances." "I don't care, Dumbledore," ground out Bones. "I don't care. Anyone who can cast a killing curse without thought can cast it with malice aforethought. We don't need that kind of person running loose in our society." That statement brought a massive round of applause from almost every student in the hall, to Dumbledore's obvious horror, including many of the Slytherins, Harry noted with interest. "Sucks to be Malfoy," noted a twin under cover of the din. "Yup," agreed the other. "Looks like the Dementors will be taking delivery of a pet ferret. They even have a cage all ready for him," agreed the first. Draco Malfoy's exodus from Hogwarts was all anyone could talk about for the week. The Burke had been lording it over everyone in the castle for 4 years running, and now he was suddenly gone. And even better, it was all down to his own stupidity. Who else would have had the immense arrogance required to make a lethal run at someone right there in the great hall in front of everyone? And then, adding fuel to the fire, there was Albus Dumbledore's abortive attempt to keep the matter out of the legal arena. It was one thing to excuse a minor schoolyard fracas, but a literal attempted murder. The students were suddenly seeing the headmaster in a very different light. Between Snape and Malfoy, they were left wondering if their esteemed headmaster had ever given even the slightest damn about the well-being of the innocent children he was responsible for. It was likely that their sentiments were winging their way back to their parents attached to a veritable parliament of owls, and as far as Fleur was concerned, that could only help. Many of the students had family who were on the Wisengamot. Some even had parents who were involved. Every little hit to Dumbledore's reputation among the members strengthened their ability to deal with him when the time came. And then Malfoy's surprisingly rapid conviction was reported, and that took over as the topic of choice for the week following. Unlike his father, Draco did not get life in Azkaban, but he did receive a 10-year sentence. The difference was down to his age, and the fact that he did not successfully cast an unforgivable. Of course, from what Fleur knew of Azkaban, he would be very lucky to survive it, let alone with his sanity intact. The British Wisengamot, like Madame Bones, apparently did not want that sort of person running loose in society. Who knew? And once more Albus Dumbledore managed to shoot himself in the foot, as the Muggles would say. Specifically, he chose to act as defense barrister for the younger Malfoy and failed miserably. Draco Malfoy was convicted on his own words. A lifetime of arrogance learned at his father's knee led him to believe that his money would get him out of anything, money that he didn't seem to realize he no longer had, at that, and thus he saw no issue with admitting his intentions, fully and openly. Dumbledore's defense was sunk before it could even get started, and he was left with nothing more than egg on his face. The Daily Prophet took great delight in rubbing his nose in it over the course of the week. This was, again, all to the good. If the public thought that Dumbledore was losing it, then anyone continuing to support him would be seen in the same light. They weren't there yet. Dumbledore had a lot of nearly fanatical supporters that they would have to convince, but every little bit helped. The old man took to glaring at the Potters at every available opportunity, but as before they simply ignored him. But while all this was going on amongst the Hogwarts contingent, Harry was getting more and more unsettled by the lack of news regarding a trial for his godfather. Fleur could understand this. The man was completely innocent of the crimes he was accused of, and they had handed the minister an easy way to save face when he corrected it. They were both starting to wonder if the minister's apparent sincerity had been too good to be true. Fortunately for all concerned, their fears were put to rest with the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Fleur sensed her father's hand in the announcement, too, as it took yet another not-so-veiled swipe at Dumbledore. Sirius Black, Guilty or Innocent, by Cordelia Chase. In a surprising move late yesterday evening, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge announced that a trial will soon be held for Sirius Orion Black III, on the matter of the betrayal of the Potter family to he who must not be named on that infamous Halloween night in 1981. This has raised a great many questions, not least of which is, why bother with a new trial for a convicted Death Eater? That question has the simplest and yet most shocking of answers. Sirius Black was never convicted of the crimes in question. In fact, he was never even tried in the first place. He was simply arrested and tossed into Azkaban without any investigation whatsoever. Black's guilt has been called into question by events that I can't speak of due to the ongoing investigation, stated Minister Fudge. I can't say which way the trial will go. I can only say that we will get to the truth and act accordingly to rectify this error by the previous administration if needed. Error, indeed. Every single Death Eater had a trial after the end of the war, save one, Sirius Black. Even the likes of Bellatrix Lestrange and recently convicted Lucius Malfoy had trials. But not Black. Why? The answer to that question is currently unknown. The who, however, is well documented. Official records from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement show that the transfer to Azkaban was signed off by 3 people. Bartemius Crouch, then head of the DMLE, Millicent Bagnold, then Minister of Magic, and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore as Chief Warlock. One can't help but notice that Albus Dumbledore's competence is once more called into question. What is going on with our esteemed Chief Warlock? Has it been going on longer than we thought? Perhaps it is time to investigate Albus Dumbledore and find out once and for all if he is fit to hold the positions of power he currently enjoys. Yes, it's about time, crowed Harry, who had been reading over her shoulder. Smiling, she wrapped an arm around him and drew him close. Padfoot will be pleased, she predicted. There is no date, though. I'm sure your dad will let us know, he replied. Now we just have to hope that the Wisengamot is mostly honest, fretted Hermione. It'll be fine, opined Neville. Malfoy was the source of a lot of bribes according to Gran. Without him, there aren't as many willing to spread gold around. And with House Malfoy sidelined, I can't think of anyone else who would benefit from stopping Black being declared innocent. Not to mention that nobody wants to be on Harry's bad side, said one of the twins. Once they find out that Padfoot is Harry's godfather, they'll know that they have to be honest or face the consequences, agreed the other. Harrikins has a pretty good track record lately, noted the first. They won't want to go against that, said the other. They're right, agreed Neville. Harry is popular right now, and they won't want to be seen to be on the wrong side of him. Harry blinked at this information, and Fleur gave him another squeeze. His aversion to fame was one of his better qualities as far as she was concerned. It was unlikely he would ever let it go to his head. Instead, he would avoid it as much as possible. Late that night, all 4 champions stood quietly just off the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, staring at Ludo Bagman's retreating back. They had just been informed of the nature of the 3rd task of the tournament. It was going to be a maze, as if they couldn't tell that simply by the state of the pitch. Harry was not nearly as much of a Quidditch nut as, say, Ron Weasley. Even Victor Crumb wasn't that obsessive about Quidditch, and that was saying something, but he still thought it sacrilege. Then again, he also thought it horribly unfair for those that wanted to play professionally that they canceled Quidditch this year in the first place. And all for a tournament with only a single competitor from Hogwarts. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, he turned back to the problem at hand. A maze wasn't so bad, but the fact that it would be full of some of Hagrid's more interesting creatures certainly was. Harry, more than most, had a fair idea of what kinds of creatures might be involved there. But what could he do about it? Before he could figure that out, though, his train of thought was interrupted by Cedric Diggory of all people. Is it just me, wondered the real Hogwarts champion, or is this tournament a complete joke? The audience will be staring at the outside of the maze for however long. They won't be able to see a single thing. Harry thought Cedric was right on all counts, and his mind started churning. If he and Fleur weren't the only ones who thought this was a useless exercise, then that might open up some options. Duh, agreed Victor. They stared at the Vader for an hour in the last task. I wonder who thought of that. Dumbledore or Bagman, probably, mused Harry absently. They all fell silent for a moment, and he continued to turn over the problem in his head. He had an idea that he thought would be fitting, but he wasn't sure how the others would take it. Well, Fleur he could predict, but Cedric and Crumb. What if we stuck it to the tournament for this task? He blurted before he could stop himself. What do you have in mind? Asked Crumb curiously. Non, not air, frowned Fleur, who was studying Harry intently. I know this look. Let us take this somewhere more private. Surprisingly, both of their fellow champions were amenable, and they quickly made the trek to the Beauxbatons' carriage, which the other two had never seen the inside of before. Had they waited even just another minute or two before leaving the pitch, then something more interesting might have happened, but as it stood, they arrived without incident. Fleur led them all into their suite, which thankfully had a reasonably sized sitting room. While she went to gather some drinks, Harry settled into an armchair and ignored the others while trying to think things through. There were no rules against his idea so far as he knew. It was just a matter of selling it to his fellow competitors. And then they would have to deal with the fallout, which was much harder to predict. He absently took a swig from a butter beer that his wife handed him and thought for a moment longer before she finally prodded him. Now Zen, mon amour, she said. Why don't you tell us what is putting that expression on your face? Harry shook himself and focused back in, first on Fleur's beautiful face, but then he took a hard look at Victor and Cedric. He didn't know either of them well, but he knew them well enough to think that they would hear him out. Their expressions were serious ones, so he started talking. One of the points of this tournament is to, how did they put it, improve international cooperation, right? Not the words they used, said Cedric, but yeah, that's a big part of it. Why? I was just thinking that competing against each other isn't very cooperative, is it? Harry grinned. Fleur got it instantly, her eyes widened, and a malicious sparkle appeared there. She, like him, was very angry with the tournament organizers. Madame Maxime only got a pass because she had nothing to do with the task selection, and also had genuinely apologized to Fleur shortly after their wedding for getting her mixed up in it. Cedric was a little slower, but then he blinked, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Crumb was apparently more of a thinker than Harry had given him credit for. He stared off into space for a long moment, the gears almost visibly turning in his head before he turned a focused, interested expression on Harry. "What did you have in mind?" he asked simply. "We work together," said Harry simply. "We all wait for everyone and go in together. We beat the maze together, and then we all take the cup together and win the tournament together." Were Harry anyone else, such a suggestion might have seemed utterly self-serving. But this was Harry Potter, who was currently legitimately tied for first place, and with only a fraction of the education the other three had. That he was known to be almost completely selfless to begin with certainly didn't hurt either. "Oh my," breathed Fleur. "That would be Merveilleux." Harry grinned tightly at her. "I hate to say it, but I'm really liking this plan," admitted Cedric with a growing smile. "Especially given the kinds of creatures Hagrid is likely to put in that maze." Crumb, who had been studying Harry intently, raised one bushy eyebrow at Cedric. "Will they be that bad?" he wondered. "Oh yeah," nodded Cedric. "Hagrid has no idea what is actually dangerous to normal people." "Then I like it," nodded Crumb. "Are we all in then?" asked Cedric. "I am." "Duh," nodded Crumb. "I no longer care oo weens," shrugged Fleur. "I am een." There was a brief silence. Harry, for his part, was busy staring off into space. Another idea had occurred to him that could make the task trivially simple to accomplish. A poke from his wife brought him back out of his thoughts, though. "Huh," he blinked. Then he mentally replayed the conversation in his head. "Oh, yeah, I'm in." "What were you thinking about?" wondered Fleur. "Your mind was elsewhere." "Oh, I just had an even worse idea is all. We'd have to check the rules to see if it would work, though." Cedric studied him for a moment before he finally leaned back and raised his butterbeer in salute. "You've had one good idea tonight," he said. "Why not try for two? I've got the time." "I have nowhere else to be," smirked Crumb. "And I am already at home," grinned Fleur. Harry smirked and explained his idea. And they laughed long and hard, each of them envisioning the scene. Only a few very minor tweaks were needed to flesh it out, and presuming the rules allowed it, they were ready to go. And so it was settled. They were going to work together, and they were going to make an absolute mockery of the tournament. "Did you look at the rules?" "Yup, there basically aren't any." "What?" "We can't start with anything but our wand, but that was the only restriction." Bon. The third task was going to be very interesting indeed. Not much happened over the next few days, a fact for which Fleur was grateful. Things in Harry's life tended to move rather rapidly by her standards, and she occasionally felt like she might get swept away. The calmer things were, the happier she was. Harry felt no differently, but he was clearly much more accustomed to the pace that fate forced upon him. Another thing that helped her mood was that they knew exactly what to do for the last task, and Cedric and Victor would be joining them. It was so simple and so obvious that it really would make a total mockery of the tournament. She could only see that as a good thing, and it required no training time, which was even better. When Monday rolled around, they went right back to their normal schedules. For Fleur, this meant sitting around in the Beauxbatons carriage and studying on her own. Harry and Hermione did so about half the time. They had just sat down for the afternoon session, in fact, and were happily studying. Fleur noted that Harry looked sleepy, but ignored it. It had long since become clear that he was a very hard worker, and that he occasionally overdid things. One extra nap wouldn't hurt anything if he fell asleep, and might help in fact, so she didn't see the need to bother him. While one might expect that Hermione might be annoyed by his lacking attention, she wasn't. She had noted the extreme improvement in his grades since joining the Delacour family, and so kept her own counsel. She didn't care how he studied, as long as he studied enough to do well in classes. Fleur only knew this because they had discussed it a few weeks prior. It was a very new sensation having a friend at all, let alone a female one, and she certainly wasn't complaining. She also easily saw why Harry liked the girl. While she had her quirks to be certain, she was also extremely intelligent, and her morals and ethics were right where they should be. She'd had to nip SBEW in the bud, though. Fortunately, however, the proper information had taken care of that very quickly. Elves were not slaves, they were symbiotic. Once Hermione understood that, it was fine. Well, that and calling her out on the name. For such an intelligent girl, she could occasionally miss the blazingly obvious, and Harry was too overly polite at times to mention it. Smiling faintly to herself at the thought, she moved aside her arithmancy work and pulled her runes book over. Ancient runes was a favorite of hers, so she almost always saved it for last. She was just getting into it, though, when she was interrupted. Harry let out a pained scream and suddenly sat bolt upright, wild-eyed and breathing heavily, one hand over the famous scar on his forehead. Both girls moved like lightning. Hermione took to his side and put an arm around him, clearly thinking that he might have had a bad dream. This was far from impossible. He'd had more than a few since they started sleeping in the same bed, but some deeply rooted instinct told her otherwise. She knelt in front of him and looked him in the eye, nodding the way that he locked onto her gaze, drinking her in as he slowly settled. "Awry," she prompted. "Vision," he grunted. "Voldemort, not fun." Fleur furrowed her brow in worry. "You add a vision," she echoed. "What did you see?" "He was mad about something," he explained, his voice still pained and breathy. "Don't know what. Wormtail screwed up somehow, but they fixed it. He put the Cruciatus on him to punish him. That was when I woke up." His voice got even smaller as he added, "It really hurt." Fleur left it to Hermione to offer him physical comfort for a moment and closed her eyes as she contemplated the possible ramifications of this. She did not know how it was possible, but she was certain that his curse scar had something to do with it. They were going to have to figure this out, and soon. The fact that Voldemort might be active was, frankly, terrifying. They had discussed his vision over the summer, and she had no doubt that he would not lie about such things. This meant that they had a serious problem. They could not fight both Voldemort and Dumbledore at the same time by any stretch of the imagination, and she was certain that Voldemort would target Harry for the mere fact of his survival so many years ago. What concerned her more immediately, though, was the way he shuddered when he mentioned the Cruciatus curse. He was not one to give in to pain. He'd experienced far too much of it in his life for it to hold much sway over him, and so to admit that something hurt spoke volumes. And since she had been taught what to look for, she was even more concerned. She had never seen it before, but from what they had been taught, he was showing all the signs of exposure to that awful curse. "You need to see a healer, or Rye," she told him quietly. "This should not be a penning, and I do not like eat." "Fine," he said with a shake of his head. Fleur shook her head. "Non, you are not," she retorted, and then snorted at Hermione, who grinned wryly back, having echoed her sentiment at the same time. "You are suffering from that curse," she continued, "but that is not what I meant. They need to examine your scar, or Rye. We must know how this is a penning in case it is a problem." Harry groaned and leaned forward, and Fleur gently wrapped her arms around him so he could rest his head on her shoulder. She knew that this was not an act of physical pain or exhaustion, but rather his dislike of healers speaking. The Hogwarts healer had not done him any favors, constantly shoving nasty-tasting potions down his throat, and it was something she was deeply annoyed by. Potions did not taste bad unless the maker wanted them to, or was a rank amateur. This was magic, not chemistry. "She's right, Harry," Hermione chimed in. It's worth getting it checked out. If Madame Pomfrey was the best there is, she'd be working at St. Mungo's or something, not in a school. Fine, he mumbled. Fleur couldn't help the smile that overcame her at his petulance. It took about 10 minutes to track down Maxime and get a portkey maid to take them to the chateau. Harry was still obviously pained, and she doubted that a flu ride would do him any good, and then they were away. Hermione couldn't accompany them, much to her dismay. Fleur was an adult, and Harry had his guardian's permission, but Hermione did not have either advantage. Moments later, Fleur was steadying Harry in the entryway, and had just helped him get his precarious balance back when her mother came bustling into the room. Her expression turned alarmed when she saw them. Fleur, she prompted urgently, even as she rushed forward and hugged Harry, only to pull away again and examine him critically. It is complex, Mammon, she said. Is Papa air? Arian shook her head. Non, E is at work, what do you need? We must take a ride to a healer, she said heavily. E is suffering from cruciatus exposure and I think his curse scar could be a problem. E add a vision of Voldemort. Arian's eyes bugged out and she immediately conjured a rope and turned it into a portkey. This will take us to Z Hospital, she said, gently forcing Harry take hold of it. His eyes were starting to droop. Fleur nodded and grabbed hold, and next thing they knew, they were standing in the lobby of Hôpital Magique de Paris, and an attendant bustled over. Arian quickly gave the name of their family healer and noted that it was an emergency, and on realizing who they were, the woman bustled quickly away to find her. Harry's weight was falling more and more on Fleur, and she doubted they had much longer before he passed out in sheer exhaustion. The vision had taken a lot out of him. The attendant returned a moment later and led them to a private room on the second floor, where Fleur lowered him onto the edge of the bed. He looked dejected and quite embarrassed, but she tried to ignore it. He hated showing weakness, but he needed to learn when it was necessary to admit that he needed help. His relatives had made him think that he was somehow unworthy of care, and that annoyed her to no end. She intended to do all she could to ensure that he knew that he was far more worthy than most. It would probably take a lot of effort, but the sooner she succeeded, the better as far as she was concerned. It wasn't long before a young American woman that Fleur recognized as the healer entered the room. She had no idea why an American healer had chosen to work in France, but she genuinely liked the woman. She was pleasant and caring, and her eyes widened when she saw who she was dealing with, though it only lasted a moment before she turned to Fleur's mother. On Emma dit il s'agit d'une urgence, Arian, she said. Arian waved a hand. English, please, Naomi, she requested. And yes, it is an emergency, my son-in-law. She suddenly frowned and turned to Fleur, who sighed. E had some kind of vision, she explained. E witnessed Voldemort casting Z Cruciatus, and I think E experienced Z effects of it. His curse scar E's inflamed, and E grabbed it when Z vision struck. Harry blinked up at her. I did, he asked blankly. Fleur smiled patiently at him. You did, she told him. Oh, the healer stood there for a moment in thought and then nodded a few times to herself. All right, let's take a look, she decided. I'm not sure what could cause that, so I'll need to do a full series. It won't take too long. Harry winced, and Fleur stroked his damp hair as Arian responded. Give I am a full examination while you are at it, Naomi, she requested. I do not believe E as at a proper one, so eat E's long past due. I'm okay, ma'am, he said weakly, his obvious fear forcing him to unconsciously revert to more formal behavior. Arian cast an understanding smile on him and brushed his hair back from his forehead, revealing the livid red of his scar. You know better, Zanzat, or Rai, she said gently. You are not in trouble, but I must insist on this. We should have had it done when we took custody of you. There was so much going on Zat we just missed eat. Harry studied her for a moment before finally nodding and closing his eyes. E's exhausted, whispered Fleur. I'll make it as quick as I can, Fleur, smiled Naomi. Then she smirked and asked, or do you prefer Mrs. Potter? Fleur smirked in amusement. You know better, she retorted. But at least you can remember, unlike that battered Hogwarts calls a Eadmaster. Naomi snorted and motioned for her to lay him out on the bed. One day you'll have to tell me that story, she smirked. I have to admit I'm mighty curious what's got you so pissed off at him, but let's get this done and we can talk later. And so it began. Naomi started by giving him a potion for the effects of cruciatus, which immediately relieved some of his pain, and then began casting spell after spell, starting with the most common medical diagnostics and going from there. Fleur was not surprised to see her expression go from pleasant to positively thunderous as she worked. Harry was not in the best of shape and definitely needed care. Fleur herself had been intending to handle that issue over the summer, but now it was a moot point. It would get the best care possible, of this she was certain. There was a reason they liked Healer Parks. She was very good at what she did. Finally, she put her wand away and sat down on the edge of the bed, where Harry had actually fallen asleep. Fleur was mildly surprised when she reached out and brushed his cheek with her hand, looking deeply troubled. Finally, she sighed and returned her attention to the Delacour women. She considered her words carefully for a moment before. "How much do you know about his past?" she asked bluntly. "Too much, Naomi," said Arian sadly. "He was badly abused of this we are aware. It is why we now ave I am," Naomi nodded slowly. "Then you won't be surprised by what I'm going to say," she sighed. "He's had more broken bones than I care to count, and it's probably only his magic that forced them to set right. Bruises, cuts, scars. The boy must have one hell of a tolerance for pain, or he never would have survived it all." Fleur abruptly realized that Harry was sleeping for a reason. She had cast a sleeping spell on him. There was no other way she would have discussed this in the same room with him. It wasn't the way things were done, and she was clearly very disturbed. "If that were all it was," she said slowly, "I would give him some nutritional potions and let him go with a recommendation to see a mind healer. That will still do, but there's more that I don't think you're aware of." "What is it?" asked Fleur, reverting to French since Harry was asleep. Naomi sighed. "Were you aware that he has a block on his magic?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Fleur instantly paled. Blocks were not only immoral, they were highly illegal in every civilized country. The only place they could be used was on dangerous criminals. To forcibly cut off any part of a wizard's magic could cause all sorts of problems. "What?" hissed her mother. Naomi nodded sadly. "It looks like it was placed approximately 10 years ago," she said heavily. "And it's powerful. I'm frankly amazed that he can cast magic at all. It will be extremely painful to remove, but it absolutely must be done if you ever want him to have full access to his magic. The longer it's there, the more problematic it will be to remove, until it becomes permanent in maybe another year or two. We're already at the limit of what I think he can handle." Fleur surged to her feet and walked away, trying desperately to keep her avian side in check. "That bastard," she spat. "I'm going to kill him." "Hush, Fleur," admonished her mother. "We will deal with Dumbledore later, but we must deal with Uri now." Fleur closed her eyes for a moment and reined in her temper. That man was going to pay. Every time she turned around, he had done something else to make Harry's life that much worse. And this would be a big issue because he would have to completely relearn control of his magic. "Go on," she growled. "He will need to learn control of his new power levels, and it's impossible to say how difficult that will be. Some people get it almost instinctively, and for some it takes years. It won't be too much of a problem, though, so long as he's careful about what he casts, when and on what." "I already know this," nodded Fleur, not unkindly. "What else?" "Other than several tracking charms that I removed," mused Naomi, causing Fleur's hackles to rise again. "Put simply, you're right that something is wrong with that scar of his, but that's all I can tell you. Dark magic is not my area of expertise, and the thing is soaked in it. My recommendation would be to bring in a curse breaker, and I know of only one who I would trust with this." "Who?" asked Arian. "I doubt you've ever heard of him, but he works for Gringotts and comes highly recommended. His name is Bill Weasley." William Bill Weasley was not a person who one could consider normal, at least if you were to ask his mother. Not only did he wear an earring, almost unheard of for men in wizarding society, but he had a distinct love of danger. His career as a curse breaker was legendary among the goblins because he took big risks and came out ahead. But even his love of danger could not make him turn down a direct request from Director Ragnarok himself. It would have been his first inclination were it any other goblin that made this request. He had been ordered to Paris on an immediate basis, pulling him out of an important dig in Egypt, and Ragnarok had come in person to deliver that order. The problem was, all he had to go on was that he was to assist a friend of the Goblin Nation. He had no idea what the job entailed. Being a friend of the Goblin Nation was no small thing for a wizard, so he was quite curious who he would be dealing with, and more than a little apprehensive. Worse, Ragnarok had then produced a wizard-made portkey and told him to go immediately. He didn't say it, but his message was clear. No delay would be tolerated. Whoever this person was, they were held in very high esteem indeed. He arrived in the waiting room of the Parisian hospital without fanfare, and before he could even approach the desk, he was whisked away by a rather cute healer. She said nothing, not even her name, and led him to an elevator that took them to the second floor. He wanted to flirt, but sensed that it would not be well received at the moment. She led him down a hall and into a room near the end, and Bill stopped dead in his tracks when he found himself facing a very attractive Vila. He would have put her age at about 20 in a human, but for her he guessed it might be more like 50. She was incredibly beautiful, as were all Vila, and he couldn't stop himself from peeking at her left hand. Damn, he thought, married. "You are Beale Weasley?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," he nodded, thankfully unaffected by her allure. "Director Ragnarok sent me. What can I do for you?" The woman didn't bat an eye at the reference to the goblin leader. "You can take an oath, Monsieur Weasley," she said seriously. "Zat nothing you see or do air will leave this room without our consent. This is very serious, and I give you my word zat it is nothing illegal or immoral." She's nothing if not direct, he mused to himself. It was definitely a risky proposition. If he took the oath and found something untoward in the job, he would have no recourse. Then again, he did love danger, and the request came from Ragnarok himself, so it was damned if you do, damned if you don't. He elected to do. He drew his wand and held it in the air. "I, William Arthur Weasley, do hereby solemnly swear on my magic that I will keep the secrets entrusted to me by the people in this room on this day." Barring their permission to speak, so mote it be. He felt the magic take hold and fought down a sense of foreboding. "Thank you," she nodded, her voice softening slightly. "We have requested your assistance to deal with a matter of dark magic. My son-in-law is affected by something, but we do not know what it is. We need to find out and take whatever actions are necessary." Bill nodded his understanding. It seemed a reasonable request. "Well, I can't say what I can do until I see him," he said honestly. "What's your name?" "You may call me Arian." Not recognizing the name, he just nodded again. "And what are we looking at?" he asked. "A curse scar," said the healer next to him. "And I'm healer Naomi Parks, Mr. Weasley. I know your brother Charlie if you need a reference. In any event, we believe that the scar is somehow connected to a dark wizard, resulting in an occasional merging of consciousness. We don't understand it beyond that. All I can tell you is that the patient had a vision this afternoon, seeing from the eyes of the wizard in question, and was subjected to intense pain when the wizard cast the Cruciatus curse." Bill frowned deeply as he listened to the explanation. There were very few ways to create a connection with those properties, and none of them were good at all. He was liking this less and less, but at least the people involved so far seemed to be on the level. "That's not good," he admitted. "You should be prepared for bad news on this one. I'll do what I can, but something that works like that is the darkest of magic, and I only know of a few things that can cause it, all of them heinous." Arian closed her eyes, and a pained expression crossed her beautiful features. "You must do what you can, Monsieur Weasley," she said softly. "E has been through too much, and I do not think E will be able to take much more." Bill's own expression softened at her obvious compassion, and he nodded his understanding. "Then let me see him, Arian," he said gently. "I'll do everything in my power. This request came from Director Ragnarok himself, and if it's important to the leader of the Goblin Nation, then it's important to me." Arian smiled at him. "Then come," she nodded. She led Bill to a curtained-off area in the corner and motioned him inside. But when he entered, his heart leapt into his throat. Whoever he expected, it was most certainly not the two people that were in the small area. It was Harry and Fleur Potter. "Oh boy," he breathed. "Monsieur Weasley," nodded Fleur quietly. "Will you help us?" Bill didn't react at first. He had learned of Harry's abrupt marriage from his sister's letters, and also of the falling out between Ron and Harry, and just how well-deserved it was on Ron's part. On top of that, he was aware of the howler that his mother had sent, and he knew his mum well enough to know what that was likely to entail, even if Ginny hadn't known the exact content. His little sister had a lot to say about the idiocy of certain family members, and the less said about her opinion of the Potter marriage, the better. Bill felt for her, he really did, but she needed to get over it. Harry Potter was married, and that was that. The boy could still be considered a friend of the family. Not only was he a good kid by all accounts, but he was still friends with the twins and, at least theoretically, even with Ginny. But he wasn't entirely sure that Harry would so easily accept help from him given the situation with Ron and his mother. "Are you sure this is a good idea, Mrs. Potter?" he asked slowly. I like Harry well enough, but I'm not sure how he'll feel about me being the one to do this. Fleur frowned up at him. I do not know either, she admitted. Then let's wake him up, he suggested. I won't do anything unless I have his permission. Bill had to admit that, forced marriage or not, Harry had done well for himself. Fleur was gorgeous, even for a Vila. Had she not already been married, he would likely have asked her out, and the cute, thoughtful frown on her face did not do anything to dissuade him from that opinion. Very well, she sighed. Ealer Parks. There's no reason not to, shrugged the healer. And don't you dare get all formal with me, Fleur. Fleur snorted cutely in amusement. The healer waved her wand over Harry, and it was only a few seconds before his eyelids fluttered open, and then immediately tracked to his wife. His confusion was apparent in the way his forehead scrunched up. He yawned widely before going back to staring at her. Fleur, he asked sleepily. We have brought a curse breaker to look at your scar, mon amour, she said softly. I think you know I am. Harry frowned slightly and turned his head to stare at Bill. He probably couldn't see without his glasses because, rather amusingly, his eyes flicked to Bill's head for a moment. He almost couldn't suppress his chortle at that. Bill, he called tentatively. Heya, Harry, he greeted. Ragnarok asked me to check you out, but I wanted your permission before I do anything. I'm not real sure how you feel about our family right now. A sad look passed briefly over Harry's features. It's fine, Bill, he said in a quieter tone. Ron has his own problems. It's not your fault. Bill noticed the lack of mention of their mother, but let it pass. Obviously, Harry wasn't going to hold it against him, which he could only count as positive. Now all he needed to do was pray that he didn't find something horrific. I'll tell you the same thing I told them, he said seriously. I only know of a few things that can connect two people like they described, and they're not pleasant. I want you to be prepared to hear bad news, all right? I'll do whatever I can to help you, but I don't want you thinking there's a miracle cure here. Harry nodded. There never is, Bill, he sighed simply. Bill grimaced at his fatalistic attitude, but put it aside for the moment and turned to his wife. Mrs. Potter, I'll need to ask you to step away from him. On the off chance that something goes wrong here, I don't think he'll want you getting hurt. Fleur will do, she said quietly. And then Bill watched as she turned to have a quiet moment with her incredibly young husband, and was blown away by the depth of emotion he saw passing between them. He was not a particularly romantic man. He was more partial to the wild side, but he could recognize true love when he saw it. They were in deep, and he doubted they would ever surface again. Finally, she leaned over and gave him a gentle peck on the lips, and moved off to the side of the enclosure. Bill took that as his cue and moved forward to stand by Harry's head, contemplating the best way to approach it. He really hoped this wasn't as bad as he thought. I'm going to cast some detection spells, he explained. You shouldn't feel a thing, but be prepared just in case. Let me know when you're ready. Harry nodded immediately. Go ahead. Bill took a deep breath, raised his wand, and set to work. Curse breaking was not really as much about breaking curses as it was about determining which curses needed to be broken. He had an impressive arsenal of detection spells to work with, and only rarely did he need a special spell to break something. More often than not, it was just the application of standard spells along with a great deal of finesse. But this was not going to be one of those times. He hit on the answer in a matter of mere minutes, and he did not like it in the slightest. It was one of the darkest forms of magic, and how Dumbledore had failed to notice it for 4 years running was a complete mystery. To say that he was unhappy would be an understatement, especially given the other implications. After casting a few more specific spells to get the details, he sighed and pulled up a chair by Harry's bedside. Bill, prompted Harry. Is everyone here who needs to know this? He asked. My husband is working, frowned Arian. I will tell I am later. Please tell us. Bill nodded, closed his eyes, and took a deep, steadying breath before speaking. There is a little-known dark object called a Horcrux, he began, nodding the blank looks on every face in the room. They're used by wizards trying for immortality. In simple terms, the wizard splits his soul through an act of murder, and then uses the Horcrux ritual to encase the split fragment in an object of some kind. So long as that fragment exists, the wizard cannot leave this plane of existence. Voldemort, breathed Parks, obviously quick on the uptake. Bill nodded. That would be my suspicion, he agreed, but I don't think this was intentional. From what I can tell from the fragment that's lodged in that scar, Voldemort must have made 5 or 6 others. His soul is probably so unstable at this point that the rebounded killing curse ripped off a shard, and it went the only place it could. It must be removed, growled Fleur. Surely there is a way. Bill closed his eyes and bobbed his head from side to side as he considered the options. He had only come across an actual Horcrux once before, and it was extremely difficult to destroy. Of course, he hadn't known how at the time, but still. They were remarkably resilient buggers. There are two ways I can see to do this, those being the dangerous way and the unlikely way. The dangerous way is to use an exorcism spell to remove the fragment, and then hope we can destroy it before it attacks and possesses one of us. Grimaces went around the room, and Parks asked, "And the unlikely way?" "Well," said Bill slowly, "unless you have a basilisk and a phoenix handy, it's basically impossible. I suspect I know where we can get the basilisk venom." He shot an amused look at Harry, who grinned sheepishly back at him, "But I'm not sure about the phoenix." "I know Dumbledore has a phoenix companion, but I've heard you're not on good terms with him at the moment." To Bill's surprise, Fleur and Harry exchanged amused looks at the comment, and Harry responded. Fox likes us, Bill," he smirked. "Actually, he kinda moved in with us. I'm sure he'll be willing." "But he just burned," frowned Fleur. "I'm not sure if he can travel." Harry frowned for a moment before. "One way to find out, I guess," he shrugged. "Fox." Bill had no idea what Harry's point was, until a small ball of flame erupted over the bed, revealing a slightly smaller than usual crimson phoenix. And to Bill's utter amazement, it first landed on Fleur's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek, and then quickly relocated to Harry, where it curled up in his armpit and laid its beautiful head on his shoulder. Harry smiled softly at it and gently scratched its neck. "Hi, Fox," he smiled. "I hope we didn't put you out too much. We were hoping you could help us get rid of a slice of Tom I apparently have in my scar." Turning to Bill, he asked, "What would he have to do?" Bill snorted in amusement as the phoenix flipped over on its back so Harry could rub its tummy. He had never seen such an affectionate bird before, let alone a phoenix. But that was beside the point. They had more important things to worry about right now. "We'd have to put some basilisk venom on your scar," he sighed. "That would destroy the Horcrux, but it would also kill you in short order. The only way to prevent that is for Fox here to cry some tears on you afterwards to neutralize the venom. And even then, it's risky." "What are the time frames?" asked Naomi. "Probably 5 to 10 seconds to destroy the fragment," he frowned. "And so long as his skin is unbroken, I'd guess maybe 30 to 45 before the venom is fatal, but you would know better than me on that score." "Risks in partial completion?" "None that I can think of," shrugged Bill. Naomi then turned a questioning look on Arian, who, to Bill's amusement, turned a similar one on Fleur. They were passing the buck. Not that he could blame them, he wouldn't want the responsibility either. Fleur thought for a moment and then turned to Harry. "I think you should try eat," she told him. Harry nodded. "I don't like it," he admitted, "but better that than keeping Tommy alive." Bill snorted. "I'll also record the signature," he told them. "The goblins have ways of tracking things like this down, so hopefully we'll be able to take away his anchors pretty quickly. If you had a vision of Voldemort, then I have to assume he has some form of body back, which isn't good. The sooner we get rid of these, the better." "Definitely," nodded Harry. The next hour was spent getting everything ready. Fox apparently decided that they didn't need to go down to the chamber and flashed away, returning shortly thereafter with a fang, presumably from the basilisk, and the thing was huge. Upon seeing it, Bill found new respect for Harry. Fleur paced nervously for most of the intervening time, while Arian and Naomi sat on the periphery and had a quiet conversation. Bill and Harry enjoyed watching the women, both quietly amused. The women were more nervous than the men, including the one this was about to be done to. Finally, Bill sat down and asked something that was bothering him. "Harry," he said slowly, "what's going on with you and Dumbledore? This kind of thing is right up his alley, so I don't understand why you wouldn't have talked to him about it." Harry snorted grimly. "He probably already knows, Bill," he sighed. "Bastard stuck me with abusive guardians and then kept me there on purpose. And on top of that, he stole over 80 million galleons from my estate, which I didn't even know existed. I think it's pretty obvious why I wouldn't trust him after that." Bill paled at the content of Harry's matter-of-fact recitation. If that was true, then they had serious problems. Although, it went a rather long way toward explaining how Dumbledore ended up thrown out of Gringotts on his arse. Even all the way out in Egypt, Bill had heard about that one through the Gringotts grapevine. And the goblins didn't like it when people stole from their clients, let alone one of the 10 largest, which he knew Harry to be. "You're serious," he breathed. "You have proof." "We do," nodded Arian. "That man will pay for his crimes, Monsieur Weasley. Of this you can be sure. E has already made it much easier for us by being so foolish with Z trials. His reputation is not what it once was. Bill had no idea what trials she was referring to, but it really didn't matter. He would find out later. He nodded slowly and turned his gaze back to Harry. "Let me know if I can do anything to help," he said seriously. Harry just smiled. "Thanks, Bill," he offered quietly. "That means a lot to me." "To both of us," smiled Fleur. Her smile was breathtaking, and Bill had to admit he was a bit jealous, but he wasn't as stupid as his brother apparently was. "You know, for a scary bird woman, you're not what I was expecting, Fleur," he said with a boyish grin. Harry snorted in amusement, and to Bill's relief, Fleur grinned toothily back at him. "Your brother has a very different opinion, I assure you," she retorted. "She transformed in the middle of the Great Hall," said Harry. "Literally scared the piss out of him." Bill sadly noted the pain in Harry's eyes. What was Ron thinking? This kid could easily grow up to be one of the greatest wizards in history, and Ron threw his friendship with him away like so much dirty laundry. The kid was an idiot. And what was there to be jealous of anyway? Fleur was pretty as hell, yes, but what he had to go through to get her. Shaking himself, Bill put those thoughts aside for later. "Let's get this done," he said finally. "It should only take a few minutes, but it'll hurt like hell, Harry. You sure you're up to this?" "If it gets rid of Tom," he asked. "You're damn right I am. Then let's do it." The Potters arrived back at the gates of Hogwarts very late that night. Harry was so utterly exhausted by then that it was a wonder he was still up and moving at all. Fleur took most of his weight as they trudged through the gate and up to the carriage. They entered their suite to find Hermione passed out in a chair with a book on her chest. She popped awake immediately, though, and her eyes widened as she took in the tableau. Fleur shook her head at the girl and silently indicated that she would be back shortly. She then hauled Harry into their bedroom, relieved him of his clothes, and tucked him in. She could read his vague disappointment that she would not be joining him immediately, but also his understanding. Hermione was worried and needed to hear what happened. She figured he was probably just glad not to have to tell the story himself. With a gentle peck on the lips, she told him to get some sleep, and it wasn't like he needed telling twice. She was tempted to crawl in after him, Hermione or no Hermione, partly out of worry for him, and partly because she, too, was exhausted, but duty won out. Hermione was waiting for her when she arrived back in the other room, practically bouncing in her chair. Most would have interpreted it as impatience, but Fleur could see it for what it really was. The girl was deeply worried. It was written all over the crease in her forehead, and in the way her intelligent brown eyes followed Fleur's every move. Or maybe it was just the fact that she remained silent. A truly impatient Hermione talked a mile a minute. Whatever it was, Fleur could practically feel her concern over her best friend. "Is he okay?" she finally asked. Fleur started at the question. She had leaned back in a chair and closed her eyes for a moment to gather her thoughts, or at least that was the intent. In actuality, she had started to drift off herself. "He is now, Hermione," she sighed, in French since it was easier and she was tired. It was convenient that Hermione was fluent. But that bastard that calls himself a headmaster has a lot to answer for. Hermione frowned. "What did he do this time?" she asked. "He left a piece of Riddle's soul in the scar on Harry's forehead," Fleur said bluntly. The manner in which Hermione's jaw dropped open would have been comical under other circumstances, but the subject was too serious for Fleur to find any humor in it. That Dumbledore would allow such a thing to stand was outright insane. She was really starting to wonder what exactly the old man's motives were when it came to her husband. "A piece of his soul," echoed Hermione faintly. "You mean that literally?" Fleur confirmed the girl's supposition, and that led to a brief description of Horcruxes. While she admonished the girl to tell nobody of the situation, she didn't mind Hermione herself knowing, and knew that Harry wouldn't either. Hermione Granger was probably one of the most trustworthy people anywhere in the vicinity. "So we have to find and destroy these things to kill Voldemort?" she finally asked. "I don't know where to even start with that. I guess I'll need to do a lot more research on his history." Fleur felt a warm glow ignite at the implied offer, and she knew that offer wasn't just because Voldemort had to go. No, it was because Hermione cared about Harry and would help in whatever way she was able. But fortunately, in this instance at least, it was unnecessary. "No, Hermione," she smiled. "In this case, we leave it to the goblins. Bill said they hate these things and will happily track them to the ends of the earth. And with Arai being a friend of the nation, the problem will get top priority. He will keep us updated." Hermione slowly nodded. "We can trust them?" she asked tentatively. "Yes," confirmed Fleur. The goblins are many things, but honest and honorable figure very highly on that list for the average one. Hermione was clearly relieved at that fact, and Fleur wasn't surprised. She had actually sat in on what passed for a history class at Hogwarts. The ghost that taught the class had droned on about a goblin rebellion the entire time, and worse, was teaching outright lies. But that was a topic for another day. "We will need to help him, though," she sighed at length. "He also had a binding on his power, and I'm starting to think that Horcrux may have had side effects." Hermione's eyes widened. "Okay, let's take the side effects later. What about his power? I don't know much about bindings, but I know he would need to relearn control." But Fleur shook her head. "We tested him at the chateau before we came back. He will need to practice, but he has very good instinctive control. I do not think that will be a problem." "Figures," snorted Hermione. "He might have been light on the theory for a long time, but he has never had a problem with the practical." Fleur grinned and stifled a comment that would probably only serve to make Hermione jealous. And Hermione, being the perceptive girl she was, caught it and rolled her eyes. "And what about these side effects you mentioned?" That wiped the grin off Fleur's face. It was truly just a guess of hers right now, but there were subtle changes in him that she was actually rather concerned about. Not because they were bad, but because he may have issues learning to deal with the situation. She wasn't sure of much on that score, and hadn't noticed it until after they left the hospital. "I think the Horcrux may have affected his mind somehow," she frowned after a moment. "He seems different slightly, not in a bad way," she added hurriedly at Hermione's alarmed look, "just subtly, and I think it has to do with emotion." "What do you mean?" asked Hermione. "My best theory is that it might have been blocking some of his positive emotions, perhaps," Fleur slowly replied. "I only noticed the difference after we left the hospital, but he seems lighter somehow." Fleur closed her eyes for a moment to recall. There was no specific incident, no specific words that were said, no actions taken. It was just a raw impression that she couldn't shake. Finally, she shook her head again. "I might be wrong," she admitted. "It's just an impression right now, but please keep an eye out. If his emotions were suppressed by that abomination, then he may have difficulty dealing with them now, or at least with the intensity of them." Hermione nodded in agreement. Neither girl knew then just how prophetic Fleur's words were. The truth of Harry's issues surfaced first thing the next morning. Harry couldn't even say what started it, or even what he was truly feeling. He had awoken next to Fleur as usual. He had no idea when she'd come to bed, as he'd been dead to the world at the time, and for some reason was simply struck by her beauty. He couldn't stop the tears from coming, and they only came in greater force when he thought about just how lucky he was to have her in his life. His reaction woke her, and she simply held him for nearly an hour that morning. Harry was, in many ways, unemotional under normal circumstances. Not that he didn't feel emotions, of course, but he rarely let them affect him, and nor did he usually feel them very strongly. To find himself losing control and needing that kind of emotional support so randomly, especially because of a happy thought, was extremely unsettling. When she explained it, Fleur's theory made a whole lot of sense to him. Time would tell if she was right, but he had a very strong suspicion that she was. He felt different, and it wasn't his magic. That left only one real conclusion. While the Horcrux had also been suppressing some of its magic due to its leech-like properties, he suspected that the dark miasma was also affecting his mind. It made him hate Dumbledore all the more, though he was relieved to note that the intensity of that emotion hadn't changed unduly. If he suddenly found himself hating more strongly, he would probably have to leave Hogwarts entirely, tournament or no. If he felt much stronger negative emotions against his former headmaster, he might not be able to stop himself from pulling a Malfoy. That was not a pleasant thought, but so far it seemed to be a non-issue. The real problem, though, started during breakfast. Hermione met them there, and while his reaction to her was a little stronger than usual, it was easily dealt with. He was happy to see her as always, it was just a little more intense than usual. And then the mail arrived, and he received his copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline article instantly caught his attention. Sirius Black Innocent. Wisengamot in uproar over miscarriage of justice by L. MacDonald to the shock of all who witnessed it. Sirius Orion Black III, head of the ancient and noble House of Black, was declared innocent of all charges in his trial for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter in October of 1981. He was also cleared of the charge of membership in the terrorist organization known as the Death Eaters. To the surprise of most, the trial was expedited through the use of Veritaserum at the request of the accused. The results of the questioning made it abundantly clear that an innocent man was locked up in Azkaban prison for over a decade. Sirius Black was never a Death Eater, nor did he betray the Potters. This reporter was able to ask a few questions of Black as he left the courtroom, and it quickly became clear just how significant the miscarriage of justice actually was. "I swore the Godfather oath," he told me, when asked about his relationship with Harry Potter, 14. "I couldn't have harmed Harry if I'd wanted to, even indirectly like that. Not that I would ever want to." When asked what he would do about the Delacour family having guardianship of the now-married boy who lived, Black's response was enlightening. "If Harry is happy with them, which I fully expect, then I have no intention of changing it. They stepped in when I couldn't, and I'll forever be grateful for that. No, I'll simply do what I can for him, maybe as a favorite uncle. He'll always know I'm there for him if I have any say in the matter, but I'll never work against his wishes or best interests." The passion with which Black spoke on this matter was inspiring. It is clear that he is very protective of his godson. The court indicated that Black will be justly compensated for his illegal imprisonment. The full nature of that will not be known until the next legislative sitting of the Wisengamot. It will likely be significant, however. Black lost more than a decade of income rotting in Azkaban. An arrest warrant has been issued for Peter Pettigrew, who is believed to have faked his death that fateful day. He should be considered armed and dangerous and should not be approached. Instead, notify the Aurors if Pettigrew is spotted. The shock that he felt was immense. Nobody had told him that they had set a date, let alone that the trial was happening. He wasn't sure why that was, though he imagined that they wanted to surprise him or something. Or maybe Sebastian hadn't known. It wasn't like he was part of the British government. But then, as the shock cleared and he reread the article, he began to feel something he couldn't recall ever feeling before. He was happy, very happy. But this was a happiness so intense that he wasn't sure what to do with it. He was giddy. And if he stayed where he was, feeling like he was probably going to burst into song right there in the Great Hall. Not that he knew any songs really, but he certainly had something to sing about. Even if he no longer needed a new home, he still wanted, and now had, his godfather. Recognizing that he was about to lose it and start dancing in the aisle or something equally inane, Harry had just enough presence of mind to bolt. Hermione and Fleur exchanged a glance, and promptly tore out of the hall after him. It took nearly another week for Harry to gain any kind of real control over his headier emotions. A consultation with Healer Parks also confirmed what they suspected. The Horcrux had probably had a detrimental effect, dampening any positive emotions he could feel. The situation was annoying, but a few more occlumency lessons with Sebastian in the evenings had helped him regain some semblance of control. Well, outwardly at least. He was all too aware that much of that control was currently illusory, aided by his fledgling occlumency. It would take time to get used to the new dynamics of his emotions, and to actually be able to handle it without that crutch. At least he could walk by his friends without bursting into tears of happiness simply because he had them, though. If there was ever a time he was glad for the exodus of Severus Snape and Draco Malfoy, it was definitely now. Had he had such issues with emotional control while they were still in the school, it would have been positively unbearable. He couldn't help but think that fate had done him a rather massive favor there. As the third task neared, however, his thoughts turned largely to the future. The end of the year was almost upon them, and then he would be leaving to live with his new family in France. It was something he hadn't really contemplated much. There was too much to do at school. Now, though, as he lay there watching Fleur get ready for bed, his mind for some reason turned in that direction. He was struck anew by the fact that this beautiful woman would be in his life forever. She wasn't just going to vanish when the year ended. Sure, he had friends at Hogwarts, but in every year previous, he had endured the summer months all alone in the personal hell that was Privet Drive. There was nobody there to talk to in any kind of friendly way. And there was certainly nobody there to protect him from the abuse. This summer would be different, though. He would never again return to Privet Drive. He would never again sleep all alone on a mattress so ratty that even a homeless man would turn his nose up at it. Instead, he would be living in luxury with this beautiful woman. "Uri," frowned Fleur. "Are you all right?" He blinked and shook himself free of his imagination. "I'm fine," he nodded, "just thinking about the future." The fact that they were speaking French, as was becoming their custom when they were alone, barely even registered. Harry had to get fluent as quickly as possible, and Fleur was more than happy to help. From his perspective, it was about to replace English as his native language anyway. "Oh," she smiled, leaning up against the armoire behind her and crossing her arms over her chest. "And just what about the future were you thinking?" Harry couldn't help but smile back. "Nothing in particular, really," he admitted. Fleur raised an eyebrow in his direction, clearly wanting a better answer than that, but Harry was being honest. And his mind had already gone off in another direction anyway. "In fact, we probably do need to talk, though," he frowned. "With you graduating and me not coming back to Hogwarts, I have no idea what next year will look like." Frowning more deeply, he added, "I don't even know what you plan to do after school now that I think about it." "What does that say about me?" Rather than answer him, Fleur pushed away from the armoire and came to sit on the edge of the bed where she could reach over and brush his cheek. He had to clamp down on his occlumency again. Those small, loving touches meant more to him than even she would likely ever know. It was such a little thing, but it was something he truly craved. "It says only that we have been extremely busy, love," she said quietly. "We have not known each other that long." "I suppose you're right," he sighed. "It's been, 3 months since the wedding? And the task was less than a month before that," agreed Fleur. "We did not know each other at all until then." They lapsed into silence, and Harry took a moment to consider that. His entire life had changed drastically since this situation came about, and it was really quite shocking. A lot had happened in the last few months. He was brought out of it by another gentle touch from Fleur. "Most couples, they date for many months before marrying." "Awry," she continued. "And they do not have the demands on their attention that we do. I hope we will have much more time this summer to spend on each other, rather than on all of this." She gestured vaguely, and he could sense her frustration with the situation, and indeed, he shared it. His life was a nightmare, and it all seemed to center around or be caused by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The sooner they could get away from him, the better, and the answer to that, at least for now, was to get away from Hogwarts. But there was little they could do beyond what they were already doing. "What do you plan to do next year?" he wondered after a while. "I mean, given our finances, I really don't care if you work or not, but I can't really see you wanting to be a housewife or something." Fleur snorted and then started laughing. "Oh, definitely not," she grinned. "Perhaps for a few years when we decide to have children, but otherwise, no. I am thinking about applying to Gringotts as a curse breaker, though I have not decided yet." Harry deliberately let her comment about children pass him by. He desperately wanted to build a family, and that she seemed to want it as well was amazing, but he didn't want to get mired in that feeling right now. Occlumency only went so far in dampening his newfound emotions. Instead, he focused on the rest of her statement. "I could see that," he nodded after a moment. "I'll probably worry because it's dangerous, but I'm not enough of a hypocrite to not support you." Tilting his head in thought, he added, "Hell, I might want it to go that way, too. Maybe we'd like working together." "Perhaps," she smiled as she finally stood. "Or perhaps you will find something else. You have a few years yet before you must make your decision, and I will support you in whatever you do." As Fleur spoke, she slowly brushed her robe from her shoulders and allowed it to fall and pool at her feet. Harry couldn't help but lick his lips. While her allure didn't affect him in the slightest, the sight of her beautiful body most certainly did. And then she reached for her panties and slowly sent them to join her robe. "Of course, there are things that we already know we like to work on together, my love," she smirked as she slunk toward him. "Perhaps I should remind you." And that was something that Harry Potter was hardly going to say no to. The rest of the conversation could wait. Contrary to expectations, the day of the third task dawned cold, dull, and dreary. Harry and Fleur ignored it as they trudged into the Great Hall, both feeling that the weather reflected their mood almost perfectly. As prepared as they were for the task, they still wanted nothing to do with it, even Fleur, who had entered by choice, Maxim's manipulations notwithstanding. But alas, they had to participate. The first annoyance of the day arrived partway through breakfast in the form of the Daily Prophet. Skeeter had been quiet of late, seeming to have been supplanted by writers who were actually competent rather than mere muckrakers, which Harry figured was Sebastian's doing. But now she was back, and in fine form. His mood darkened ominously as he read the article. Tournament finale tonight. Will Potter cheat again? By Rita Skeeter, the world-famous Triwizard Tournament, being held at Hogwarts Castle, will conclude tonight with the final task of the competition. But as the big finish approaches, one cannot help but wonder, will the legitimate Hogwarts champion even have a chance? Cheating has run rampant, and an honorable young man like Cedric Diggory would clearly never stoop to that level, which creates an extremely uneven playing field. While recent events have diverted our attention, we must not forget that the fix has been in right from the start. Beginning with the illegal entry of Harry Potter. Our one-time hero, seeking attention due to his fatting fame, forced his way into the tournament, and he certainly succeeded in making more headlines as a result. It makes one wonder what else the child has done, and the lengths he might go to in order to win this most prestigious of contests. Even the mysterious events of the now infamous second task are suspect. Nobody saw what went on in the lake, so how do we know what really happened? His unfortunate wife is, as a Vila, rather beautiful. What young boy would not want her? We also saw his questionable performance in the first task. He may have succeeded, but his methods went against the very spirit of the competition. If world-famous seeker Victor Crumb did not fly, then was it really acceptable for Harry Potter to do so? Or perhaps he thought he could show Crumb up by cheating the task with his broom. And what will his appearance at the third task portend? Given how lethal previous competitions have been, one can only hope that Potter is not as bloody-minded as his recent actions have made him appear. Could one or more of our brave competitors come to harm at Potter's hand as he tries to steal the show? Only time will tell. This reporter will be solidly rooting for Cedric Diggory, the legitimate Hogwarts champion. He, at least, can be counted on to compete fairly and to produce a respectable win for Hogwarts. Unless Potter cheats again, of course. Harry stared at the article in a curious mixture of anger and astonishment. Her implications regarding the second task were particularly vile, not to mention absolutely ridiculous, and that she practically accused him of wanting to hurt his fellow competitors. He didn't even have the words to express his feelings on that. But did she really think she was going to get away with this? Anyone with a brain had realized by now that Harry Potter was no longer the defenseless orphan with nobody to protect him. He had protectors now, and they were likely to go after her with both barrels, as the Muggles said. And Fleur clearly agreed. "Papa will ave seen zis," she growled, obviously on the same wavelength as he was. "She can say goodbye to her career. She forgot that people are looking after you now." "I don't understand how she's been getting away with it in the first place," frowned Hermione from across the table. "There should be laws against this sort of thing." "There are," Neville put in. "But you have to press charges to make anything happen, and you know how biased our government is." "Of course, if Dumbledore actually did his job, it would never have happened anyway," grumbled Harry. "He could easily have neutered Skeeter. He just doesn't care about his students." "Only that they do is bidding," agreed Fleur. Hermione nodded thoughtfully but elected not to pursue it further. She was learning to cut her losses when something was pointless. "Papa will deal with mon amour," repeated Fleur. "That will do career in. She has made a living from ensuring that she cannot be blamed for lies, and she has overstepped badly." Harry nodded his agreement, but his attention was already wandering. He was too busy noticing that there had been no comment from the Slytherins. It seemed that they were much less interested in bothering him without Snape and Malfoy there to egg them on. It was a pleasant surprise, really. Looking back, things had been much less tense in the castle since Snape's departure, and even more so since Malfoy's. To Harry, it was just another indication that Dumbledore was an abject failure as a headmaster. Had he reined them in from the get-go, the school would have been a much more pleasant place. And had he reined them in from the get-go, Draco Malfoy might not be serving 10 years in Azkaban prison for attempted murder. The more he thought about it, the more he laid the blame for the more obvious of their society's ills right at Dumbledore's feet. He had even taught Voldemort, for Merlin's sake. His attitude had not done anyone any favors. Harry could not wait to haul him up on charges and get him out of his positions of power. As the breakfast hour wound down, Professor McGonagall informed the champions that their families were congregating to spend the day with them. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was actually happy about such an arrangement. He had never had family to care about him before. The surprise was clear on his face, however, when he entered the room with Fleur. His attention centered on where he had spotted the Delacours standing with Sirius, only to be blindsided by a stifling hug from someone he didn't expect. He knew who it was without even thinking about it, but could not for the life him imagine why Molly Weasley would even be in the room. Where he'd been merely unsettled by her overbearing hugs before, now it was deeply uncomfortable, especially given the incident with the Howler before the wedding. He allowed it out of shock for only the briefest of moments, but then came back to his senses and pushed her away. From the corner of his eye, he could see his wife's narrowed gaze. She was not happy with the intrusion. "Mrs. Weasley," he asked, a little more faintly than he would have liked. "What are you doing here?" The woman herself looked startled that he'd pushed away from her. Harry also noted that Bill was present, standing behind her with his hands in his pockets and a deep frown on his face, looking very uncomfortable with being there at all. The whole situation was rather confusing. "We're here to support you, of course, Harry dear," she replied. "You need your family, so of course. But you are not family, Madame Weasley," interrupted a frowning Fleur. "Zat would be my mammon and papa and his own godfather." Harry struggled to keep his thoughts off his face. He had never truly considered how the Weasleys behaved before, but he suddenly saw with crystal clarity how they had tried to usurp the title of family upon meeting him. He doubted it was in any way malicious on their part. They weren't that kind of people near as he could tell, but it was still fairly offensive. He only hadn't noticed before because he hadn't any living family for them to usurp the title from, but however well-intentioned, it was truly disrespectful, not least to his late parents. Fleur's family, at least, had earned the title properly through his marriage to their daughter. And suddenly, he found himself having to think quickly before the situation devolved into something ugly. He had no doubt that Fleur was thinking similar thoughts, and so likely were the Delacours and Sirius. But as wary as he was of Molly Weasley, he truly didn't think her actions malicious. Naive and unintentionally offensive, perhaps, but not malicious. Nevertheless, he had to set the record straight. There was simply no other option here. And also, Dumbledore invited you, didn't he? He finally sighed, drawing everyone's attention once more. Of course, she frowned. He said you didn't have any family to support you and that you thought of us as family. And now eat ease clear, grumbled Fleur. Easy, love, he told her in nearly fluent French, hoping that the Weasleys didn't speak it. This is the headmaster playing his games again, and they're as much victims of that as we are. Fleur tilted her head slightly, and he met her gaze, impressing upon her that he truly believed that. He could see it when she accepted the truth of it only an instant later, and deflated back to a more relaxed stance even as she nodded at him. Turning back to Molly, he switched back to English. The headmaster likes to stick his nose in where it doesn't belong, Mrs. Weasley, he told her bluntly. While he might want you to believe that I saw you that way, and I mean no offense when I say this, but it just isn't the case. Fleur's family is my family now, and my godfather is my family. Those are the only family I've ever recognized beyond my late parents. I appreciate your care over the years, but you're my good friends, not my family. The conversation had, of course, drawn the Delacours and Sirius over to them. In the background, he could see the Diggory family and the Crumbs trying to look like they weren't listening in. Harry didn't care about the latter, too. It wasn't his reputation that would suffer. Albus, as a truly unealthy and inappropriate interest in my son-in-law, Molly, noted Sebastian, finally joining in the conversation. I do not know what his purpose was with this, but mark my words, he had one. And it was certainly not for Uri's benefit, nor for yours. It was clear that Molly Weasley didn't know what to say, and was far too shocked to even bother being offended. Her mouth was opening and closing without any sound coming out, and she was staring, almost horrified, at Sebastian as she processed the implications of what he was saying. Only Harry and his family knew the probable reason for Dumbledore's interest. The rest were clueless of the existence of the prophecy, and that made it look that much worse from an outside perspective. On behalf of House Weasley, Bill suddenly intoned, you have our sincere apologies for any offense we may have caused. It was not intentional, and as heir of the house, I will inform our head of house and ensure that it does not happen again. Molly paled at this declaration. Harry had barely scratched the surface of true wizarding culture, but he recognized that this was serious. As head of House Potter, your apology is accepted, he replied as formally as he could. He didn't know the proper forms yet, but would do his best. But really, it's unnecessary, Bill. This is Dumbledore's doing, not your family's. Thanks, Harry, but they should have known better anyway, he smiled. I'll take care of it and make sure it doesn't happen again. Let me get Mum back home, but I'd like to speak with you on an unrelated matter if you have a few minutes before the task tonight. Of course, nodded Harry. They all watched as Bill herded a lost and confused Molly Weasley out of the room. Harry felt a pang of sadness at that. She truly had meant well, he thought, but he also agreed with Bill that she should have known better. It was one thing before he was married, but now, she should have been far more suspicious of Dumbledore. "Remind me to bring you up to speed on the proper forms for things like that, Harry," Sirius finally said. But that was very well handled, especially given that Dumbledore didn't see to your training as heir or head of house like he should have. Harry saw this statement as the theater that it was Amos Diggory would likely have it all over the ministry by tomorrow that Dumbledore had failed the heir of the Potter family. Frankly, however, he had other concerns, like the fact that his godfather was here in person and in public without Dementors swarming around. He couldn't help the grin that came over him. "Sirius," he burst, grabbing his godfather in an uncharacteristic hug. "I'm so glad you're free," Sirius chuckled. "So am I," he grinned. "And that's all thanks to you, Harry, so thank you." The rest of the afternoon proceeded splendidly. There was no real need to show the Delacours or Sirius around the campus, so they simply found a convenient location where they could enjoy the beauty of the day. It was an almost surreal experience for Harry. He had never simply spent time with his family before. That simple first was one he would truly never forget. They were all spread out on a blanket at the edge of the Black Lake, and Harry was leaning back into Fleur's warm embrace. He still couldn't believe that he was married to her, but he wouldn't trade it for anything. Her mere presence made everything seem lighter and happier, and it wasn't her allure, of that he was certain. The conversation meandered aimlessly over the course of the afternoon. Little of real substance was discussed by some strange unspoken agreement. The closest it got was a question from Sirius about what Fleur would be doing with herself after graduation. Since Harry and Fleur had discussed that, it was easy enough to answer. Both of them categorically refused, however, to share their strategy for the task, or even that it was a shared one in the first place. They were looking forward to seeing their family's reaction to what they saw as a major prank on the tournament and its organizers. In their mind, it was definitely going to be one for the record books. Finally, though, they were brought back down to earth by the return of Bill Weasley. They hadn't discussed that situation at all either, but really, what was there to discuss? Dumbledore's motives were generally unclear even when he was being transparent about things. In this case, they would probably never know why he had bothered with such a scheme. "Sorry to bother you," said Bill when he finally found them. "But do you have a minute, Harry?" Harry looked up at him and smiled. "Have a seat, Bill," he offered. "If it's about what I think it is, then everyone here is in the know." Bill nodded and joined them on the blanket. The elder Delacours had left Gabrielle at home with Katerine. They weren't letting her anywhere near Hogwarts after she was literally kidnapped for use in the second task. That meant that only Sebastian was unknown to Bill, and it was relatively obvious that he was trusted. "I just wanted to give you a quick update," he offered. "The goblins hate these things, and they've been tracking them down as their highest priority. They actually found one in the bank, if you can believe that. Someone was foolish enough to place a Horcrux within Gringotts," gasped Sebastian. "That is a death sentence for that person, wizard or not. It is in the treaties." Bill smirked. "Unfortunately for us, the vault belonged to Bellatrix Lestrange," he informed them. "So she probably won't die by goblin steel since she's in Azkaban. Her vault is another story, though. They confiscated it, and Harry and Fleur will get a significant chunk since they reported it to Gringotts through me." Harry figured that the satisfaction that shone in Bill's expression was probably mirrored in his own. He couldn't care less about the money, but anything bad that befell a Death Eater was music to his ears. "This is excellent news," noted Fleur. "But what of Ozzers? You said were 5 or 6. And at least half of them have been collected and destroyed." "There was a locket in the Black home in London," he continued. Clearly, Sirius knew of this, as he wasn't surprised in the slightest. "Then there was the one at Gringotts, and an object they found here at Hogwarts. How they found it and got it out, I don't know, but it was also destroyed." Harry nodded in satisfaction. To see so much progress made in such a short time was a revelation. Why hadn't Dumbledore done this a decade ago? Surely Voldemort would be naught but a memory had he done so. It was disturbing, really. What was Dumbledore playing at? "And Ozzers?" asked Arian. "Those will be more difficult," sighed Bill. "We know they're at or near the ancestral Riddle estate, but we're going to have to be careful. We're fairly certain that's where Voldemort himself is right now." Everyone present groaned in annoyance. It was one thing to dig something up that wasn't being watched, but quite another if the madman himself was sitting right on top of it. Say what you would about Voldemort, he was known to be exceptionally dangerous. It was easy to understand the goblins' caution. "Is there anything we can do to help?" asked Harry after a moment. Not that I know of, Bill denied. Just get through the tournament and we'll worry about it this summer. Worst case, we can lure him out and see about it then. 2 or 3 more, sighed Fleur, giving him a squeeze, and then it will be over for good. Harry couldn't wait. Bill excused himself shortly after bringing them up to speed, and after delivering another heartfelt apology for what Molly had tried to do. Her actions had been highly offensive by wizarding standards, and while Harry wasn't going to hold it against her due to her good intentions, the Weasley heir was another matter entirely. Bill said he expected that his father would be equally disturbed by it once he understood the magnitude of the transgression. As the afternoon gave way to evening, they all trooped back up to the castle for dinner. That was where Hermione finally rejoined their party. While she no more had exams than Harry did, an advantage of having transferred to Beauxbatons, she, unlike Molly Weasley, had recognized his need for time with his true family. Harry was deeply grateful to her for being such a good friend. As dinner started to wind down, she just couldn't keep it in any longer, though. "Are you two ready for the task?" she asked worriedly. Harry and Fleur chuckled at her, though. "Relax," he told her calmly. "This task will be easier than the first 2. We've both got it covered." Next to him, Fleur nodded her beautiful head. "E is right, Hermione," she smiled. "There is no need to worry." "Well, I, for one, hope you win," grinned Sirius, to Harry's amusement. Imagine the look on their faces when a 4th-year student beats Hogwarts' supposed champion. It had to be said that Sirius was not impressed with Diggory, or rather, with Diggory's father. The man had, to Cedric's obvious embarrassment, made a nuisance of himself earlier, effectively trying to proclaim that his son was better than Harry Potter. It was a rather appalling display that was likely to have earned him a rollicking from his wife when he got home. "Just be careful," said Sebastian, with not a trace of humor. "I would rather you lose than win at cost of a permanent injury." "True that," agreed Sirius. Harry exchanged a smile with his wife. "If only they knew. It'll be fine," he offered. "Like I said, we've got it covered. Besides," he thought to himself, "it's not like we don't already know that the consequences this tournament inflicts can be permanent." Excited chatter filled the air all around them as the champions waited for the task to officially begin. The stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch were packed full of people, including many dignitaries. Fleur could spot the British, French, and Bulgarian ministers of magic right off, and there were many other notables besides. It looked like half or more of the British Wisengamot had also turned up to see the spectacle. She could only shake her head at the sheer insanity of it all. A tournament with only 4 contestants, all of whom were only just into adulthood, or flat-out underage in the case of her new husband, competing in an event that they as spectators would barely even be able to watch. That was what they were here for. To be fair, she doubted that most of them knew the latter fact and indeed would be very disappointed by it, but the first 2 facts remained. Why children competing in deadly tasks was such a draw to them mystified her. If anything, it should have horrified them, but here they were, waiting to see a spectacle that they knew could rapidly turn deadly. It had already had life-changing consequences in her and Harry's case, and they were all too aware of that fact. It did not speak well of magical society. "Did the Weasley twins come up with anything?" wondered Cedric from his position next to Harry. "Not that we know of," Harry replied. "We're looking into it, but they don't want to get caught interfering with an international event." "Which was probably smart of them," nodded Fleur. "Especially given what we have planned." Crumb, on her side of the gaggle they formed, smirked. "It will be amusing," he grinned. Fleur couldn't help but grin back. At least their fellow champions weren't sticks in the mud. The spectators were going to be disappointed to learn that they traveled all this way for a task that only took 2 minutes to complete. "Still nothing to stop us," noted Harry, having finished examining the pitch. "So we're clear to go with it." Cedric opened his mouth again, probably to ask if they were all still in, but Bagman arrived before he could say anything. The man made Fleur's skin crawl. He was a disgusting pig in her view. And before he started announcing, he cast a charm that would allow the audience to hear everything that both he and the champions said. It was a 2-part charm that Fleur was only vaguely familiar with. Someone competent had clearly cast the complicated part earlier, and Bagman's spell merely activated it. Fleur rather thought it was likely going to backfire on him. In the stands behind the entrance to the maze, Sirius Black sat with the Delacour family and watched the champions while keeping a weather eye on everything else around him. He found it a novel experience being out in public like this. It had been far, far too long since he was able to live his life. No thanks to Dumbledore, but that was neither here nor there at the moment. Watching Harry with Fleur was a balm to his tortured soul. He had no idea if he would ever find love himself. He was damaged goods, to be certain. But that his godson had managed it, no matter in what fashion, warmed his tarnished heart. Fleur and Harry, to his eyes, were simply meant to be. Remus would likely have been reminded of James and Lily, but not Sirius. Harry was a very different person from James Potter, and Fleur was nothing at all like Lily. On top of that, and as much as he hated to say it, their love was far deeper than he had ever observed between the late elder Potters. Not that James and Lily weren't very much in love. They were. But Harry and Fleur took it to a whole new level. Those who had known Playboy Sirius Black in school would have been shocked to learn that he was a closet romantic, and that he truly did know what love was. Then and now, he simply didn't think he would ever find the sort of love he craved for himself. He enjoyed very much seeing it in others, though, and Harry and Fleur were sterling examples in his book. He continued to watch as they stood and chatted with the other champions. Even the manner in which they stood spoke of their love for one another. It was subtle, but it was there. He had to admit that he was jealous, and not because she was Vila. "They look so good together," he sighed to himself. "Don't they?" Asked Sebastian from his left. "I never would have thought of this match for but E really does complete in a way I could never have predicted." "And she him," nodded Sirius. "I don't know him as well as I'd like for obvious reasons, but I know he's not a very social sort. She seems totally immune to that, though. He's completely comfortable with her." "You're not wrong," came Hermione Granger's voice from his other side. She had followed them out and joined them in the stands. "I know him better than anyone, except maybe for Fleur now, of course, and I can tell you that the way he is with her is totally unlike the way he is with anyone else." "Even you?" asked Arian softly from Sebastian's other side. It was clear to Sirius that she was fishing to see if the magically forced marriage had disrupted something else, but Hermione rose to the occasion. "Even me," she nodded decisively, with a wry smile lingering on her lips. "Besides, I've always thought of him more like a brother. I don't know that I could ever give him the kind of comfort she does." And then the conversation was interrupted by Ludo Bagman announcing the start of the task. Sirius listened intently as the aging former Quidditch star explained how things were supposed to work, and then finally blew his whistle to send Harry and Cedric Diggory into the maze. Neither boy moved, and Sirius blinked. Something was up. Unfortunately, the area around the champions had been charmed to project what was said to the audience, which meant that they were about to find out exactly what that was. "Well, go on," Bagman urged, his voice echoing around the arena due to the charm's work on the platform. "The clock is ticking." To Sirius' increasing amusement, Harry looked at the man like he was crazy. "But that wouldn't be sporting, Mr. Bagman," he said, his voice projected into the stands with perfect clarity. "We want to be fair about this, right?" "I agree with Harry," added Diggory. "It wouldn't be sporting to go ahead of the others." Sirius grinned and glanced over at Diggory, the elder Arse, but the man was just sitting there staring. He looked quite shocked by his son's behavior. Poor Cedric, he was likely to get a talking to when he got home. In the meantime, he couldn't help but giggle aloud this time. He hadn't had this much fun since before Azkaban. It was quite clear to Harry that Bagman had no idea what to make of his and Cedric's behavior or what to do about it. That made him want to laugh, but he somehow managed to keep a straight face. Luckily for Bagman, though, Professor Moody soon made an appearance. "Problem, Ludo?" he asked curiously. Bagman just sputtered. "They're apparently going to wait and go with the others," he admitted, clearly forgetting that everyone could hear him. "Don't know why they'd want to give up such a big advantage." Moody's eyes spun for a moment before landing on Harry. "This true, Potter?" he asked. "Wouldn't be sporting otherwise," Harry shrugged. "Well, there you go," he said to Bagman. "Maybe you should just get on with it, Ludo." Bagman appeared reluctant. "But," he started. "Moody's right," interrupted Cedric. "Might as well get on with it. We're not changing our minds. Right, Harry?" "Right, Cedric." While there was a fair bit of laughter at the champion's antics and the flummoxed former Quidditch star, Sirius was finding it far too difficult to stay quiet. Next to him, Sebastian raised a curious eyebrow, clearly not understanding the reason for his mirth. Sirius chortled again before turning to speak to him, though he still kept one eye on the action, or lack thereof. 10 Galleons says they're going to prank the tournament," he grinned at the man. "No bet," smirked Sebastian. "My mother did not raise a fool, Sirius. When he turned to Hermione, she rolled her eyes. Before this year, I might have actually taken you up on that, she admitted. But now, no, thank you. Sirius grinned and refocused on his godson. Fine, grumbled Bagman to the audience's rising amusement. Then next up we have Victor Crumb of Durmstrang. And with that he blew his whistle again, only for Victor to continue standing there lazily. Not you too, whined Bagman. Laughter rang out, far more prevalent than before. Sirius was grinning like a loon. Whoever had planned this prank had done a bang-up job. They were, at the very least, making Bagman look like the idiot he was. Duh, retorted Victor. Sportsmen must be sporting. Sirius was already suppressing more giggles when Victor's response came through, and Hermione's abrupt facepalm almost sent him into gales of laughter. It was only his need to hear whatever was next that kept him silent. Hermione, for her part, was clearly horrified. She had gone to the Yule Ball with Crumb, he recalled. Sportsman, she repeated faintly. Like me, caveman. I know for a fact that Victor's command of the English language is much better than that. Sirius kept silently giggling away. Fine, groused Bagman uncharitably. Fleur Delacour Beauxbaton's last place, go, and the final whistle was blown. Predictably, Fleur simply stood there with the others. None of them made a move to enter the maze. And now my daughter is involved, grinned Arian. Oh, this is so very amusing. Definitely worth coming to watch, agreed Sebastian. Sirius could see Moody down on the platform, also looking truly amused. Have fun with this, Ludo, smirked the old Auror, and then he wandered off. Well, are you going in or not? Bagman finally burst, utterly exasperated with them, causing the audience to roar with laughter. Mused Harry. Maybe we should get going. I mean, they did go to all the trouble of setting this up and all. We, nodded Fleur. And z sooner this is over, z better. Duh, agreed Victor. Definitely, nodded Cedric. Then all four of them moved into a line and raised their wands. ACCIO broom! Their entire area of the stands burst into cheers as the champions' intentions became clear. Sirius had actually read the rules and knew beyond doubt that this was a perfectly legal move. The entire task was a joke, really, if you looked at all the various cheats that the rules failed to disallow. Sneaking a peek at Dumbledore almost made him lose his composure once and for all. The man looked like he needed medical attention for a common bowel condition. He clearly did not approve of the champion's antics. Magnifique, gushed Arian. A perfect solution, grinned Sebastian. No real danger to the champions, and they reduced the entire task to little more than a broom race. Oh, I don't think it's a race, smirked Hermione. Oh, asked Sebastian. Hermione turned to Sirius with an evil grin. 10 Galleons says they're going to tie it, she offered. Deliberately. There was a brief silence in their section of the stands before laughter suddenly erupted from almost everyone. Even Sirius had missed the obvious. She was right. He was chortling so much that he had to shake his head at her to decline her bet. Then they watched as the champions flew up over the hedges and out to the middle of the maze before losing altitude and disappearing from view. It would probably be only moments before the task was over. The laughter coming from the stands at their antics was long and loud, much to the champions' pleasure. Making the organizers look foolish was a good thing in their opinion. Fleur could practically feel her husband's satisfaction as he flew along beside her. He, more than any of them, had the right to make a mockery of the tournament. It took less than 15 seconds to reach the cup in the center of the maze. The only potential obstacle was an acromantula of all things, but it was stuck behind another wall and would take some time to arrive if it had even seen them coming. The looks they exchanged made their opinions of this task utterly clear. Well, that was easy, grinned Cedric. Shall we? 3, 2, 1. Cedric had reached his hand out as he spoke, as did the rest of them. They had discussed this ahead of time. They wanted it to be a tie with no way for the judges to say otherwise. If they grabbed the cup at exactly the same time, then there would be no contest, no loopholes, and so they did, and then all hell broke loose. Whoever designed this task was a moron, Sirius noted, at least from a spectator's point of view. Hear, hear, was shouted back from various other spectators, and then fireworks shot up into the sky from the four corners of the maze, and the hedges began to crumble away. It was clearly an effect designed to signal the end of the competition. A self-cleaning maze, he would have said in his youth, but something was wrong. In the center of the maze, where should have stood 4 champions with their brooms, was nothing more than a lone acromantula. What the? He breathed. His mirth vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. Suddenly he was deadly serious, his instincts screaming at him that something had just gone terribly wrong. Turning quickly, he scanned the area in front of the judges and saw nothing and nobody there either. Turning all the way around, he couldn't spot them anywhere. If the cup was a portkey or something, it hadn't taken them anywhere he could see. "Where are my children?" asked Arian as it became clear that something was decidedly wrong. But that was all the time they had left to worry about their missing family members. People throughout the stadium were starting to scream, and it wasn't because the champions had gone missing. Whoever had designed and set up the maze and its disintegration had forgotten one key fact, that all of the various creatures would completely fail to disintegrate with the hedges. And with the champions having bypassed all of them, none of them had been eliminated beforehand. With no hedges to pen them in, the creatures were free to roam. Most of them were incredibly deadly, and all of them were unhappy. One acromantula had already started toward the stands, and as luck would have it, was heading right at their section. Sirius quickly drew his wand and made his way down to the front. He was once an Auror and knew the drill. He was dimly aware of Sebastian and Hermione following him. It wasn't long at all before he was forced to behead the giant sentient spider. It was not for being shifted from its chosen prey. All around them, the place dissolved into utter chaos. Hagrid's Scroots were heading toward various points in the audience. A second acromantula was heading toward another part of the stands, and a manticore of all things had honed in on the judge's box. Toward the center of the maze, a lonely, disgruntled sphinx stood quietly and waited to see the upcoming carnage. And those were just the obvious threats. With a shake of his head, and working seamlessly with Sebastian and Hermione, Sirius focused in on the next threat and tried to ignore both the stampede of the spectators behind him and his worries over his missing godson and goddaughter-in-law. It was going to be a long night. Harry's nerves snapped taut when his hand seized up on the trophy's handle, his other locked around the shaft of his broom. He clearly felt the hook that yanked him away from the center of the maze. Every instinct he had was screaming at him that this was wrong. "I knew it was too easy," he mentally groused. As the trip continued past the first second or two, he knew they weren't simply being transported to the judges. Wherever they were going, it was likely to be the point of the whole exercise. From the moment his name had been entered, there had been a purpose, and now they were going to learn what it was, possibly to their great cost. All he could do right now, though, was mentally tally the situation. He could feel his wife bumping against him on one side, and could see Victor and Cedric directly across, also carrying their brooms. This was a small comfort. Whatever was happening, it was likely that whoever was on the other end only expected one person, not four. A few moments later, they all hit the ground and went sprawling. "What the hell?" groused Cedric. Harry, however, wasn't listening. While he was helping Fleur to her feet, he was otherwise busy taking in their surroundings, and what he saw was far from promising. They were in a graveyard, likely miles and miles away from Hogwarts. A moldering old mansion was visible atop a hill in the distance, and an old church off to one side, but other than that, there was nothing but trees and grave markers as far as the eye could see. Well, that and an ominous fog clinging to the ground like something out of a Muggle Halloween special. "This is not part of the tournament," noted Victor. "Non," agreed Fleur quietly. And then, showing that they were totally on the same page, she added, "Whatever this is, it must be why Arai was entered." "I agree," Harry said. "I don't see anyone else around, though. They probably didn't expect us to be this fast," noted Cedric. "Let's get out of sight until we figure out what to do." There was no need for any further prompting. Cedric quickly took the lead, drawing them over to and then behind a sizable mausoleum. Harry could tell that he had thought of entering the structure but decided against it. It didn't matter, though. What mattered was what was written on a headstone that Harry spotted in the distance. He couldn't take his eyes off of it. It spelled trouble with a capital T. "Arai," prompted Fleur, finally dragging him almost forcibly back behind the mausoleum with the rest of them. "What d'yes eat?" she asked nervously. "I know where we are," he said faintly. "Where?" asked Cedric. Harry turned to look Fleur in the eye since she was the only one present likely to understand the full implications. "That house on the hill," he quietly gestured. "It's probably the Riddle estate." The other two champions were baffled, but Fleur's eyes widened and her grip on him tightened. "You are certain?" she asked. "That's what one of the gravestones said. I doubt it's a coincidence." Fleur let go and started cursing in French so fluently that Harry fancied he could almost literally see the air turning blue. "Whoa, slow down," put in Cedric. "Want to share with the class? What is the Riddle estate, you said?" Harry shook himself out of his daze, resigned to explaining things. He had no idea how long they would be alone, however, so he needed to be quick about it. There was no time to be gentle. "As in Tom Marvolo Riddle," he told Cedric, with Victor listening in off to the side. "He uses a different name these days. He got it by rearranging the letters until they said, 'I am Lord Voldemort.'" Cedric and Victor both immediately lost all color. "Please tell me this is a joke," choked out Victor. "Non," said Fleur quietly but firmly. "It is no joke, we are in very great danger. The question is, what do we do about it?" mused Harry. "I have no idea how to get us home." "Out of time," noted Victor. He was currently peering up the hill toward the house. "Someone is coming." It took Harry all of 10 seconds to figure it out. "The brooms," he decided. "We stay low behind the gravestones until whoever that is passes, then we get up in the air. Worst case, we fly away as fast as we can and make our way back to the school. He can't chase all of us at once, so if we're spotted, we split up." They all exchanged looks, and then nodded their agreement. Nobody had a better idea, and nothing else was said. Harry led the way this time, slaloming silently through the graveyard, his wife hot on his heels. He hoped the other two were there as well, not that he was worried about Crumb's chances on a broom. He wasn't worried about Fleur either, truth be told. Cedric was actually the weakest flyer in the group, and he wasn't half bad in Harry's opinion. It took some doing, and nearly 5 minutes of meticulous flying, but they slowly circled around the graveyard until they were behind the unknown party. Then Harry pulled up sharply, and they rapidly gained altitude, finally gathering directly overhead nearly 100 feet up. Once on high, they could see that, in their hurry, they had overlooked the presence of an enormous cauldron. The unknown person was carrying something toward it. "What on earth?" asked Cedric. "Dark ritual," suggested Crumb. "If I had to guess," said Harry, "dark resurrection ritual." "Merde," breathed Fleur. "What now?" asked Cedric. And that was the million-galleon question. On one hand, Harry felt like they should run and not look back. Getting involved in this was only going to get someone hurt or killed. On the other hand, it was clear that Tom had a purpose here, and it probably involved having Harry present. Would he simply use someone else if Harry didn't show? It was highly likely. "We should stop this," said Fleur after a while. "I do not know what he is planning, but it cannot be good." "Duh," agreed Victor. "Dark rituals are never good. Vil hurt many people if we do not stop it." "This is he who must not be named we're talking about," shuddered Cedric. "Can we even stop him?" "Yes," said Harry flatly. "Tom is nothing more than a psychotic wizard. He's not a god. We can stun him just like anyone else, just don't try to kill him." "What, why not?" gasped Cedric. "He's a monster." "We," agreed Fleur quietly, "but E is a monster zat as taken precautions." "It is not zat we do not want to kill eem. It is zat we cannot kill eem. It will not end well." It was the thickening of her accent that clued Harry into just how calm Fleur was not, which otherwise did not come through in her voice. He quickly slid his broom closer to her and caught her in a one-armed hug. For all that she was a capable adult, she had never before been in a situation like this one. Neither had the other two, but that was neither here nor there. They weren't his wife. "Easy, love," he soothed. "It'll be fine. We have the advantage here. He only expected one of us, and he doesn't even know where we are, or maybe even that we're here yet." Fleur stared into his eyes for a long moment before suddenly grabbing his head and kissing him thoroughly, something she never did in public beyond a mere peck. "You will come home in one piece," she growled in French. "You hear me, husband?" Harry couldn't help but smile. "I do," he replied in the same language. "And the same goes for you, love." "Bon," she said finally, and then forced her mask back into place. He knew it to be an aspect of occlumency. She was using it to suppress her feelings and her nerves. Turning back to the graveyard, Harry quickly took in the situation. Whoever was down there had put the bundle down and appeared now to be tending something in the cauldron. Harry also spotted movement off to the side, something slithering through the underbrush nearby. "Snake," he noted, pointing it out to the others. "Duh," nodded Crumb. "Big, too. Probably belongs to He-Who," agreed Cedric. "Is that one we can kill?" noted Fleur grimly. She was clearly taking this all very personally. Silence reigned as they studied the area. There was a town off in the distance, but it was unlikely to be of any help. The unknown person tending the cauldron was the only human visible for miles. The only other party they could see was the snake. "You know, this could be relatively simple," Harry finally said. Then, looking at Crumb, he suggested, "Ronsky feint attack at the bottom right before we pull up." A smile slowly spread across Victor's face. Harry'd had little contact with him since the Yule Ball, but he had seemed fairly boring then. Now, though, with that look in his eye, Harry understood. Crumb found his fun in the air. "Duh," he said slowly. "You take the snake," suggested Harry. "That might actually be the more difficult one." "Use a cutting hex. I'll deal with our unknown down there with a stunner." "What about us?" asked Cedric, motioning between himself and Fleur. "Back up," explained Victor. "Exactly," agreed Harry, looking Cedric in the eye. "If something happens to us, it's up to you to save the day." Then, with an amused smirk, he added, "I'd ask you to get Fleur to safety, but I don't feel like being charbroiled." "Bon," smirked Fleur. "You are learning." They all had a good chuckle over that, but Harry felt their time was up now. They needed to get this done before something else could happen. "All right, let's go," he decided. And then he and Victor lined up on their respective firebolts. "Good luck," he told Victor. "Duh, same," Victor replied. 3, 2, 1, and they were off. Harry forgot all his fears in the rush of air on his face as he streaked toward the ground, dimly aware of Victor doing the same right beside him. If this had been a Quidditch game, it would have been immensely fun. But then the moment was over, and he raised his wand, poised to strike. They crossed the distance in less than 5 seconds, and Harry roared his curse into the night, even as Victor did the same. "Stupefy! R-E-Z-A-C-H-K-A?" Harry's curse slammed into the back of the person tending the cauldron, slamming his head into it with a resounding clang. Even as Harry pulled out of his dive, however, he heard Victor's curse having a very unexpected effect, and forcefully yanked the broom around to see what had happened. He was just in time to see an image of Voldemort screaming into the night as it disintegrated into nothingness where it hovered over the headless body of the snake that Victor had targeted. Victor swore in his native language. "Vhat vas that?" he asked as he landed with a thud. "Just be glad it's gone," said Harry quietly, choosing not to answer the question. He had a guess, and really didn't want knowledge of that topic to spread. Instead, he also landed, and then turned to the unknown person and pulled its hood down. "Wormtail," he growled upon recognizing the idiot. He looked up and was just about to motion Cedric and Fleur down from the heavens when heard something that made his blood run cold. "Avadakedavra." Fleur watched silently as her husband of 3 months lined up next to an internationally renowned Quidditch star like it was no big thing. One would have thought that he flew with the famous Victor Crumb every day, and that was to say nothing of what awaited them at the bottom of their respective dives. She had tremendous confidence in Harry, but that did not stop her from worrying over his safety. If whoever was down there saw them coming, it could get very ugly very quickly. She could only hope that their presence truly was still unknown. 3, 2, 1. The look on his face as he dove was unsurprising to her. He adored flying, and if not for the fame aspect, she would have recommended Quidditch as a potential career. He was, by all accounts, an excellent seeker. She saw as the spells flashed out, and then came the most unearthly shriek she'd ever heard. It sent shivers up her spine, and she had no idea what had caused it. Unlike Harry, she had never heard that sound before. "What was that?" asked Cedric nervously. "I do not know," she shrugged. But they do not seem to be worried about it. She watched as Harry went over and examined the unknown person, but was quickly distracted. Her heart nearly stopped when a sickly green spell flashed out from the bundle on the ground, very nearly striking Crumb in the back. He was barely able to dive out of the way. She was in her own dive before she even consciously registered what she was doing. By the time Fleur reached the ground, however, it was already over. Harry had quickly stunned whoever was in the bundle and was now staring at it with a deeply disgusted expression on his face. She quickly landed and looked for herself and promptly wished that she hadn't. It was all she could do to keep her dinner down. "That is disgusting," she snapped, even as Cedric touched down next to her. "I think it's Tom," said Harry faintly. "I have no idea what he did to himself, but yeah, that's disgusting." "Homunculus," said Crumb as he brushed himself off. "I'm surprised it can cast." "Looked like it almost got you," noted Cedric. "Duh," agreed Victor. "Lucky I vas paying attention." "Who is Z Ozer?" asked Fleur curiously. "Pettigrew," explained Harry darkly. "He's not going anywhere." Fleur had the sense that it was over, there was nobody else about, and as creepy as their surroundings were, they were now relatively safe. She could see that Harry was holding something back, but she would ask him later. "What now?" asked Cedric. "Now you go to the Ministry and find Madame Bones," ordered Harry. Get her here with a gob of horrors and whoever else she needs to deal with Riddle and Pettigrew. Oh, and tell her I said that Gringotts needs to be involved. There's something here they're looking for, and you don't want to get in their way on that one. We'll be here when you get back." Crederick blinked in shock at Harry's decisive orders, but quickly shook himself out of it. "Right," he nodded. He closed his eyes for a moment to center himself, and then he suddenly twisted and vanished with a crack. Fleur couldn't help staring hungrily at Harry. His take-charge attitude just then did funny things to her insides. He blinked back at her in shock when he spotted it, and that brought her back to herself. She gave him a look that promised many things that night, and then moved off to start cataloging what was here. There really wasn't much to see. The cauldron had some sort of liquid in it, but she wouldn't have been surprised if it was little more than water. There was no smell, which supported that possibility. The thing had a base that allowed for firewood to be placed underneath, but there was none present. She wasn't sure if that meant the ritual would have taken place elsewhere, or if they just hadn't started it yet. Harry had Pettigrew trussed up like a Christmas turkey alongside it, and the bump on his head doubly ensured that he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. On the other side of the cauldron, the massive snake, now headless, lay cooling in the grass. It was positively enormous. Good thing they had decided to target it, or things might have been far worse. "That was a Horcrux," said Victor suddenly, his voice hushed and laced with clear disgust. "In the snake." Fleur's gaze snapped to Victor at the same time as Harry's did. She had no idea what to say. While they had not been sworn to secrecy, this was not the sort of knowledge that should be shared. Harry took the initiative, though. "Yes," he said flatly, "but please don't ever repeat that. Nobody needs to know that Tom made them. The goblins are dealing with it, and if this really is him, then he'll be dead for good very shortly." "Good," nodded Crumb. "Is that what that shriek was?" she asked curiously. "Duh," nodded Victor. "Looked like him, too." Fleur could do little more than blink in surprise. This was turning out to be a very productive night. Her only complaint was that they could have stopped it all if they'd gone after Riddle as soon as they knew he was present. Then again, how would they have known that he was little more than a homunculus? Giving up that train of thought with a heavy sigh, she leaned her broom against a headstone and wrapped herself around her husband from behind. The adrenaline was already leaving her system, and she was definitely feeling the effects. She rested her chin on his head, and as she closed her eyes, she saw Crumbs smiling softly at them. She hadn't known he was capable of that. Harry wanted to close his eyes and melt into Fleur's embrace, but would not allow himself to do so. They were still in hostile territory. He doubted there would be further trouble, but one never knew. For one thing, he suspected that there was another Horcrux somewhere nearby. If it was alive like the snake was, then there was no telling what could happen. 10 minutes later, Harry was getting worried. Cedric had been gone for quite a while, and there were still no Aurors on the scene. He could feel Fleur's tension once more increasing through the grip she had on him, and even Crumb was starting to look fidgety. Could something have gone wrong? Another 10 minutes after that, and all three of them were considering leaving the scene together to try to get help. They were deeply worried that something might have happened to Cedric. As such, they were all on a razor's edge when help finally arrived. It took all of Harry's considerable self-control to prevent himself from casting a stunner at Amelia Bones when she appeared in the graveyard, and with his recent power boost, it would have been one hell of a stunner indeed. Her aura robes looked like she'd already been through a war tonight. They were singed and ripped in places, and on closer inspection, he could see that there was dirt streaked across her face. The auras she brought with her weren't much better off. "Mr. Potter," she called. "What exactly happened?" Harry blinked. "I could ask the same of you," he frowned. "Are you all right?" "We're fine, Mr. Potter," she sighed. "I'll explain in a minute. You first, please." Harry studied her for a moment longer before finally relenting and explaining what had happened. Cedric returned halfway through the explanation with a familiar pair of goblins in tow, causing him to have to start over again. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised that Riptooth and Ragnarok were both taking a personal interest. By the time he finished the story, most of the newcomers were in shock. Only Bones and the goblins had taken it with any level of equanimity. "Quite the night," said Ragnarok in his gravelly voice, nodding in respect to Harry. "We will scan for what we require." Turning to Madame Bones, he added, "The rest is yours. The people take no interest outside of certain artifacts." Madame Bones took that in stride. "I'm aware of your interest," she admitted, "and I have no intention of stopping you. All I ask is that you let me know when they've all been found." Then, eyeing Harry, she added, Or at least let Mr. Potter know, Ragnock chuckled. That will not be a problem, Madam Bones. He is, after all, the one who alerted our employee to their existence. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. More my wife and her mum, but that's neither here nor there, he grinned. But then he turned serious again. So that's here, Madam Bones. What happened to you? Her grimace was not reassuring. She took a moment to direct her people to start dealing with the scene, and then conjured a chair to sit down in. The champions followed suit, and Fleur also conjured a pair of chairs for the two goblins. Harry would have, but he wasn't that good at it yet. What happened was a cock-up of massive proportions on the part of the tournament organizers, Mr. Potter, she finally sighed. Harry blinked at that description. You mean beyond having a task that involved the spectators watching hedges grow for an hour or so? Both goblins roared with laughter at that question, and Madam Bones rolled her eyes. Unfortunately, yes, she said. Those hedges were spelled to self-disintegrate when the cup was taken. The first stirrings of horror made themselves known deep in Harry's gut, and could almost feel the blood draining from his cheeks. Please tell me that they had the creatures locked in place, he said quietly. Unfortunately, no, she replied. Nobody was killed, but it was a close-run thing. There were numerous serious injuries. If not for your godfather and father-in-law and a student named Hermione Granger, things would be quite a lot worse. They managed to subdue all but the Manticore, with only scattered help from others, most notably the Weasley twins. It took Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, and Mad-Eye all working together just to contain the Manticore. We had to help them take it down. Zir was a Manticore in Zat Maze, asked Fleur faintly. What were they thinking? Did not sign up as a sacrifice, growled Crumb darkly. You're not the only one saying such things, nodded Madam Bones. Manticores are illegal for a reason, and the Triwizard Tournament did not rate an exemption, nor did it have one. I have people looking into the records, and whoever is behind that will face the full force of the law. I consider it 4 counts of attempted murder at an absolute minimum. The only thing worse would have been a basilisk. Harry couldn't help but agree. He knew enough about manticores from reading ahead in Care of Magical Creatures to know that they were utterly deadly. As Madam Bones had said, there was a reason they were illegal. A single manticore could have killed a sizable percentage of the audience before they could take it down. They were lucky that it hadn't. Are my parents all right? Worried Fleur. And Uri's godfather and Hermione? Yes, they're fine, nodded Amelia. All of them have minor injuries, but nothing serious. I think Granger might be up for an Order of Merlin, too. She spotted one of those Merlin-bedamned scroots targeting a group of Wisengamot members and managed to stop it with some dramatic transfiguration at the cost of getting slightly mauled by a rampaging hippogriff. Your godfather managed to divert the hippogriff before it could do worse. Shaking her head, she added, and she still kept going after that, even though she was obviously in pain. I'm hoping to recruit her when she graduates. She would make an excellent Auror. Good luck with that, chuckled Harry. I don't know what she has planned in the long run, but I can't see her as an Auror. Non, agreed Fleur. A teacher or a researcher perhaps, but she is too, how do you say, black and white for law enforcement. Duh, agreed Crumb. Department of Mysteries for that one, Cedric agreed. She's certainly smart enough. We'll see what happens, chuckled Amelia. In the meantime, we need to get you back to Hogwarts. My people can handle things from here. When the champions arrived back at Hogwarts, they expected to be set upon by headmasters, reporters, and who knows who else. What they got, however, was something quite different. In lieu of the expected chaos, they were beset with worried family members, most of whom were slightly singed, probably by the blast-ended scroots. Hermione, with her arm trussed up in a sling, couldn't stifle her snort when she spotted them. Figures, she grumbled. As perfectly coiffed as ever. Fleur would have taken that badly from anyone else, but Hermione was truly a friend, and it was quite amusing. She couldn't help her giggle. Sorry, Hermione, she smiled. Next time we can, how do you say, swap? You may deal Wiz Tom Z next time instead. Hermione blinked hard at that. Wait, what? She asked. Long story, said Harry dismissively. We'll fill you in later. Important bits right now. Tom and Pettigrew are in custody and not going anywhere. Duh, said Victor, having escaped his parents to sneak up beside Fleur. Vast not exciting, he added. Heard you veer Verrier Vaughman, though. Fleur couldn't help but grin at Hermione's deep blush. It wasn't that big of a deal, the girl groused. Just caged up the scroots is all. And got mauled by a hippogriff, Harry reminded her, giving her a look that told her he was onto her. Hermione just rolled her eyes. Did I hear you correctly? Sebastian finally asked. You caught Riddle. We, nodded Fleur. Madam Bones as it in and... A collective breath of relief escaped most of the adults. "I guess we know who entered you now," noted Sirius. "Probably wanted you for his return party or something." "Yeah, but how?" asked Harry. "I suppose he could have sent Pettigrew to put my name in, but it just doesn't add up." "That is a very good point," frowned Fleur. And it really was. She had heard both Harry and Sirius talk about Pettigrew. He was, by all accounts, only a marginal wizard, and it was questionable whether he could manage to alter the goblet sufficiently to make it spit out 4 names. Not impossible. He was an animagus, which was difficult, but still questionable. "Bones will probably dose the rat with Veritaserum," Sirius finally said. "She'll learn that and more, and then we'll have all the answers we need." The group kibitzed for a while longer, but it soon became apparent that the headmasters and tournament officials wouldn't be available anytime soon. The aftermath was going to take a long while to deal with. They all said their goodnights as a result, and Fleur took the opportunity to drag her husband back to their suite in the carriage. They didn't even make it all the way to the bed before she proceeded to ravish him, and with an unusual level of aggression, she simply couldn't help but feel after the events of the night. He certainly wasn't complaining, though. The following morning saw them trudging back to the castle, both still tired after spending most of the night doing anything but sleeping. Tom's capture was a huge deal, and they were riding high on the thought that it was almost over. Only Dumbledore remained as a threat, and he would be dealt with soon enough. Of course, nothing could go that smoothly. They barely made it halfway up the aisle next to the Gryffindor table when a voice behind them growled out the curse that she had heard started far too often over the course of the last few months. "Avada-Kedavra." Much as it had at Snape's trial, the world slowed to a crawl. Fleur knew instinctively who the target would be, but her instantaneous assessment told her that pushing him out of the way wasn't going to work. Instead, she summoned a thankfully empty platter from an adjacent table, putting a massive amount of power into it in her hurry, even as she started to spin around. True to her prediction, the sickly green bolt of the killing curse sped toward Harry's back. He also reacted, and was diving to the floor, but without intervention, he wasn't going to make it. The platter, however, was on course, and only moments later intercepted the curse before it could hit him, shattering into 1,000 tiny shards in the process. Fleur was hardly done, however. She continued her spin, and even before she could register shock over who the caster had been, cast a powerful stunner right back at him. It nailed him between the eyes, and with such force that it flipped him completely over the table behind him to land in a heap on the floor. And time resumed its normal course. True to form, Harry hit the ground rolling and came up with his wand in hand, but the situation was already resolved. "Are you okay?" he asked into the ringing silence. Fleur nearly choked. "Am I okay?" she asked archly. "You were the target, Monamore. I am just fine." Harry blinked. "Oh," he said. "You got him." "Oui," she nodded, then she frowned. "It was moody." "What?" The upside to the mess was that the headmaster was still at the ministry answering for last night's ruckus. Bones was quickly summoned, and they promptly discovered how Harry's name had gotten into the goblet. Moody was not, in fact, Moody, but instead a polyjuiced Death Eater named Barty Crouch, Jr. He had acted now because he heard from Bones that his master had been captured, and decided on his own that Potter had to be punished, permanently. Fleur remembered Crouch Sr. from the early days of the tournament, and wondered how he was involved, but that was soon answered, along with his terminal fate at the hand of his own son. As for the real Moody, he was recovered alive from the depths of his own trunk in the defense office. Harry just shook his head and grumbled about being taught by yet another Death Eater, and wondered if the real Moody would have been better or worse. The most significant outcome of the event, which wouldn't be noticed for some time yet, was how it changed everyone's perception of Fleur. She was already regarded as a deadly opponent when riled, but that was due to her Vila heritage. The incident with the fake Moody right there in front of everyone proved once, and for all that she was also extremely formidable as a witch. It would go on to be described as a deadly ballet, her moves having appeared more like she was dancing than fighting. Fleur was endlessly amused by this. While she did know how to dance, all she had actually done was turn around quickly and cast a couple of spells. It was more down to quick thinking than anything else. On top of that, their nonchalance in the aftermath presented a certain image, and everyone in the castle ran with it. The Potters would find it highly amusing in the future, and were certainly not complaining. Harry and Fleur managed to avoid Dumbledore for the next 2 days, though that was probably because he was away at the Ministry, attempting to run damage control. The Daily Prophet had run a series of articles over those days that painted him in a very bad light. They were questioning a great many things, but nothing so much as his running of Hogwarts. His defense of Snape and Malfoy in court was really coming back to bite him in the arse. Snape could be left aside as an error in judgment, but nobody could understand why Dumbledore had bothered to attempt to defend the Malfoy heir. While Draco was young, he was easily old enough to know better, and certainly old enough to understand what the term unforgivable curse actually meant, and why it was called that. He had tried to kill another student in front of everybody in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, and had done so without the slightest hint of remorse. He had also claimed afterwards, including on the stand, that he would keep trying until he succeeded. It was eminently clear that the boy was a lost cause, and was irredeemably evil, and Dumbledore had defended him. Then you added on to that the mess that the Triwizard Tournament had become, a mess that he was largely responsible for, at least on paper, and it was no wonder that he was in trouble. He was likely cashing in every favor he could, just to stay out of a DMLE holding cell. While those 2 Dumbledore-free days were a blessed relief, though, they knew it was just a matter of time, and sure enough, they were visited by McGonagall at lunch on the 3rd day. She was clearly unhappy to be the messenger on this occasion. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, "the headmaster would like to see you in his office." Harry just sighed. "Fine," he groused. "But you're coming with us, Professor. We won't be in a room alone with that bastard." If McGonagall thought his statement inappropriate, she utterly failed to show it. She simply followed along with the Potters as they made their way to his office. Fleur was sure this wouldn't end well. Dealing with Albus Dumbledore never did. Fawkes appeared on Harry's shoulder halfway there. Neither Potter even blinked at that, to McGonagall's obvious surprise. And Dumbledore was clearly perturbed when he received 3 visitors, 4 if you counted Fawkes, instead of the one he was expecting. "I'm sorry, but this is a private meeting," he began seriously. "Minerva, please escort Miss Delacour back to the Beauxbatons facilities." Fleur was incensed. She was certain he was ignoring their marriage on purpose just to be insulting, and she was done with it. "Madam McGonagall," she called, "I would suggest that you take this man to your hospital immediately. It is clear that his memory is not what it should be. I would be very worried about him if I were you. He may be suffering from some form of what is the word? Dementia," supplied Harry helpfully. "And I agree, his memory is extremely spotty, and that's a very bad sign." "I assure you my memory is as sharp as ever," frowned Dumbledore. "Really?" retorted Harry. "Then why is it that you so consistently fail to remember that Fleur and I are married, and that my wife is properly addressed as Mrs. or Madame Potter, not Miss Delacour?" "Now, Harry, surely—" "Mr. Potter," corrected Harry. "You are my former headmaster, nothing more, and I have never given you leave to be so familiar with me, and I'm still waiting for an answer. Why do you keep forgetting that Fleur and I are married? Because either your memory is going or you're deliberately insulting us. There are far more important matters." "Non, there are not," Fleur interrupted. "You simply have no defense for your behavior, so you try to change the subject." Turning to Harry, she added, "I do not see why we should even listen to Mona Moore. He is nothing more than an obnoxious old man with, how do you say, delusions of grandeur, I think." Harry snorted. "Appropriate, and I agree." Turning back, he stared down a shocked headmaster. "We're done, Dumbledore," he said flatly. "I am no longer your student, and you have no authority over me. Neither of us ever wants to speak with you again, so leave us the hell alone, or you won't like the consequences." Harry then turned to McGonagall and tipped his hat. "Professor," he nodded. And then they departed, leaving behind an absolutely flabbergasted Albus Dumbledore with a surprisingly amused Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore continued to hound them for the next couple of days, to Harry's immense frustration. Notes were frequently delivered by the house elves demanding, not asking, demanding, that he come to the headmaster's office. Harry ignored these. The man had no right. Multiple teachers were also roped in, though each of them only tried it once. Harry made it very clear, albeit politely, that they were being used in a campaign of harassment against a former student. The majority of those teachers ended up tearing strips off of Dumbledore afterwards, not that Harry knew that. Several students had been corralled into Dumbledore's schemes as well, though that quickly stopped when the student body realized that neither Potter was on speaking terms with the man. Nobody wanted to be on their bad side, and that was doubly true among the student population. Such feelings were reinforced by the article that had appeared on the heels of their last meeting with him, proclaiming that a certain Dark Lord was being detained by the Department of Mysteries, having been caught by the Potters. To their surprise, Cedric and Crumb were amused that the article ignored their presence and had no issue with it. Harry disagreed, but there was nothing he could do bar telling people what really happened. Dumbledore's attempts to contact them finally stopped 2 days after their meeting, because the man suddenly had far bigger issues. This was made public by the Daily Prophet that very same day. Albus Dumbledore charged with grand theft, caught pilfering from Potter estate. By R. Giles, the past few months have brought shocking insight into Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, defeater of the dark wizard Grindelwald, grand sorcerer, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wisengamot, and current headmaster of Hogwarts. He has been seen to defend Severus Snape, Death Eater and convicted child abuser, and Draco Malfoy, who attempted to murder the boy who lived right in front of him, has had multiple dust-ups with the up-and-coming Potter family, and was recently thrown out of Gringotts Bank in London. But what is really happening? How is it that one of the greatest wizards of our time is having so many problems, both real and imagined? How is it all related? The Daily Prophet now has that answer. A recent filing with the British Wisengamot initiated a charge of grand theft against Albus Dumbledore. The brief states that Dumbledore willfully misappropriated over 80 million galleons from the Potter estate, funneling them into an organization known as the Order of the Phoenix, which those in the know say was originally formed to fight against he who must not be named. Dumbledore is registered as Harry Potter's financial guardian, but the brief indicates that Potter recently arrived at Gringotts none the wiser, and was accosted by the goblins over a perceived slight. To placate them, he was given Veritaserum and admitted under the influence that he knew nothing of his inheritance beyond a small trust vault. He was not even aware that Dumbledore was involved in his estate until it was discovered by Sebastian Delacour. It is likely that this is the reason that Dumbledore has been denied access to goblin lands. As many will know, the goblins deal particularly harshly with thieves, and especially with those who use their good relations with the goblins to accomplish their misdeeds. In light of this, it is unlikely that Dumbledore account manager Riptooth, the manager for the Potter estate, informed us Thursday that the notes in the brief are, in fact, accurate. He further informed us that Harry James Potter, Fleur Annalise Potter, and Sebastian and Arian Delacour have all been named friends of the Goblin Nation. When we asked after the reasons, he had this to say: Mr. Potter was exceptionally understanding about our mistake in accusing him of the sins of Albus Dumbledore. He has always been respectful to goblins and shows none of the usual prejudice of wizard kind. His wife and her family are likewise enlightened, and we are proud to call them friends. The discovery of the theft is sure to explain the frequent altercations between the Potters and Albus Dumbledore. While they have made no public statement regarding the charges, those charges were filed by Potter's father-in-law, Sebastian Delacour. It is believed that Mr. Delacour is playing a large role in the prosecution on behalf of young Mr. Potter. A date has not yet been set for the trial, but the brief reports that the embezzled funds have been reclaimed by the goblins under existing goblin law. Given that they are known for their honesty in financial dealings, that is as good as pronouncing Dumbledore guilty as charged. Harry snorted as he read the article. "Looks like we're up and coming now," he said sarcastically. Fleur smirked evilly, and in a throaty voice she replied, "As long as Eat Ease you Zat is up, and me Zat is coming, I think I can live with Zat." Half the students within earshot choked on whatever they were eating or drinking, Harry included. Albus Dumbledore was missing in action for the days following the announcement of the charges. Nobody was certain if he was just busy running damage control, or if it was out of shame that he failed to appear at meals. The near confirmation of the theft that the Gringotts statement represented had left him bereft of respect in what he surely considered to be his castle. The Potters counted their blessings. The less they saw of the old criminal, the better as far as they were concerned. Life for the students was also surprisingly quiet in the wake of the third task. Investigations were ongoing, and various officials could be seen prowling around the school and interviewing various people, but the students were largely exempt. The school officials, however, were not having a good time. The papers were reporting the occasional result, but so far there had been little of interest. Most felt that the ministry was withholding whatever they found so they could pull a big reveal when it was all said and done. The result of the investigation into the presence of the manticore, however, did leak, and it had borne unexpected fruit. While Bagman was aware of the illegality and thus was arrested, it was a woman named Dolores Umbridge who actually arranged the acquisition and delivery of the beast. When questioned, she admitted that she wanted the half-blood and creature abominations dead, and assumed that the respectable pureblood champions could deal with the beast once it killed them. Umbridge was a bigot of the First Order, and responsible for a great many bigoted laws in magical Britain, and not a few murders besides. Needless to say, she was now in Azkaban, and no longer advising Fudge. But that was, in the end, the only juicy tidbit that the students had access to. Everything else was being kept quiet. Would Dumbledore be charged? Would the other school heads face sanctions of any kind? What about the ministry officials involved? There were no answers forthcoming. And so it wasn't long before the students started asking a different question that nobody had bothered with as yet. With no new information being shared, the discussions soon tapered off, and they moved on to the more obvious topic. This had been the last task of the Triwizard Tournament, hadn't it? They knew by now what had gone on in the graveyard, and they saw the run-up to the disaster, but they didn't know the most critical factor of the tournament. Who won? It wasn't until almost a week after the task ended that the ministry finally got around to providing the answer. Rather than make a massive public spectacle, however, they wisely decided to hold the event after an extra feast at Hogwarts. This would allow them to limit the media coverage, or so the hope went. It was quite surprising to see Dumbledore once more riding his gaudy throne at the staff table. On the surface, he seemed as serene as ever, but the more astute among them noted the anger in his eyes whenever he looked at the Potters. It was also clear that even his own staff was giving him a wide berth. Harry wondered how long it would be before the Board of Governors ousted him, especially given that he'd lost them their most famous student. Maxime and Karkaroff made sure that there were several people between them and him at the head table. It was clear to everyone that they were refusing to be tarred with the same brush. It would not do to be seen supporting a thief. On the other side of Dumbledore sat Minister Fudge, Madam Bones, and to Harry's surprise, Augusta Longbottom. The latter was temporarily appointed to the chief of the Wisengamot slot after Dumbledore was summarily suspended due to his upcoming trial, and most expected that to become permanent. It was good to see Fudge finally surrounding himself with competent people. For tonight's festivities, the champions sat with their families. Harry and Fleur were at the Gryffindor table, as was expected these days. They spent an enjoyable evening chatting with the Delacours and Sirius, along with Hermione, Neville, and the Weasley twins. And boy, were the twins glad they hadn't interfered with the task. They had never come up with anything to do, but if they had done anything, they could have become targets as scapegoats for all the trouble. A number of highly ranked people had ended up in St. Mungo's, and they were all out for blood. Fred and George wanted nothing to do with that. As dinner wound down, Filch pushed a podium up in front of the house tables and Fudge quickly made his way down. Silence spread through the hall upon seeing it. Everyone wanted to know who truly won the tournament. Harry and Fleur just grinned at each other. "Good evening," gushed the minister. "Now that we've all enjoyed this lovely feast, it's time to get to the important things. You've all been patient, and we can now announce the results of the Triwizard Tournament." Polite applause went up at this declaration, though Fudge seemed slightly discouraged that it wasn't greater. It was hardly surprising. While everyone wanted to know who won, they were also all too aware that the tournament was, overall, a joke. As spectators, they'd seen very little beyond the first task, and the third task sent them running for the hills. "It seems we have a very unusual situation," Fudge continued after the applause died down. "As everyone saw, our champions decided to work together in the last task, summoning their brooms and avoiding the maze entirely. Rather smart of them, I say." The room laughed at this declaration. Everyone had seen the manticore, and not a single person in the room would have wanted to face it alone or felt capable of it. Had the champions gone into the maze, it was highly likely that more than one of them would not have come back out. Given that the judges were unable to see what transpired due to the unfortunate events that followed, we were forced to take and view memories from each of the champions. What we saw astonished even me. I never would have predicted it. Fudge drew the silence out for a moment, watching as the students hung on his every word. It was clear that he hadn't gotten to be minister by bribery alone. He actually did have at least some small amount of charisma when he chose to employ it. Our champions worked through the entire task as a team, he finally said, and they ended it in a perfect tie, all taking the Triwizard Cup at exactly the same time. The applause that rose at this was startling in volume, though there was also a fair amount of laughter. Many of the students realized that the champions had, in the end, truly made a mockery of the competition, and it was clear from the satisfied look on Fudge's face that he was perfectly all right with that. It was probably because he could pass the blame on to everybody but himself. He was barely taking a hit, and much of what had happened as a result of the tournament was boosting his popularity in other ways. It was Dumbledore who was taking most of the blame. "Champions, come on up here," he requested. Harry sighed and stood, offering his hand to Fleur as he went. She quickly took it, and they were met in front of the podium by Cedric and Victor. Cedric stood to one side of the Potters, and Victor to the other. Only a few noticed that, by silent mutual agreement, Cedric and Victor stood a step behind them. It was a subtle but nevertheless powerful statement of their opinion on the matter of the tournament. Never before in history have living contestants tied the Triwizard Tournament, Fudge informed his audience. After much discussion, we have decided that all 4 of these wonderful young people deserve the full award. Thus we present each with 1,000 galleons and their very own Triwizard Cup. The audience roared their approval, and Harry and Fleur took their trophies, which contained bags of galleons with nearly identical eye rolls. Neither of them cared about any of it. They would decide much later, however, that the trophies would be displayed in a prominent location in their home, simply as a reminder of how their relationship began. And thus concludes the Triwizard Tournament. We hope you all enjoyed it, and that you made new friends with your fellow students in our visiting schools. Harry and Fleur couldn't help but chuckle at that as they escaped back to their table. They had no idea who all had noticed, but the champions were the only people who made friends at the opposing schools, and then only barely, Harry and Fleur's marriage notwithstanding. The tournament was a complete failure in all respects in their view. The only question was whether it would ever be held again, but they both doubted it. With the exception of some of the fallout, it would likely be old news before this time next year. The canceling of the Hogwarts Quidditch season was, in the end, more impactful than the tournament itself. To most people, at least. Harry and Fleur felt differently, of course. Nobody was surprised when the following day's Daily Prophet announced that Hermione Granger was to be awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. She was one of only a few students who stayed to corral the dangerous beasts that had been within the maze, and she was the only one to have made a truly significant impact on that effort. Some enterprising individual, probably Colin Creevey, had managed to snap a wizarding photograph of her dramatic transfiguration, as Madame Bones had put it. It was admittedly quite impressive. She had managed to transfigure a massive iron key out of the front wall of one of the stands. As everybody knew, it took tremendous concentration to transfigure something so impressively large. That, and absolute bucket loads of power. Draco Malfoy would have been absolutely terrified that a Muggle-born was so much more powerful than him, had he been there to see it. None of the other usual suspects in the school had made so much as a peep in her direction since the incident either. The fact that she had done this to save a number of Wisengamot members, and while fleeing a rampaging hippogriff at that, had secured her the award with room to spare. The only complaint anyone had was that some felt it should have been a first-class award, though even Hermione herself disagreed with that. When asked in later years, she said it was the first time she ever truly appreciated the way Harry felt about that sort of attention. For her part, Hermione continued to claim she was just caging them up a bit, like it was no big deal. Harry had to stifle a laugh every time she said something similar. She had spent so much time snorting and rolling her eyes at him for downplaying his own efforts in the past that he found it hilariously funny. Turnabout is fair play, and all of that. The ceremony was to be held in the early days of the summer, and Harry and Fleur promised to be there with her, to her relief. Meanwhile, the paper also continued ripping on the tournament organizers, which mostly meant Bagman, Crouch, and surprise, Albus Dumbledore. Few had known that the entire thing had been his idea in the first place. His reputation was truly in tatters, and it was only getting worse for him. And then there was Percy Weasley, who was summarily sacked. When Crouch went missing, his son Imperiused him into sending notes to Percy to execute on, and had Percy stuck to that, he would have been fine since he had no way of knowing what was happening with his boss. But when those notes stopped coming, Percy said nothing, and simply took over the department without so much as a by your leave. He was lucky they couldn't find a crime to charge him with. To quote Amelia Bones, "It's not a crime to be a fool." In another shocking announcement, Ludo Bagman, who had already been arrested over the Manticore, turned out to be deeply in debt to the goblins. In an unprecedented move, the minister turned him over to Gringotts to face their form of justice. He wasn't about to pay Bagman's debts, which was the only other real option since the man was a ministry employee. Nobody would ever hear of Bagman again, and they would have been shocked to learn that he had been exiled to the Americas rather than outright killed. As for the rest, the paper spent many words lambasting the Triwizard Tournament as a whole. The tournament had been sold to the nations involved as a way to improve international relations through some friendly competition. Nowhere in that discussion had anyone mentioned that the tournament would be potentially deadly to their most promising students. On the Bulgarian side, their champion, who was also an internationally renowned sports star, had nearly been maimed in the first task, and, according to rumor anyway, nearly killed in the third. Everybody was aware that the loss of Victor Crumb as their rising star would have been a huge blow to national pride. Cedric Diggory had actually been maimed in the first task, and was lucky they had been able to repair the damage. While he was far from famous like Victor, he was still well respected, and his father was well known in the ministry. They had come very close to losing a highly promising young man. And then there were Fleur and Harry. While recognizing that they were truly good together, and that their marriage would likely bring them much happiness, the media nevertheless ripped everyone to shreds for seeing two so young forced into marriage. The tournament organizers, they said, should have known better than to deliberately place a Vila in life-threatening danger. The issue with Vila magic and life debts was quite well known, and that the tournament allowed a Vila competitor was seen as a travesty, not because a Vila was unworthy to compete, but because it was so easy to ruin said Vila's life. It was seen as a major miracle that Harry and Fleur had come out of it with a bright future. The fallout from that series of articles very nearly saw Madame Maxime summarily sacked from the Beauxbatons Academy. The people of France, including several local Vila enclaves, were very upset that Fleur had been so thoroughly endangered. Had they ever learned of the mild coercion that Maxime had undertaken to talk Fleur into signing up, she wouldn't have lasted 2 seconds. Only a heartfelt public plea by the Potters that Summer would stop the movement to have her ousted. They would ensure that everyone knew, firstly, that the headmistress had accepted responsibility and sincerely apologized at the first opportunity, which she had just after the wedding, and secondly, that the selection of the tasks was out of her hands. She hadn't known what they would entail when Fleur signed up. People would still grumble that she shouldn't have let a vulnerable Vila compete, but thanks to the Potters' intervention, the matter would finally be dropped, and Maxime would keep her job. But that was for the summer. Karkaroff, for his part, came through almost unscathed, to Harry's disgust. He thought the man deserved far worse. The one most pilloried, however, to nobody's particular surprise, was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and mostly for the danger into which he'd placed Britain's precious boy who lived. At first, he was lambasted for his lacking security around the goblet, and then for his lacking common sense when assisting with determining what the tasks would be. But then the unthinkable occurred. One enterprising reporter obtained a copy of the original tournament rules, or rather, Amelia Bones sent them after accidentally discovering them during the investigation, though not even the reporter would ever learn that. It quickly became clear just how great Dumbledore's transgression had truly been. 2 factors were in play. First, the magic of the goblet, bound to those original rules even today, was based on the laws of magical oaths and contracts, and that branch of magic had very specific requirements. Put simply, nobody could force another person into an oath or a contract. If they could, the result would be chaos and the probable collapse of magical society as people began writing all manner of forced contracts for any number of nefarious purposes. That meant that, in spite of Dumbledore and Crouch's proclamations, Harry was never actually bound to compete in the first place. Upon reading that particular article, Harry had nearly cursed his former headmaster right then and there. Fortunately, he had far more sense and far more self-control than did Draco Malfoy. The second factor was that there was a proviso for canceling the tournament in case of a problem. Even had Harry somehow been bound to the contract, the judges could merely have declared the tournament over and then restarted it to draw new contestants, and nobody's magic would have been at risk. In light of this, that Harry was forced to compete was nothing short of a crime, and it was a crime that fell solely on Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He was the one who had edited the rules, and he had handed out that edited version to the other headmasters. And his version of the rules conveniently excluded that information, and only that information. Needless to say, questions were being asked. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was in rather a lot of trouble. When Harry slid into his seat at the Gryffindor table on the Wednesday before the end of term, he didn't really expect much to happen. The papers, of course, were still all aflutter about everything, but he was largely ignoring that now. Fleur was a voracious reader anyway, and would let him know if something came up. Dumbledore was notably absent from the head table again, which bothered him not a jot. "Do you know what you're doing for the summer, Harry?" asked Neville once they had all tucked in. "I have no idea yet, Nev," shrugged Harry. "I'll be in France with Fleur and her family, but that's all I really know right now." "We will have a good summer," smiled Fleur. "I cannot wait to take you on a tour of Z area." Harry felt a rush of pleasure at that concept, and not just because of Fleur. He had never actually had a real summer vacation before, instead spending them all forcibly holed up at Privet Drive. To actually be able to go out and do things for the summer. "That would be incredible. I can't wait," he said softly. Fleur reached over and brushed his cheek, the soft look in her eyes telling him that she understood his reaction. "It will be wonderful, mon amour," she assured him. "And there are plenty of other things we can do as well." "I should get your contact information," noted Hermione. "My parents and I often travel to France in the summers, and it would be nice if we could stop in and see you." "Oui," smiled Fleur. "That would be magnifique." "We can go shopping, too." The girls might have devolved right there into a discussion about shopping that only girls can appreciate, but they were interrupted by the arrival of the mail. Hedwig came to light on Harry's shoulder, and Fleur reached up to detach a scroll from her leg. Half the school stared openly at this. Hedwig was notoriously protective of her master's mail. "What?" she asked when she saw that Hermione was among those starring. "I'm surprised she let you do that," breathed Hermione. "She knows who Fleur is," smiled Harry, reaching up to scratch his familiar. "Of course she'll allow it." Fleur shook her head with a grin and skimmed the missive before handing it to him. He was surprised to see that it was a summons from Madame Bones, and an official one at that. He was quite grateful that Dumbledore wasn't there to cause problems. "We'd better go right after breakfast," he sighed. "I don't know what she wants, but whatever it is, it's probably important." "Oui," nodded Fleur. They finished their breakfast quickly after that. Neither wanted to dally. Madame Bones struck them as the sort of woman who didn't mess about. If she was sending an official summons, then she had very good reason to do so, and keeping her waiting would not be wise. They made their way back to the carriage after saying goodbye to their friends, and from there they took the Floo to the ministry. Harry made a mental note to learn to apparate as soon as he could. It would be a lot more convenient. All talk in the ministry atrium stopped when they appeared, but other than the usual whispers that tended to follow him in public, people left them alone. The latter suited Harry perfectly, but the quiet scrutiny sent a shiver up his spine. He sincerely hoped that he was less famous in France than in Britain. Fleur had assured him that it was indeed the case, but he wouldn't truly believe it until he experienced it. Harry came very close to hexing the wand checker when he leered at Fleur, but clearing his throat at the man seemed to do the trick. It was as though he had simply locked in on Fleur and not noticed that her husband was standing right next to her. And given that her husband held the Order of Merlin and had recently bagged the Dark Lord Voldemort, nobody was going to challenge him. It was one of the few aspects of his fame that he was actually thankful for. Once they were through the gauntlet that was the atrium, they made their way quickly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which was a hive of quiet activity. Harry had once heard Vernon refer to this sort of place as a gopher pit. Numerous Aurors and other employees worked quietly away, occasionally popping up out of their holes to converse over the top of the cubicles. It was all of 10 seconds before they were spotted by Auror Tonks. "Watch her." She greeted, sporting hair that was vivid Gryffindor red today. "Hi," smiled Harry. He couldn't help it. The girl's obvious cheer was contagious. "Madam Bones sent for us." "Yup," bobbed Tonks, gesturing for them to follow her. "Over here she is." Fleur chuckled at the spunky Auror, and Harry was glad that she wasn't the jealous sort. Not that Harry would ever betray her. He'd meant the oath he swore at their wedding. No doubt, so did she. Tonks led them into Madam Bones' office, and the woman quickly sent her on her way. She didn't offer them a seat, however. Harry thought she looked rather distracted. "The message wasn't actually for a meeting with me," she said quickly. "The Department of Mysteries wants to talk to you. Follow me, please." Harry frowned, but followed just the same. He knew of the prophecy, of course, and that was the only thing he could think of that would have them contacting him. "Except maybe they want to check your scar," mused Fleur, "to ensure that it was handled correctly." "Maybe," frowned Harry. She gave him a reassuring squeeze, and he refocused his attention back on Madam Bones, who was setting a brisk pace through the ministry corridors. They soon found themselves many floors deeper into the building, standing in the middle of a circular room with 8 doors surrounding them. As soon as the door closed behind the trio, the room spun. It was an odd, magical effect. Harry could tell that the floor was what was spinning, but with the lack of sensation, it actually seemed as though the walls were moving instead. "Croaker," ordered Madam Bones to no one and nothing in particular. There was a solid thunk from a door to their right, and she quickly led the way through, though she made sure to hold it open for them. Harry had the sense that getting lost in this place would be a bad idea. It was probably called the Department of Mysteries for a reason. At the end of this new hall was a single office, the occupant of which was an older, graying gentleman. Harry wasn't sure why he was showing his face. Rumor had it that nobody knew who the unspeakables actually were. Either way, he supposed it didn't matter. "Ah, Amelia," the man said. Turning to Harry and Fleur, he added, "And these must be the Potters." "You can call me Saul Croaker. I'm the current head unspeakable." And Harry suddenly understood. They could call him Saul Croaker, but it was highly unlikely that was his real name or even his real appearance. "Interesting. You two have caused quite the ruckus over the past few months," he continued, oblivious to Harry's bout of understanding. "We've enjoyed watching the results, I must say. It's about time that bastard Malfoy paid for his crimes, for one." The darkness in the man's voice made Harry think that this man, or someone he had known and loved, had been a victim of the Death Eaters in the last war, and maybe Malfoy specifically. No surprise there. There weren't many who hadn't been touched in Harry's experience. In fact, the only ones who had come through relatively unscathed were those of a dark persuasion. And that was all thanks to Albus Dumbledore. He was the one who handicapped everyone, preventing them from fighting back with lethal force, even when lethal force was used against them. "He got what he deserved," shrugged Harry. "Indeed he did," agreed the man known as Croaker. "But alas, as amusing and frankly satisfying as your efforts have been, only one of them is the reason you're here today. Specifically, the capture and current disposition of one Tom Marvolo Riddle." Frowning slightly in thought, he added, "That isn't short for Thomas, did you know? His mother actually named him Tom as his full name." "I don't even know who his mother was," shrugged Harry, deciding that he had no objection to playing whatever Croaker's game was, at least for the moment. Dumbledore hasn't exactly gone out of his way to let people know who their Dark Lord was, or even that he was apparently a half-blood. Strange considering how much support that might have stripped from him during the war. "Strange indeed," agreed Croaker. "But then, Dumbledore is also a blood supremacist, just in a different way than Riddle or his bunch. He would rather save the life of a pureblood murderer than protect the life of a half-blood or muggle-born student from the same. Draco Malfoy comes to mind. Then why does he have a reputation as the champion of muggle-borns?" wondered Fleur. "Luck mostly on his part," smiled Croaker. "He helped a few, and it got around. Besides, he doesn't actually want them dead. He just doesn't want them having significant influence on magical society. They're too progressive, and he'd rather our society stay mired in the 1800s, which is when he was born." "Makes sense," nodded Harry. "From what I've seen, nothing will change his mind either. He's stuck in his ways." "Exactly," agreed Croaker, seeming pleased that Harry understood. Then he turned much more serious. but we've gotten off track. Are you aware that you are the subject of a prophecy, Mr. Potter? I am, he nodded, but I don't know what it says and I'm not so sure I want to know. Smart lad, nodded Croker. Seemingly changing the subject, he asked, are you willing to take the life of Tom Riddle? That seriousness of that question and the abrupt nature of it made him blink hard. I'd rather not if it's all the same to you, he frowned, but I would if it came down to it. Fleur stirred from her ongoing study of Croker and gave Harry's hand a gentle squeeze. Riddle E's a monster, she agreed. E needs to be put down. That does not mean we prefer to be Z ones to do eat. Neither of us would hesitate, though. For his part, Croker seemed inordinately pleased with their responses. Excellent, he replied. Much though I wish I could spare you the trouble, we have reason to believe that you do need to be the one to take this step, Mr. Potter. There is deep magic involved, and we don't want to find out if we're wrong. It could be disastrous. You already know of the Horcruxes. We have now confirmed that they have all been destroyed, including the one that resided in your scar, though why Dumbledore didn't. Croker broke off suddenly and shook himself. No, let's not go there right now, he said. The important point is that they're gone. Riddle is now theoretically mortal again, but there are other things he has done to himself. We unspeakables believe that there is a very strong probability that someone else killing him will not actually work, and may release him again, possibly in an even worse form. Harry didn't need to guess at Croker's aborted comments regarding Dumbledore. He, too, figured that Dumbledore knew of the Horcrux Tom left behind in his scar, and did nothing about it. Unless they somehow got Veritaserum into the old goat, he would probably never learn the truth of that. And maybe not even then. As one of the few remaining alchemists, Dumbledore might be able to actually beat Veritaserum somehow. Focusing back on the present, however, he considered his options, and the simple truth was there weren't any. If he needed to be the one to put Tom down, then so be it. The bastard had killed his parents, so he wasn't going to balk, no matter how many nightmares it caused. Thankful that they had given him the time to think it through, he turned to look at Madame Bones. Are there any legal issues? He asked. I don't want to get hauled up for murder for offing a Dark Lord. Croker smiled again. It was clear that he was impressed with the question. That's been taken care of, Mr. Potter, though I didn't understand why until now. The unspeakables, though me, negotiated a full pardon for both you and your wife for any actions taken in relation to Tom Marvolo Riddle. The order is classified Omega, which means that even Fudge doesn't remember signing it, though it is magically certified so he can't back out of it later. With that, she handed over a piece of paper, and Harry quickly read it through. It was exactly what she said it was. Fleur also read it and nodded thoughtfully. Does it have to be known to Z Public that he was the one to do Z deed? She asked. Uri does not like Z attention. Harry nodded sharply. Good call, love, he agreed. That won't be a problem, Croker assured them. We'll take all the credit if you want. Please do, nodded Harry. So you're willing to do this? Harry looked Croker straight in the eye. If that's what it takes to get rid of him for good, he said. Yes. Excellent, follow me. While Harry was surprised at the suddenness of it, he still stood, handing his wife up while he was at it, and followed Croker out of the room, with Madame Bones bringing up the rear. He had the distinct sense that she was there just as a witness, or maybe to be his advocate if it came down to it. Either way, he felt better for her presence. Croker led them through the maze that was the department, and Harry could barely keep track of the route. He doubted he would be able to find his way out of this place by memory. It was probably done on purpose. If you couldn't find things, then you couldn't steal or destroy them. Soon enough, they were in a different room, this one rather large. Steps, or perhaps stone seats, ringed it, going down to the center where a tall archway stood on a dais. A curtain of sorts hung in the center, blowing in a non-existent breeze. Just looking at it gave Harry a feeling of foreboding. On one side of the dais was a spindly table, upon which was a small glass orb, lit from within with a soft white glow. On the other side was a crib that had seen better days. Behind the crib stood another unspeakable, this one with his hood up and his face obscured. Croker directed Harry to the crib. That's Riddle, he explained. All you need to do is toss him through the veil here, and that's it. And that will kill I.M., asked Fleur skeptically. It is called the Veil of Death for a reason, noted the other unspeakable ominously. The voice was so nondescript that Harry couldn't tell if the speaker was male or female. If you say so, he shrugged. I'm sure as hell not touching that thing, though. And with that, he drew his wand, even as the unspeakables both chuckled at him. A quick levitation charm had the unconscious creature lifted out of the crib, and he quickly tossed it in the direction of the veil. He was quite surprised when it vanished, and even more so when the little orb stopped glowing at almost the exact same time. "And so it ends," intoned the unknown unspeakable. And then they nodded to Croaker and turned and left the room. For his part, Croaker palmed the darkened orb. "Come," he said with a gesture. "Let's go back to my office." Harry wasn't sure what he expected, but the whole situation was so sudden and so surreal that he didn't feel any different as they made the trek back. He thought he should feel guilty or something for taking a life, but he just felt nothing. Maybe a small amount of relief that Tom was gone, but he'd largely assumed that already, so it was minimal. He really wasn't sure what that said about him. As though sensing his confusion, Fleur gave his hand a squeeze, and he turned to find her smiling proudly back at him. He quickly realized that her opinion was all he cared about in the end. If his wife was okay with it, who was he to complain? They would discuss it later, he was sure. Once they were seated back in Croaker's office, the man put the orb down on the desk in front of him. Harry studied it carefully. It was clearly important, but he had no idea how or why. Apart from the bronze stand, the orb was seamless. He had no idea what it was. "You don't know what this is?" asked Croaker as though reading his mind. "No, sir," he frowned. "No guesses," prompted the man. "I thought maybe some kind of monitor on Riddle to make sure he actually died, but something tells me it's more than that." Croaker smiled in that pleased way of his again. "Indeed," he agreed. "It could be said to be such a monitor after a fashion, but it is so very much more. This, Mr. Potter, is what we refer to simply as a prophecy sphere." Harry perked up at this. "So the fact that the light went out means that whatever the prophecy was, it's done?" he asked hopefully. "Exactly," Croaker chuckled. "Would you like to hear it now? It was given to Dumbledore by Sybil Trelawney of all people, her only known true prophecy." "There's another one, actually," he said absently as he considered his options. If the prophecy was fulfilled, then he supposed there was no harm in hearing it. He was curious, and had only been worried about screwing things up somehow simply because he knew what it said. "Another?" asked an astonished Croaker. "Do you know what it said?" Harry felt it something of an accomplishment that he'd surprised the man. He closed his eyes and recalled the event in question so he could get the wording correct, and repeated it word for word. "I thought it meant Sirius Black at the time, but it actually referred to Peter Pettigrew." "No wonder you were so hesitant to ear this prophecy," mused Fleur. "That would have been disastrous if you had acted on it without knowing the truth." "Indeed," agreed Croaker thoughtfully. "Prophecy is perilous, they say, and they are usually right. You were likely very wise not to listen to this one until now, when it's already completed." "I would like to hear it," admitted Harry after a moment. "Seems to me that if Dumbledore was the one who heard it originally, it will probably explain a lot about his interest in my life." Croaker chuckled and nodded as he tapped his wand on the sphere. The image of Sybil Trelawney rose from the orb and began to speak in the same harsh, guttural tones that he'd heard once before. When the recording ended, Harry was flummoxed. "That twaddle was what had Dumbledore all up in my life?" he asked in astonishment. "Is that glow magical?" "Because that thing could have been fulfilled in 1981. All the conditions are met." Croaker blinked at that. "That's a very good point, but yes, the glow is magical. It won't go out until the prophecy is completed." Harry shook his head, feeling a surprisingly deep sense of loathing toward his former headmaster. He suddenly realized that his subconscious had still hoped that there was something that might excuse the old criminal's behavior, though now that was clearly no longer the case. In fact, it made it worse. "You realize that Dumbledore committed treason, don't you?" he asked quietly. Croaker's eyebrows went up, but it was Madame Bones who asked the question. "What do you mean?" she frowned. "I think I see where you are going, mon amour," frowned Fleur, "and you are right. Not just against the British either." Turning toward Bones and Croaker again, she added, "What would the correct course of action be if you eared this prophecy, and then the presumed subject was orphaned?" Croaker's eyes widened. "Oh my," he breathed. "You take that child and raise him right, teaching him all you can to make him a force to be reckoned with, which in and of itself could be considered not living in the same sense as what Dumbledore did to you, but far less harmful." "I don't disagree with that," frowned Bones, "but how does that equate to treason? That's a serious charge." "Simple," said Harry, closing his eyes against the anger welling up inside. "The prophecy says that the one with the power approaches. Not the first one, not one of many, just the one. The clear implication is that there won't be another. Dumbledore kept me completely untrained and made me weaker at every turn." His voice falling to a whisper, he concluded. "He was setting me up to die, to fail. And that would have meant that Voldemort won, possibly forever. There was a stark silence in the room in the wake of this declaration. Each of them were clearly considering the implications. Fleur's arms came around him as he struggled against the incredibly powerful sense of betrayal that arose within. This was so much worse than just stealing his money. "Saul," asked Bones faintly, "is his interpretation correct?" Croker was staring blankly at the wall, clearly disturbed by Harry's statements, but suddenly shook himself and sighed a heavy sigh when the question finally registered. "In a word, Amelia," he said, "yes, prophecies are known to be very specific that way." And I didn't see it until he just pointed it out. "Merlin," she breathed. Harry just shook his head, though. "It doesn't matter anymore," he said quietly. "Tom is gone and the prophecy is fulfilled, and we can't change the past. I'm going to string that son of a bitch up by his sodding beard," growled Amelia lowly. "It's not worth it," sighed Harry softly, leaning back into Fleur again. "He's already going down hard for stealing from my estate. Even if he misses out on a stay at the Azkaban resort, nobody will ever respect him again, let alone trust him. That's honestly a much worse punishment for an egotistical bastard like him." Fleur was at a loss as to how to help her husband. The revelation of the prophecy, and what it said about Albus Dumbledore, shook him far worse than she would have expected. It was one thing to know that he'd been betrayed, he told her, but quite another to know that the man was trying to get him killed, and what that would have meant. And there truly was no other interpretation of events as far as they could see. Along with Bones and Croker, they had hashed it out a bit more and could come to no other conclusion. The final analysis they had come up with was that, at best, Dumbledore knew of the Horcrux in Harry's scar right from the off and set him up to die in order to get rid of it. The prophecy itself would prevent any direct action, thus he had to die by Voldemort's own hand. He also utterly failed to consider what it would mean for the world if his plan succeeded, namely that Voldemort would win and probably take over the world. Harry was disturbed by it, but in a way it was probably a good thing. He was facing it and would put it in the proper place in due time, and he would be better for it. In the end, though, all Fleur could do was offer the comfort of her presence. Her father, of course, was incensed when they told him, but he agreed with Harry's assessment. There was nothing to be done. They would put him away via the theft trial and go from there. It was now Friday, and the last classes of the term were finally finished. They would be here for another few days before the carriage left for France, and Fleur fully expected Harry to be on it, returning home with her. It would be interesting to see his reception at the school. For now, however, they were once more sitting down for dinner in Hogwarts' Great Hall. Dumbledore was once more riding his throne, and she was not at all surprised to feel his angry gaze upon them. His upcoming trial was giving him fits. Everyone presumed him guilty, which he was, and the students were no exception. This was the final nail in the coffin of Albus Dumbledore's vaunted reputation, and so she ignored him. Her young husband, on the other hand, was flipping through a book she had obtained for him. It was a tourist's guide to France, both Muggle and magical. He was trying to learn about his new home country and also trying to decide what he wanted to do this summer. She expected that they would have a lot of fun. Harry had never had a true summer vacation before and would likely want to do everything. Even having Gabrielle along would not be a deterrent. He adored the girl and had never himself experienced many of the things a child her age would want to do. It would be quite rewarding for him to accompany her. While Fleur always looked forward to getting away from school for the summer, this particular one was likely to be the best she had ever experienced. "Earth to Potter," chirped a male voice. "Female Potter, that is," chirped another. Fleur blinked and looked up into the amused faces of the Weasley twins. Out of all the Weasleys, these were the two that she liked best. Oh, Bill was handsome and clearly a good man, but the twins were a lot of fun, and yet far more serious under the surface than most likely suspected. "Something I can do for you," she wondered. "We were just asking Harrikins here," spouted twin number 1. "If there was any possibility of coming to visit over the summer," continued twin number 2. "Your lovely husband gave us his Triwizard winnings, see. We want to start a joke shop, and we thought that maybe between your husband and your oh-so-beautiful self, along with the infamous Padfoot, we might come up with some good ideas for new joke products." Fleur turned to Harry and raised an eyebrow. "It's fine with me," he shrugged preemptively. "Not sure how much help I'll be, though." Before Fleur could answer, however, the doors to the Great Hall abruptly swung open. Every eye in the place turned to the doorway, where a gaggle of cloaked strangers were gathered. They looked to be adults, and mostly somewhat older ones, and they didn't hesitate to make their way up the center aisle toward the head table. Dumbledore rose from his throne. "Brock," he queried, clearly surprised to see whoever this was. "Albus," a man replied. "What are you doing here?" wondered Dumbledore. "School is still considered to be in session until the students leave the grounds." "We're aware, Dumbledore," came a female voice from the end of the row of people. Fleur felt she had heard it before but couldn't place it. That they had their hoods up made it difficult for her to identify anyone, assuming she would even know who they were with her limited view of British politics. The question was answered, however, when across from Hermione, Neville stiffened. "That's my Gran," he whispered. Fleur blinked. "The board has been in discussion for some time now, Albus," explained Brock, "and the conclusion we arrived at this afternoon should come as no surprise to you. Your appointment as headmaster of Hogwarts is hereby terminated. We expect that you will be out of the castle by first light tomorrow morning." You could have heard a pin drop in the Great Hall, so silent was the student body. Even the foreign students were listening attentively. Albus Dumbledore was known worldwide, and it wasn't every day you saw a wizard of his stature lose everything. Fleur could only think it justice, and she had no doubt that Harry felt the same. "You know you cannot do that, Brock," frowned Dumbledore. "Actually, we can," came a much more familiar voice from the closest end of the group. It was the voice of Amelia Bones. Few knew that she had been elected to replace Lucius Malfoy on the Board of Governors. "Your tenure is being rescinded for cause, Albus. Your recent actions relating to the tournament, added to your continuing disrespectful treatment of the Potters, and in addition to the legal charges pending against you, have brought Hogwarts into disrepute. That's cause enough right there." Fleur blinked at the reference and wasn't surprised when Dumbledore turned toward them, his anger clearly spiking, but the board was prepared for that. "Don't look at them, Albus," snapped Brock. "The Potters did not report you, though they would have been well within their rights." More than a dozen others did, however. Further inquiries showed that the vast majority of the staff and student body considers your treatment of them abominable. "It's over, Albus," came the voice that she now knew to belong to Augusta Longbottom. "Pack your bags, you're done." "Perhaps we should discuss this in my office," frowned Dumbledore. "It's no longer your office," snapped Longbottom impatiently, "and there's nothing to discuss. Pack your bags and get out." Brock put a hand on Augusta's shoulder. "Bluntly put perhaps, but accurate," he said easily. "Augusta is right, there is nothing to discuss. We won't be changing our minds. Please go gather your things and vacate the premises, Albus. You are no longer the headmaster, effective immediately." Fleur could do little but stare in morbid fascination as the scene unfolded, and knew that Harry was doing much the same next to her. This was like a dream come true. Her only regret was that they could not have done this months ago. A Hogwarts without Dumbledore in charge would likely be a far better place in her opinion. For a long moment, Dumbledore just stared at the group before him, and Fleur thought he might have a cardiac event, either that or start cursing everyone in sight. But finally he deflated, suddenly looking as old as he actually was. He shuffled around the table and out of the hall with nary another word. The silence was deafening. Once he was out of the hall, Brock spoke up again. "Minerva, would you be so kind as to take over as headmistress for what little remains of the term? Discussions are still ongoing, so I cannot promise a permanent appointment at this time." "I would be honored, Governor Brock," nodded McGonagall. "Also, I would like to speak with the board when you have the time. I have certain concerns that I believe were not sufficiently addressed by Albus." "Any time, Minerva," replied Bones. Brock, meanwhile, turned toward his impromptu audience. "Students of Hogwarts," he announced, "please take this as a clear statement that we have heard your complaints and are now taking action to see the issues corrected. Your former headmaster held too much power for us to act before. That has now changed, and we want to see things corrected as much as you do. To our guests, we apologize for the situations you have been forced to witness. Rest assured, we will return Hogwarts to its former glory, and perhaps in the future you might visit again and see that for yourselves." A cheer went up throughout the hall, though Harry and Fleur remained silent. As happy as they were to see the man removed, it was also the end of an era. Change would be coming to the school, and only time would tell if it would be good or bad. And so it transpired that Albus Dumbledore left Hogwarts in disgrace, not with a bang, but with a whimper. The man had clearly been shocked that the Board of Governors had dared to oust him, and hadn't known what to say. The article that followed in the next day's Daily Prophet praised the board for its decisive action and further pilloried Dumbledore. Nobody shed a tear for the latter. At lunch the next day, Harry received a note that McGonagall wanted to see him in her new office. He wasn't at all surprised by this. He had a feeling he knew what was coming. Unlike Dumbledore, however, McGonagall at least had the decency to include his wife in the invitation. And unlike Dumbledore, it actually was an invitation, not a summons. Harry smirked at the thought that things were already getting better with the absence of the old goat. He and Fleur made the familiar trek, but this time Fawkes remained in the Great Hall rather than accompany them. He was busy playing with the twins, and with Dumbledore no longer in residence, Harry had no need of help to keep his cool. Nor did he need to defend himself from legilimency, as he highly doubted McGonagall would ever be so crass. They arrived at the gargoyle only to have it jump aside for them, and he wondered if it would do that for everyone now. He had the sense that McGonagall would be far more approachable than Dumbledore ever was, assuming they kept her. And he hoped they did. While she had her foibles, they all seemed honest ones rather than the clear disregard for the students that Albus Dumbledore so often displayed. They knocked on her door when they reached the top of the staircase, and were quickly invited in. Harry, however, stopped in shock when he saw the office. The change was immediately noticeable. Gone was the clicking, whirring, and clacking that had normally greeted them here. None of Dumbledore's spindly little toys adorned the shelves any longer. Instead, there were books on those shelves, as one might more rightly expect in a school. Though a couple of the higher ones were given over to what were obviously various awards and trophies of indeterminate origin. The change, though not unwelcome, was entirely unexpected and caught him completely off guard. "Thank you for coming," came McGonagall's stern voice, breaking through his examination of the new atmosphere. "Please, come in and have a seat." Shaking himself, he turned to see her smiling knowingly at him. In front of her desk was a comfortable chair that he was absolutely certain had not been there when they entered the office. It also was clearly big enough for two, which amused him for some reason. He and Fleur happily took a seat. Both of them liked the woman, and neither were concerned about what would happen in this meeting, though if Harry was right about his suspicions, she wouldn't get what she wanted. And sure enough, "I asked you here, Mr. Potter, in the hope of convincing you to return to Hogwarts next year now that Albus is gone," she said bluntly. Harry appreciated that she didn't beat around the bush. The woman stood and moved to look out the window, and Harry simply remained quiet. He could tell that she wasn't done yet. Finally, she sighed. "I owe you an apology," she said, turning to look him in the eye. "In many ways, I failed you almost as badly as Albus did. My only defense is that it was not intentional. I have every intention of ensuring that does not happen again." Harry couldn't help but be touched, and he teared up slightly as his emotions once more escaped his control. A squeeze of the hand from Fleur helped him wrestle it back, though he was getting better at that. He couldn't wait until he was emotionally stable again. The instability was annoying. "Apology accepted," he finally said. "Your mistakes were honest, Professor, and you at least tried." She smiled at him. "Thank you," she replied. Harry gave her the time as she let out a faint sigh and settled in at her desk. It was obvious that she already knew that they wouldn't return, apology or no, but she was going to try anyway. He could respect that. "I know that returning next year would be an inconvenience, to say the least," she finally said. "I'm very prepared to be flexible there. It would be easy enough to arrange for private quarters for you both. Also, we do have need of several professors and assistants, so we could quite possibly find a place for you here career-wise, Mrs. Potter, if you're interested." Harry turned to Fleur, who was shaking her head in vague amusement. It wasn't the impolite sort, just the sort that said that the offer was all too expected. And it was. They had both discussed this the previous evening when Dumbledore was ousted. The approach would be coming, they knew. It was only who, when, and what they would offer that were questions. "I appreciate the offer, Madame Headmistress," she smiled, "but I must decline. I already have an offer from Gringotts, contingent only on my final grades, and we'll be accepting it." McGonagall's mouth quirked in amusement. "I'm not surprised," she replied with a smile. "You are obviously capable, and given the publicity in the tournament, you will likely be quite highly sought after, at least for a while." Fleur snorted cutely. "They can dream," she grinned. Harry chuckled at her response, and that drew McGonagall's gaze back to him. Strangely enough, he really didn't want to disappoint the woman. He had the sense that she really would be a good headmistress, but that ship had already sailed. He wasn't staying, and not because of Sebastian's assertion that his original transfer would be for good. "I have to decline as well," he told her quietly. McGonagall nodded, clearly having expected this. "May I ask after your reasons, Mr. Potter?" she queried politely. "I expected your response, but for my own sake, I would like to know so that I can pass it on to the Board of Governors. I'm sure you're aware that they will pressure me to get you back once they realize that the transfer was not a bluff." Harry exchanged a long look with his wife. While he really didn't care what the board thought, he was all too aware that things had been as bad as they were because the majority of that board was bought, probably with his own money, but he didn't want to leave McGonagall in the lurch. She was probably going to take a lot of flack for his refusal, and that wasn't fair. Finally, he sighed and turned back to the newly minted headmistress, however temporary that appointment turned out to be. "There's a lot of reasons," he admitted softly. "The fact that my wife and her family are in France is only the obvious one. The rest—" Now it was Harry's turn to get up and move off to stare out the window. He had honestly tried to avoid thinking about this. There were too many bad memories tied up in this school. Only his budding skills and occlumency allowed him to face it with any kind of aplomb. "It wasn't just the staff of the school who failed me," he finally sighed, rubbing his eyes in sudden exhaustion. "What do you mean?" asked McGonagall, he frown in her voice coming through clearly. Fleur had some rather strong opinions on this topic, and he was thankful that she was keeping them to herself at the moment. While those opinions largely matched his own, he really needed to be the one to say it. Not only so that the woman knew it was coming directly from him, but also because he felt an almost primal need to finally express it. "How many times did the students here turn on me, Professor?" he asked rhetorically, turning to look at her again. He could tell she was shocked by the question. "The first time I could forgive," he informed her. "Maybe even the second, but this year, they should have known better." Harry shook his head and moved to sit back down next to his wife. "And the rest of the country isn't much better. Just look at how I was treated by the papers. The only reasons to stay would be the few friends I have here, and I'm sorry, but that's just not enough reason to put up with everything else that comes with it." McGonagall's expression was pained as she sat back in her chair, her eyes closing in near grief over what she had just heard. What was missing, though, was any element of surprise. How could she be surprised? Nobody with two eyes could have missed what had happened over the years. "I understand," she finally said, once more looking at him. "In your shoes, I suspect I would do the same. For what it may be worth, I think your parents would be proud of you, and I think they would have supported your decision. All they would have wanted is for you to be happy." Harry couldn't respond to that with anything more than a nod. He was too busy clamping down every last bit of control over his suddenly chaotic emotional state. He cast about his memory, but could not remember hearing anyone, not even Sirius, ever telling him in such a direct way that his parents would have approved of him. He knew she was sincere, and she had known them. It was a statement he cherished. Fleur's arms came around him, and he sank into her embrace, trying to use it to anchor himself. He had enough control now that he wouldn't burst into tears, but it was difficult. Strong emotions could still sneak up on him, and he needed more experience in reining them in. Luckily, it was only the positive ones. Harry sighed heavily as he looked around the hall from the comfort of his wife's embrace. His emotions were still volatile, and so she was staying close, having learned over the last few months that he truly craved her touch. Where most people's touch made his skin crawl, hers was soothing. He didn't know if he would ever understand why there was such a difference. He certainly wasn't complaining, though. Soon they would board the flying carriage that would take them to Beauxbaton's academy in France. Harry was somewhat ambivalent about that. He had met few of the students since Fleur had no friends there, and had no idea how he would be received. He genuinely hoped they would simply ignore him. In the meantime, he took in the state of the castle he had once thought of as home. The castle was, oddly enough, in a much better place than it had been during that event. They had lost a horrible professor of potions, and shortly thereafter the worst bully in the school. Those two changes alone had a massive impact on everyone. The school was a much more pleasant place. With the exodus of Albus Dumbledore, there were also other changes afoot. McGonagall had given an impromptu speech to the students, and warned explicitly that she would not be anywhere near as tolerant of bullying as was Dumbledore. That also meant that slurs like mudblood would be heavily punished. Harry's immediate reaction was to wonder why Dumbledore hadn't done that in the first place, But then he remembered the words of the unspeakable. Dumbledore was simply a different kind of blood bigot. It was disturbing to see all the indications that that was true. He hadn't yet shared that with Hermione, and she would probably be horrified when he did. Soon, though, it would no longer be his problem. Leaving his wife aside, the changes in Harry's life were less obvious, but no less significant in many ways. Hermione Granger had proven herself to be a true friend in a way he had never expected. She had helped him greatly, especially where his abrupt marriage was concerned. He owed her big time. He was very glad that she was transferring to Beauxbatons with him, though McGonagall was just as disappointed by that fact. Hermione had also been one of her favorites. Ronald Weasley, on the other hand, would never be welcome in Harry or Hermione's company ever again. He had shown his true colors, and neither were about to forgive him. Harry had no idea how he turned out the way he had given the rest of his family, but then Percy was an idiot too. Maybe it was just luck of the draw. "I'm surprised that Ron hasn't been sniping at us," he suddenly mused. He hadn't seen hide nor hair of the redhead since Easter. "I didn't tell you," asked Hermione in obvious surprise. "Professor McGonagall threatened him with immediate expulsion if he ever bothered us again. She was furious with him for trying to hit me." "As she should have been," growled Fleur darkly. "Huh," nodded Harry. "That would explain it." Harry finally spotted his former friend all the way at the other end of the Gryffindor table and couldn't help but feel an unwelcome pang of sympathy. The boy was all alone, and it was clear he was being shunned by his housemates. While it was well-deserved, Harry knew from experience just how much that sort of thing hurt. He could only hope that Ron would find new friends next year since he and Hermione wouldn't be here. Harry no longer felt like he had personally lost much with the loss of that friendship, but he knew that Ron had lost a lot. The only question was whether he would ever truly realize what exactly it was that he'd lost. Still, it was his own fault. Harry was just disappointed that he hadn't turned out to be a better friend. Up at the head table, Madame Maxime finally stood, followed quickly by the students of Beauxbatons. "It is time, mon amour," sighed Fleur. Both of them rose respectfully and took a few moments to say goodbye to their few friends at Hogwarts, while Hermione did the same next to them. And then they began the journey out of the Great Hall toward the carriage. Harry was curious what it would be like to fly in that thing, but he was also apprehensive. This was where it became an unavoidable truth that his life had truly and irrevocably changed. "Relax, awry," came Fleur's smiling voice. "You will have time to adjust before you must attend Z-School. You'd think I would be ready for this," he mused. "Not like it's the first time I've stepped into a new world, is it?" "It's always different," noted Hermione. "Just because you handled one change doesn't make you automatically ready for the next one. I'm nervous too, Harry, but we'll get through it." "I'm glad you're coming, Hermione," he smiled. "I'm not sure what I'd do without you, especially since Fleur won't be there next year." "Hopefully your parents will let you stay with us and go as a day student," agreed Fleur. "I haven't heard back on that yet, but I expect they'll be fine with it," smiled Hermione. "They liked your parents, so it shouldn't be an issue." The conversation tapered off as they reached the carriage and filed inside. Fleur, Harry, and Hermione made their way to the suite that the Potters were staying in, which just so happened to have a balcony. They fully intended to sit outside and enjoy the weather for the flight home. Here on the ground, it was turned such that they had a perfect view of Hogwarts Castle. "I will miss this place if I'm being honest," Hermione sighed once they'd settled in. "There's so much history here." "I'll miss the castle itself," Harry said, "but everything else, not so much. The students, most of the professors, I think were well shot of them." Hermione seemed to struggle with that for a moment, even as the carriage started bumping along the ground, gaining speed in preparation to take flight. Then she deflated, though. "I wish I could disagree," she sighed, "but it was honestly worse than my Muggle school, and that's saying something. If not for you, I wouldn't have stayed." "You will have a better time at Beauxbatons," promised Fleur. "Especially once Zay knows that you are an Order of Merlin older. That sort of thing confers respect." Harry could only chuckle at Hermione's disgruntled expression. She wanted to be known for her abilities, not her awards, and now she understood why Harry had so many problems with that sort of attention. It was almost funny. Harry leaned into Fleur as the carriage finally lifted off the ground. They watched in silence as the castle grew smaller in the distance, until it finally vanished from sight. Now there was nothing but blue sky all around. "Well, there's no turning back now," smiled Harry. "Was Zir ever once you agreed to marry me?" grinned Fleur. The three laughed as the carriage took them off into a new future. Only time would tell what it held for them, but for the first time in his life, Harry genuinely thought it would be a bright one. Sebastian and Ariane Delacour were absolutely thrilled to welcome Harry into their home, and treated him as beloved family right from the beginning. It was hard to watch as he struggled through counseling sessions to undo the damage wrought by the Dursleys, but it was also immensely rewarding to see him overcome it. They never once regretted their decision to get involved, even discounting his impact on their daughter. As the years went by and Harry continued opening up, he and Sebastian became very close. Harry learned a great deal from the older man. More importantly, they had what was undeniably a healthy father-son relationship, and neither of them was complaining. Ariane was likewise close, and loved gently mothering him whenever he was around. And unlike Molly Weasley, she knew when to back off, and she never questioned his character, either. That Molly had done so would always boggle her mind, even after mere months of knowing the young man. When they eventually passed on many decades later, their loss was felt keenly by the entire family, and that very much included Harry Potter. It would turn out that Sebastian had indeed read Rita Skeeter's article the morning of the third task. A single flu call was all it took to set the ball rolling. He had been waiting for this ever since he heard that Rita was allowed to interview Harry alone. She just could not help herself. And he felt strongly that this would be where she finally screwed up, and he was right. Contrary to Remus Lupin's belief, the majority owner of the Daily Prophet was actually also the editor, a man named Barnabas Cuff, though Fudge did own most of the rest. He was served with a lawsuit the very next morning, and it was quite the doozy. He nearly had a heart attack just reading the documents he was served with. The Potter family, via Sebastian Delacour's legal team, was suing for damages in more than sufficient amount that they would end up owning the Prophet outright. Even worse, it looked to Cuff like they had a very good chance of winning. Rita had well and truly hacked off the wrong people this time. Firstly, they were suing over Rita's all-too-obvious libel of Harry Potter over the course of the year. This, Cuff expected, and certainly could have weathered. But then they added that they were suing over every single Harry Potter quote that had ever been published over the years, and there were hundreds of them, none of which had actually been uttered by Harry Potter in any way, shape, or form. And finally, Sebastian Delacour, as agent of House Potter, had declared Hermione Granger a protectee of the house. They were also suing on her behalf, over Rita's libel of her earlier during the tournament. And given how easily disproven those accusations were on top of everything else, the lawyers now had Cuff over the proverbial barrel. Cuff contacted Sebastian Delacour the very same day with every intention of settling out of court. He wasn't sure what that would involve, but he was sure it would be expensive, albeit less so than letting them win the court case. In the end, the Potter family walked away with 20% ownership in the Daily Prophet, a guarantee that full-page apologies would be printed for the Potters and Granger in a week's time, and possession of a nice, juicy tidbit about a now forcibly retired Rita Skeeter. The woman was arrested the following day on suspicion of being an unregistered animagus. While that would have merely meant a fine normally, she was not a pureblood, and they were able to question her under Veritaserum about her activities as a beetle. And those activities, many of which translated to espionage, saw her receive a 5-year prison sentence at the Azkaban resort. While she survived it with her sanity intact, barely, she was not so foolish as to remain in the country. She fled to Germany, never to be heard from in Britain again. So far as the Potters were concerned, all was well. The trial of Albus Dumbledore, which took place 3 weeks after school let out, was a worldwide sensation. That the defeater of Grindelwald had sunk to such depths was horrifying to any right-minded witch or wizard, regardless of culture or even so-called blood status. Had he kept his fingers out of the Potter pie, some might still have excused him, but the very public proof of the theft saw his reputation forever shattered. Of course, had he realized just how far his support had waned, he would likely have never shown up for the trial. Dumbledore was nothing if not deluded as to his own fallibility. He assumed that his reputation and his many fanatical supporters would carry him through, and he was so very, very wrong. The charge of grand theft was paramount, of course, but in the interest of expediency, they also piled on various charges surrounding the tournament. One of those charges, based on the newly discovered original rules, was that of attempted murder of the last remaining heir of the Potter family. Oh, he tried to talk his way out of it, but without the blinders that so many of his supporters had once worn, his excuses fell on deaf ears. He was convicted on all counts. The Wisengamot also then held a second trial, closed to the public, and he found himself charged with treason, just as Harry had inadvertently suggested. And he was convicted, too, for exactly the reason Harry specified. That he received another long sentence was largely redundant given the first trial, but Amelia Bones was annoyed and wanted everything on the record, so to speak. It was this trial that had the Wisengamot up in arms. After swearing everyone to magically enforced oaths of secrecy, they proceeded to dose the old man, who was not, after all, a pureblood, with Veritaserum. Then they questioned him on his activities surrounding Voldemort and the prophecy. Sometime during the war, old Albus had become enamored of the idea of going down in history as the first wizard to ever defeat 2 certified Dark Lords. And then the prophecy was dropped in his lap, and not wanting to give up that dream, he immediately set about working around it. He felt that, prophecy or no, he was easily qualified to deal with Tom, and that once the prophecy was out of play, he would be able to do so. Seeing to the failure of Fate's Chosen was little more than a necessary inconvenience. He wasn't worried about how long it took, however, because he also believed that he swindled the Flamels out of their precious philosophers stone back in Harry's first year, all part of the plan. He never considered that, at 600 plus, the Flamels might actually be smarter than him simply by dint of massive amounts of life experience. They played along and gave him a fake, warning that the first time it was used would put him out of commission for at least a year. And that last part, at least, was even true. Rather than make the elixir of life, the stone they gave him would produce something similar to the draught of living death. Unfortunately, he never tried it, much to their disappointment, but one enterprising Wisengamot member, who managed to purloin it a few months after the trial, ended up falling victim to it. But that was a different story entirely. As for Harry Potter, he was disgusted by the old man's motives. It would have been one thing if he had genuinely thought he was protecting the world or something of that nature, but he wasn't. Albus Dumbledore was only out for Albus Dumbledore, and that was that. The old man spent the rest of his life in Azkaban, and claimed to his dying day, only a few years later, that Harry Potter had to die to destroy Voldemort. Thankfully, his reputation had been so thoroughly ruined that nobody believed a single word that came out of the man's mouth, especially with the Department of Mysteries having openly refuted that assertion during the trial. And thanks to the secrecy oaths, the existence of the prophecy was never made public. While it took some time, there was a lot to do. The departure of Albus Dumbledore as headmaster saw Hogwarts swiftly regain the prominence it had once held in magical education. The aging headmaster had been holding it back significantly, and in more ways than anyone knew. As Harry and Hermione also quickly discovered, the international standards were far higher than those that Hogwarts taught to. Dumbledore also had his fingers in the wizarding examination authority pie. His interference ensured that the standards were kept low enough that pureblood children could continue to pass the tests, in spite of the declining magical power of the old inbred families. The education on offer at Hogwarts was tuned to match wherever he could get away with it. Upon discovering this, McGonagall urged the board to correct it, and correct it they did. The professors were suddenly required to teach to international standards, which McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout already had been, but nobody else was, and more importantly, the students had to prove themselves capable of casting the relevant spells. The number of pureblood students that failed their newts spiked dramatically in the wake of the change. In previous years, they had been given a pass based on theoretical knowledge even if they couldn't cast the spells, but that was no longer true. When the new educational standards were combined with McGonagall's hardline stance on bullying, the result was astonishing. Hogwarts was once more a school that Britain could truly be proud of. It only took 4 years to fully achieve, too, hardly the impossibility that Dumbledore would have claimed, had he known. And Cuthbert Binns never taught another class, ever again. On the wider front, magical Britain was shocked senseless by the abrupt departure of their most celebrated citizen. That Harry Potter would abandon them was a bitter pill to swallow. It wasn't until a series of articles came out decrying his choices, when he failed to return after graduation, however, that the general public abruptly learned just how badly they had failed their supposed savior. On the advice of his father-in-law, Harry Potter wrote a personal letter to the people of magical Britain and ensured that it was published verbatim in the Daily Prophet. The letter was blunt and brutally honest. And while Harry laid most of the blame squarely on the shoulders of Albus Dumbledore, there was still more than enough to go around. If he was such an important icon to magical Britain, why did nobody else notice what Dumbledore was up to? Why did nobody else check on him when he was a child? Why were so many allowed to profit from his name when he never saw a nut of that profit? They were questions that nobody could answer, and perhaps that nobody wanted to answer. In the end, Harry got what he wanted. Magical Britain moved on without him, too ashamed to do anything but finally leave him alone. It helped that the rising standards at Hogwarts were starting to cause a ruckus around the same time due to so many pureblood children failing their newts. They couldn't keep the lid on that story for very long at all. Several pureblood families tried to pass laws to reverse the educational trend, but they failed spectacularly. It was a little-known fact in magical Britain that the hardliner purebloods were actually in the minority, and only had any power due to the efforts of people like Lucius Malfoy. Had it been otherwise, Voldemort would never have had to start a war in the first place, and the fall of Lucius Malfoy had an unexpected side effect. It was well known that those hardliner purebloods were all, for whatever reason, of a dark persuasion. With Malfoy's crimes having come fully to light, everyone now suspected the other dark families of having similar proclivities, and nobody wanted them back in power. Even those on the dark gray side wanted nothing to do with those families whose heads were former Death Eaters. After several failures at revering the trends in education and society at large, there was a brief uprising by those same dark families. Unfortunately for them, Amelia Bones was not Albus Dumbledore. The perpetrators, who attempted to torture and murder their opposition, were killed nearly to a one, and in very short order. This nearly wiped out the dark families, and those few that remained would never again regain the prominence they once held. Between the educational reforms and the rather anticlimactic fall of those families, magical Britain slowly turned around and began to make its way into the modern era. But as far as anyone knew, Harry Potter never returned. Speaking of Lucius Malfoy, he lasted just shy of 12 years in Azkaban before his mind snapped. He spent most of those 12 years alternating between unquenchable rage at Harry Potter for ruining his life and gibbering terror whenever the Dementors were near. He held out hope of his master returning for the first month or so, but then his dark mark vanished. That only made him hate Harry Potter all the more. After his mind snapped, he lasted for another 25 years before finally passing on. He was buried in an unmarked grave and forgotten. Nobody would truly miss him, not even his wife or son. Draco, on the other hand, somehow managed to make it through his 10-year sentence. Those years in Azkaban were probably the best things that ever happened to the blonde Ponce, from a certain point of view. Like his father, he suffered gibbering terror whenever the Dementors were near. Unlike his father, however, he was young enough that he was actually capable of changing, at least to some small degree, and the consequences of his actions were not to his liking. He did, of course, blame Harry Potter for quite a while. The constant exposure to the Dementors, however, changed his tune by the end of the second year. They continually showed him that not only was Harry Potter actually better than him, but also that Harry Potter didn't care one way or another about Draco Malfoy. To Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy was a nonentity, and so was Lucius. Harry Potter would not bother going to the effort of throwing a nonentity into Azkaban, which meant that it couldn't be Harry Potter's fault. That what he was being shown was the invention of his addled mind as a result of the Dementor exposure was irrelevant. He couldn't help but see it as reality once he was presented with it, and some subconscious part of him decided that it was true. This did not, of course, make him like Harry Potter, nor did it magically make him a good or nice person. It did, however, redirect his murderous rage toward his father, who had been dumb enough to get caught for the stupidest of reasons. And much more importantly, it taught him that his actions actually had consequences. Draco Malfoy would never again even attempt to cast dark magic. It simply wasn't worth the risk for a short-lived rush of power. He was a wreck when he left Azkaban 10 years later. On top of that, without having completed his basic magical education, he had no wand rights. And most maddening, he discovered that his mother had sold Malfoy Manor and absconded with what little was left of the family fortune, leaving her son totally destitute. It was all legal thanks to the rather lopsided marriage contract that the Blacks had insisted on. Malfoy Manor was now a Muggle children's home. He was appalled. He managed to earn a few galleons working at the Leaky Cauldron, but after having to clean up after a drunken Ron Weasley one too many times, he quit after less than a month. He had just enough saved for an international portkey and caught the next one that he could afford, landing himself in Australia. He eventually managed to obtain wand rights there and worked as a clerk in an apothecary for many years thereafter. Had anyone from Hogwarts ever run into him, his expression and attitude would have made them wonder if he was being possessed by Severus Snape. Ron Weasley remained a pariah for the rest of his Hogwarts career, even after Harry and Hermione left the school. Rather than realize his mistakes, he blamed Harry Potter for every ill that befell him. The fact was, however, that nobody wanted to listen to him bitch about 3 of their favorite people, and they made it clear early on that he could either shape up or ship out, so to speak. That headmistress, McGonagall, agreed with her students was a shock to Ron's system. He blamed Harry Potter for turning her against him. His grades in his 4th year were abysmal, and unlike Dumbledore, McGonagall would not ignore that fact and simply pass him on. Truth be told, he should have been held back in all 3 prior years as well, but Dumbledore passed him, probably because he was a useful boat anchor around the neck of one Harry Potter. This year, he was held back as he should have been. Ron's response. He blamed Harry Potter for taking Hermione Granger away from him. If she were there, he reasoned, he would have passed his classes. When he moaned to his fellow students about it, they explained in great detail that he was responsible for his own grades, and that Harry Potter had nothing to do with it, and nor did Hermione Granger. Then they told him to shut up and study, because they didn't want to hear it. That 4th-year students were telling him off when he was supposed to be a 5th-year incensed him. His response. He blamed Harry Potter for turning the other students against him. Then he picked up another Quidditch magazine to read. Ron did do one truly impressive thing, from a certain point of view, that his brothers never managed. He set the record for the number of years spent at Hogwarts prior to receiving his owls. He repeated the 4th year twice more, and then repeated the 5th year twice. Ronald still hadn't even sat his owls when Harry and Hermione took their newts. Ronald Weasley refused to understand that he had to do the work, and that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were not responsible for doing it for him. By the time he finally achieved his owls, even Molly was disgusted with him, and she was well known for ignoring the faults of her children. Molly and Arthur had sacrificed quite a lot of their plans to force Ron through to his owls, and they flatly refused to pay for his newts, telling him that he could get a job and pay his own way if he wanted to continue at Hogwarts. Ron's response was predictable. He didn't care about school anyway. For the next 6 months, he lazed around the burrow, eating his parents' food, reading about Quidditch, and occasionally flying his broom in the paddock. Finally, having had enough, his mother told him he had to go get a job. Ron complained that if not for Harry Potter turning the Quidditch team against him, he would be flying for the Chudley Cannons. Molly, tired of his idiocy, kicked him out of the house. The twins took pity on him for all of a month. They, too, quickly got sick and tired of hearing him bitch about Harry Potter, who by now had left Britain almost 7 years prior. On top of that, he refused to actually work, expecting that they would hand him a fat bag of galleons simply because he existed. Then he overheard that Harry and Fleur had helped fund their joke shop and exploded, complaining that Harry Potter and his whore never gave him any money. Needless to say, he was out of a job and out of a place to stay. The twins were close friends of the Potters, and their dedication to family only went so far. It was nearly a year later, after living on the streets, reduced to eating scraps out of trash cans, blamming Harry Potter the whole time, that he finally sucked it up and got a low-paying job at the Ministry in magical maintenance. He would keep that job until his death at the age of 102, and while he more or less reconciled with his family, he never did stop blamming Harry Potter. Ron Weasley, needless to say, never married and never amounted to much of anything. Bill, on the other hand, kept in touch with the Potters and was considered a good family friend. 2 years after the tournament, he was injured when a fellow curse breaker did something stupid, which said curse breaker did not survive. He woke to find himself stuck in a bed at the very same hospital in Paris, where he had once removed a Horcrux from Harry Potter's forehead, and quickly learned that he wasn't getting out anytime soon. When he was released 4 months later, whole and hale, thankfully, he took Naomi Parks on vacation to her country of origin, and they got married in Las Vegas, neatly avoiding what might have happened had Molly learned of it ahead of time. They would go on to have several children together, and both were very happy. Naomi would have been less so if not for the fact that Bill was now relegated to managing curse breakers, rather than breaking curses himself, due to his injuries. Fleur teased the pair incessantly whenever she saw them, and they remained good family friends for a long, long time. Harry was always happy to play with their children. Fred and George Weasley likewise kept in frequent touch with the Potters, and with Padfoot and occasionally Moony, with the sole exception of a certain month where they tried to do right by their brother. The Potters didn't blame them for that incident, though. They pitied them instead. Their joke shop was a major success in both Britain and France, and it wasn't long before they expanded to the Americas. They insisted on the Potters retaining partial ownership in accordance with their investment, and all of them made out like bandits. The business would remain in their respective families long after they had all passed on. While Fred and George never officially married, neither did Angelina or Katie, and the children of those two women had hair that was a rather specific shade of red. All of said children, and there were quite a few, called Fred and George Dad, interchangeably. While Alicia occasionally visited, she was much smarter and married a Quidditch player that hadn't attended Hogwarts. Harry and Fleur rarely saw the rest of the Weasley family after the tournament. Molly never really recovered from the embarrassment of having inappropriately tried to claim Harry as family. It was too bad, really, since he never actually held it against her. He was far more annoyed with Dumbledore for prompting it. They did see them on rare occasion, but only coincidentally. It didn't help that Ron lived with them on and off over the years, and neither Fleur nor Harry wanted anything to do with him. Ginny, on the other hand, was friendly but distant. While she had long since realized that it wasn't Fleur's fault, it didn't change the fact that her heart was well and truly broken by Harry's marriage to another witch. While she moved on, she would never truly get over it. Harry often wondered over the years if Dumbledore might have had a hand in her obsession, but unfortunately he passed away before anyone thought to ask. She had a successful career as a chaser with the Holyhead Harpies, and eventually married a young Frenchman she met while on the circuit. She was fortunate to find him. He was an understanding sort, and knew very well how she felt about her longtime hero. He himself respected Harry greatly, and understood the full nature of the story. They saw the Potters once every 6 months or so, but that was about it. Anything more was just too painful for Ginny. Luckily, the rest of her life was happy, and she positively doted on her only daughter. Said daughter graduated from Beauxbatons rather than Hogwarts, though that was mostly down to her father. Ginny was ambivalent as long as she was happy and well-educated. As it happened, Harriet Devereux was one of Harry Potter's favorite students. Vernon and Petunia Dursley ended up in prison before the third task ever took place. The Prime Minister somehow learned of the matter and was absolutely appalled. And then the Queen learned of it and ordered him to deal with it with all due haste. Harry Potter was, after all, considered a hero of the First Voldemort War, and the Queen was well aware of that fact. The trial was fair and impartial, but no less damning for it. They were each sentenced to 50 years in prison. Their son was given over to a home for troubled children in the hope that he could be reformed. It took almost 6 years of heavy counseling, the last few of which were actually voluntary, surprisingly enough, to fully break the boy from his parents' conditioning. Once he finally understood the magnitude of their crimes, he was horrified. On top of which, by some strange coincidence, his counselor just so happened to know about the magical world and filled him in on who his cousin truly was. Dudley never sent an apology even by post, but not because he wasn't sorry. He simply felt that it would do more harm than good, and that Harry was better off forgetting all about them. He went on to find a decent job and a lovely wife, and treated his children far better than Vernon and Petunia had ever managed, and not by spoiling them either. Unlike his son, however, Vernon was irredeemable, and even had it been otherwise, he never would have seen freedom anyway. The man's belligerence was so ingrained that he simply couldn't keep his mouth shut. He was beaten to death 2 years into his sentence after mouthing off to the wrong person one too many times. Nobody ever learned who was responsible. Petunia was smarter and managed to achieve parole after only 15 years. She attempted to contact Dudley in the hope of reconnecting, but was soundly rebuffed. Her own son wanted nothing more to do with her. She ended up alone and bitter for the rest of her life, and much like Ronald Weasley, she never stopped blaming Harry Potter. Sirius Black remained in France near the Potters and Dealkers, to absolutely nobody's surprise. His friends in school, even James and Lily, would have been shocked at just how dedicated he was to his godson, though. It took some effort, but he somehow managed to find that perfect balance, spending just enough time with Harry that he was happy, but not enough that he felt crowded. And watching Harry and Fleur's relationship grow and blossom was really quite the joy to the old dog. Oddly enough, he did eventually find love for himself, and James would have been impressed that he actually managed to land a villa. After Sirius married her, he bought a thermometer and a set of snowshoes and laid them on Lily's grave in Godric's Hollow. She had once told him that hell would freeze over before a villa ever gave him the time of day. Strangely, it wasn't through the Delacours or Potters that Sirius met Sylvie. He actually found her drowning her sorrows in a backwater bar in magical Paris. For years she had been constantly and horribly bullied about her looks. Her peers at the colony she lived in apparently considered her ugly. Sirius thought she was beautiful. While she was much younger than him at only 22, he was a big kid anyway, so it didn't really matter. He somehow talked her into going dancing that night, and it continued from there. 4 months later, he invited her to a family gathering, and she said yes. Her shock at learning who she was meeting was priceless. She was from one of the more isolated villa colonies and had no idea who Sirius actually was. She did, however, know who the Potters were. They were big news, or big gossip, rather, in villa circles, not that they cared. That they wanted to meet her had her nearly fainting in shock. And luckily for her, the Delacours and Potters, and most other villa for that matter, had a very different definition of beauty. Upon learning of her plight, Arian told her point blank that her peers were simply bullies who were intimidated because she was so much better looking than them. She moved out of the colony, and in with Sirius 2 weeks later. They were married 2 months after that. On their first anniversary, young Sylvie used some of the massive black fortune to purchase Malfoy Manor and gifted it to Sirius, along with the already-in-progress contract to convert it to Muggle use as an orphanage. It was one of the best anniversary gifts he could have imagined. They had 2 little girls, whom the entire family doted upon. Sirius didn't give even a single damn that the Black family name died with him. Hermione Granger graduated Beauxbatons with top marks, which was impressive given the lackluster nature of the education on offer at Hogwarts. From there on out, she was sought after by potential employers all over Europe. That she held the Order of Merlin didn't hurt any. Unfortunately for most of those employers, Hermione was content to remain close to home, which she now considered France to be. Her parents had moved there just before she graduated, and she was happy to remain. She had no friends from her Muggle days anyway, but the Potters and Delacours. They were practically family. Most of her work was centered around blending magic with Muggle technology. Unlike magical Britain, France was rather progressive and had no laws restricting such things. It was seen as furthering the statute of secrecy, in fact. The more they could use their magic without being noticed by Muggles, the better off they were. She was responsible for quite a large number of inventions over her lifetime, but the most notable was the magical version of a cellular telephone. That one invention ensured that her children's children would never want for anything. She dated Neville from afar for another year after leaving Hogwarts, but they were just too different in the end and parted as friends. She also dated 3 boys at Beauxbatons, but none of them for long. They just didn't hold a candle to the man that she couldn't help but compare everyone else to. When the 3rd of those boys tried to force her into more than she wanted to give, he learned that her Order of Merlin was not merely for show, and then found out the next day that Harry Potter's prowess in combat magic was, if anything, understated. That started a decade-long dearth for the witch. She did go on a few dates, but nothing serious. Nobody caught her fancy. It did not escape the attention of her friends and family that she also spent the vast majority of her time with Harry and Fleur, the latter of whom was just plain thrilled to have such a good female friend. Nobody was foolish enough to comment when she gave birth to a daughter out of wedlock 11 years after she graduated, especially given that said daughter had green eyes and jet black hair. So did her second and third. For some reason, Arian Delacour thought it was hilarious. Hermione remained a fixture in the Potter family home right up through her death at the ripe old age of 210. As far as Gabrielle Delacour was concerned, Harry Potter was the best brother-in-law that anyone could ever have. She loved him to bits, and he her. And he always had time for her, whether it was playing a childish game in her younger years, or listening to her romantic frustrations in her teens, or commiserating about her child's latest antics in her adult years. In the end, her only vague regret was that she hadn't been older and in more danger when the incident occurred. She loved her husband very much, but Harry was special, and she couldn't deny that she envied her sister. It was a feeling that she would only ever admit to her husband, however. Harry and Fleur never learned of it. She went on to have a successful career as a fashion model, and then, to Fleur's surprise, decided to stay at home with her 2 children when she finally had them. She ended up living near Harry and Fleur, and Harry remained one of her favorite people for the rest of his life. Her sister wasn't so bad either. As for Harry and Fleur, the first few years after the tournament were more difficult than either expected. It wasn't that life was hard, or that they had problems. Neither of those things were true. It was that they had become quite used to being together most of the time, and now they were forcibly separated for most of the day. It was only the fact that they could be together at night that made it bearable. The two had fallen far more deeply in love than anyone could ever have expected. Merlin's blessing, indeed. Like Hermione, Harry graduated with top marks. The Horcrux in his head had really done a number on him in his early years. He found it far easier to concentrate and far easier to study now, and thus was born the friendly academic rivalry between himself and the best friend he had next to his wife. In the end, he graduated in the number 2 spot, to Hermione's number 1. Even in France, every employer wanted a piece of the boy who lived, especially given his marks, but Harry was ambivalent. He really didn't need to work, especially given that much of the Malfoy and Lestrange estates was now his on top of the Potter estate, but he also didn't want to be bored. He decided to wait until something interesting came up, and in the meantime spent his days inventing random joke products to send to the twins. A year after he graduated, he was approached by the British Department of Mysteries and ended up working as an unspeakable under Croaker off and on for more than a century. Only Fleur and Hermione ever knew what he did for them, and that caveat was a condition of his employment. He would not take a job that he could not tell his best friends about. They also occasionally helped out, very much on the department's payroll. Nobody in Britain outside the department ever knew they were there, which was just the way they liked it. Fleur tried her hand at curse breaking with Gringotts, but while she was good at it, it wasn't her passion. She found her passion rather accidentally when Fred and George's first child was old enough to start learning. Fleur absolutely loved to teach. It wasn't long before she took a job at Beauxbatons, much to the surprise of everyone who knew her. Harry supported her fully, and even took a job there teaching defense against the dark arts. That it made for a nice cover for their work with the department in Britain was just a bonus. He liked teaching almost as much as his wife did. The only cloud on the horizon was Hermione's lack of luck in the romance department. The incident with the last boy she seriously dated had dented her trust significantly, and she found it hard to get close to anyone. On top of that, in spite of what she told Arian years prior, she did not see Harry as a brother at all, and knew nobody else who compared to him even a little. They spent so much time with her that it was hard not to notice her increasing depression, though she tried very hard to keep it from them. It was Fleur who finally broke through and forced her to confess that she was madly, deeply, and irrevocably in love with Harry. She then swore up one side and down the other that she would never even dream of coming between them. Fleur shut her up via the simple expedient of snogging her senseless. She slept in their bed every night thereafter. As it happened, Harry and Fleur had discussed their feelings for Hermione off and on starting shortly after they left Hogwarts. It started out that they were both extremely grateful for her friendship. Harry because he had never had friends before her and Ron, and of the two only she had been true, and Fleur because she had a hard time making friends period, even today. 6 months after they left Hogwarts, Fleur admitted in a random conversation that Hermione was the only woman that she had ever found sexually attractive. Harry reluctantly admitted a year later that he found her attractive too, and had often wondered what she looked like naked. A few years after that, after one too many drinks on their annual anniversary trip, they found themselves missing her presence dearly, and finally admitted to each other that they were both in love with Hermione Granger almost as much as they were in love with each other, and that they had no clue what to do about it. Needless to say, when Fleur snogged her senseless, and then dragged her to Harry, who promptly did the same, the poor woman was more than a little shocked and confused. That didn't last long. Her first daughter was born 9 months later, only 2 days after Fleur's son. Arian had laughed and laughed and laughed. Hermione would never live down her little white lie before the third task. Explaining the situation to the elder Grangers was a challenge, but Harry managed. He was simply honest with them about everything. When they realized just how difficult things had been for their daughter to that point, they finally decided that it was up to them to make it work, and not really any of their business. Besides, whether provided by Hermione or Fleur, they absolutely doted on their grandkids, as did Sebastian and Arian. And it didn't really change much anyway. They already did almost everything together anyway outside of the bedroom, so they simply continued on with their lives. They deliberately avoided the spotlight as a matter of course. Hermione was actually the most well-known of the three in the end due to her inventions. Harry and Fleur were both more than happy to remain in the background and be her support. Fleur had a son and 2 daughters, and Hermione had 3 daughters. Harry loved all of them immensely, and all of them would go on to be responsible members of the French magical community. It would be centuries, in fact, before the Potter family ever even considered returning to Britain, despite their roots. Harry Potter passed on surrounded by his extensive family at the age of 209, barely a week after Hermione's passing. Fleur Potter followed only 1 day later. All 3 considered their lives well spent. Contrary to all rational expectations, Severus Snape actually survived his sentence at Azkaban, all 137 years of it, with his mental faculties more or less intact. Say what you would about him, he was gifted in the magical mental arts. And part of how he survived was by focusing all of his mental capacity on one single thing, plotting the demise of Harry James Potter and his Vila wife. Upon his release, he immediately started making inquiries. It wasn't long before he learned that Potter had fled to France, or at least, that was how Snape's biased mind interpreted his actions. Unlike Draco Malfoy, Snape still had some funds, and so quickly caught a portkey and started searching. He eventually learned of a location that they visited regularly on the weekends, and found himself a nice spot atop an adjacent building. His plan was simple. He would wait until they appeared, and then use the most destructive curses available to him to erase the Potter family from existence. It would only be justice for what they did to him, as far as he was concerned. Nobody ever said that Severus Snape knew the actual meaning of the term justice. And the Potters appeared, right on schedule, and there was that know-it-all Granger right there with them. And there were multiple Potter spawn. It was perfect. They might be old now, but revenge was a dish best served cold. His mouth stretched into an evil smile, his blood pumping in anticipation as he stood and prepared to call upon his magic for a devastating blow. He couldn't help his excitement. Finally, he would have his revenge on that scum James Potter and his ill-begotten son. He raised his wand, gathered his magic, and then his heart seized up, the excitement just too much for a man of 168 years, and who spent most of that time in Azkaban prison. Severus Snape would be found on that rooftop 2 weeks later and declared dead by natural causes. Nobody ever figured out why he was there. The Potters themselves never even learned of it. Contrary to popular belief, fate really does look after her champions.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.